Order! Order. The House has directed the Speaker to make a statement at the beginning of each session about the duties and responsibility of honourable members. I begin by reminding members of their duty to observe the Code of Conduct and the Behaviour Code agreed by the House, and to behave with civility and fairness in all their dealings. Unacceptable behaviour that doesn't meet the standard of these codes will be dealt with seriously, independently and with effective sanctions. The House asserts its privilege of freedom of speech. That privilege is enjoyed by members of Parliament only in their work in proceedings of this House. As private individuals, we are equal under the law with those who we represent. This privilege is there to ensure that our constituents can be represented without fear or favour. It is an obligation upon all of us to exercise that privilege responsibly. The Speaker does not have the power to police the accuracy of members' contributions. Unfortunately, it is incumbent on all members to be accurate in what they say in this House and to correct any mistakes as soon as possible. All members, including ministers, should take the responsibility in this House seriously. I remind ministers that the government's own ministerial code makes clear that important policy announcements should be made in the first instance in this House when sitting, and some people seem to have short memories. Both front and back benches must also adhere to the courtesies of this House. That includes informing other members in advance of visits to their constituencies, except purely private purposes. I remind all members that it's important that they are able to raise matters with me, seek guidance from the clerks freely, and for that reason, any such conversations and correspondence should be treated as confidential. I want all members and everyone in the parliamentary community to be able to go about their work safely online, here in Westminster and in their constituencies. We have a duty to be vigilant and to assist those whose job it is to keep us safe. Finally, I want to say something about how we treat each other and the language we use in the chamber. What we say and how we say things in this House matters. It is and has an impact on colleagues, on those who follow our proceedings and the wider political discourse across the country. Members should be heard courteously, whatever their views, but in this place we are all honourable members. And while I expect robust political debate, I will not accept undignified language or improper criticism of individual members. Our constituents expect us to focus on the very serious issues that they care about, rather than making cheap attacks on each other. If a member falls short of the standards expected of us all, there are ways of dealing with that, but not by accusations made as sideswipes during questions or debates. If we fail to treat each other with respect in debate, that diminishes our work and risks raising the temperature of discussions outside this place, particularly on social media, which already too often descend into abuse against members and others. I expect members from all sides to treat each other with respect. Before moving to the first business of the new session, I'd like to express my very best wishes to all honourable members and to all those who work for the House and work for members, for the continuing support they provide to us. I've got to say, they are the unsung heroes. So thank you all for working with members and working in this House. I now call upon the Clerk of the House.
Outlawries Bill.
The echo is very good. I have to acquaint the House that this House has this day attended His Majesty in the House of Peers, and that His Majesty was pleased to make the most gracious speech from the throne to both Houses of Parliament, of which I have for greater accuracy obtained a copy. I shall direct that the terms of the speech be printed in the votes and proceedings. Copies are available within the vote office. Before I call the mover and the seconder, I want to announce the proposed pattern of the debate during the remaining days of the Loyal Address. Today, debate on the address. Tomorrow, getting Britain working again. Monday, the 18th of May, back in business to create economic growth. Tuesday, the 19th of May, energy security. Wednesday, the 20th of May, defence readiness. I now have the privilege to call Naz Shah to move, and then I will call Chris Vince to second the address. Naz Shah.
I beg to move that a humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects of the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. It would be remiss of me not to say a few words about the outstanding state visit by His Majesty to the United States. We saw eloquent oratory, remarkable wit and genuine statesmanship from His Majesty, presenting President Trump with the original brass bell, inscribed with his name before he was even born, from the Second World War submarine HMS Trump, suggesting that if they needed to give us a ring, was a masterstroke in diplomacy. His Majesty returned, very humbly of course, having secured the lifting of trade barriers on Scotch whisky. Given the performance, I was rather worried His Majesty might come back with the 13 colonies as well. It is a huge honour for me and my constituents of Bradford West to move the Loyal Address. This is the second time my constituency of Bradford West has been honoured in this way. In 1959, the then member for Bradford West, Arthur Tiley, seconded the Loyal Address. When the Chief Whip called me about today, my first reaction, like many across this House, when the Chief called, is, uh-oh, what have I done? But then that uh-oh soon turned into, oh my days, no way, with the biggest smile ever. I remember clearly listening to the speeches by my honourable friends and members for Bootle, as well as Vauxhall and Camberwell Green, the last time this occasion happened, and thinking, now that is an honour. Had I known God was listening, I'd have asked to win the Euro Millions, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, had I known not always voting with the government also works, I might have done that. I am indeed humbled and honoured, primarily for being trusted by the people of Bradford West for placing their faith in me and sending me to this place. Given this opportunity to be the first ever Muslim to propose the Loyal Address in this chamber. And of course, seeing the meltdown of the far right online of a Muslim even an act of domination. So in light of this, I must assure them this is not a takeover. I must state it is, as per convention, a joke. But if seeing black and brown people on TV makes you feel sick, my speech is going to make you vomit. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, I have had the opportunity to tell my own story, a story of my life and the challenges I faced growing up. I often pinch myself whilst in this chamber questioning, how could a girl who lived the life I lived be given such an honour to represent her city in the mother of all parliaments? Mr. Speaker, it is because, despite the challenges we may face as a nation and the differences in approaches we present across this House, I know without a doubt that as someone who comes from the ethnic, religious and socio-economic background that I came from, whose entire life crashed before her, I would never have been given such an honour in any other country than this one. My own country, our country. For me, there is no nation greater than ours. We are the greatest nation on earth, and I am a true patriot. Raised in abject poverty, living in a single room because we couldn't afford to heat the whole house, and suffering tuberculosis as a result, I understand firsthand what this means. Therefore, I welcome the continued commitment from the government to prioritise addressing the cost of living crisis. In doing so, we cannot ignore the instability across the world around us. The plight of the Palestinians, the war in Ukraine, the instability in the Strait of Hormuz, and the growing global threats for which we must also be ready for. Living in a globalised world means there is an ever-growing connection between the local, the national and the international. What happens out there reaches every home and doorstep across every constituency. The defence of our country is rightfully also amongst these top agenda items. As a proud graduate of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, which, by the way, I recommend to all members to take part in and support, I have nothing but admiration and thanks for those who have served and continue to serve to protect our tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour to serve as the Prime Minister's Trade Envoy for Indonesia and the ASEAN, a region of more than 660 million people and a hugely important geopolitical and trade corridor. I welcome the continued commitment to strengthening our place across the world. Without international trade and growth in our economy, we cannot deliver the jobs, investment and support we need across our country. I will continue to play my part in securing trade and investment for the UK and championing British business abroad with colleagues from across this House. Closer to home, I had the honour to serve on the Assisted Dying Bill Committee, something beyond party lines, where I had the opportunity to work with colleagues from across the House, including the work I did with the Honourable Member for East Wiltshire. Whilst I didn't eventually support the bill, I pay tribute to the member for Batley and Spen for her work, commitment and passion. Talking about beyond party lines, Mr. Speaker, I noted with interest, as I'm sure the whole nation did too, the previous Duchy of Lancaster, the noble Lord Gove's, rather peculiar fascination with our Home Secretary. He actually confessed to browsing the internet for her images. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, knowing our Home Secretary, as I do, I'm confident that this is not the kind of cross-party mischief she would reciprocate. But I do have a guilty pleasure of my own. And no, it's not a Tory. Unfortunately, for my calorie count, it is custard and cake. I blame Godfrey and Sharon in the tea room for their unwavering encouragement to indulge sparingly. I'm proud to be the first woman elected to Parliament for the constituency of Bradford West, a constituency with a history of extraordinary women who broke every barrier that patriarchy put in front of them. The Bronze Bronte sisters changed English literature forever, but had to use men's names to publish their writing. The suffragettes of Bradford went to Holloway Prison for the right to vote. The women of Manningham Mills walked out into the cold, changing our political landscape forever. Margaret Macmillan pioneered free school meals, and they were trialled in 1904 in the school I attended, Green Lane Primary, leading to the Education Act of 1906, which cemented free school meals into our history. And Barbara Castle, shaped by Bradford streets and schools, went on to write equal pay into law. And I am proud to serve alongside equally formidable women with the member of Bradford South and indeed the member for Shipley. There is something in the air in Bradford as a whole, something that produces women who will not be told. I promise this House I have zero intention of breaking with that. If today our country beams with pride because of the many great changes made by successive Labour governments, none of it would have been possible without the women who led the Manningham Mill strike, which then led to the founding of the Independent Labour Party, conceived and formed in Bradford West. It was in Bradford that a man named Keir first took the chair of the Labour movement. And despite 130 years, 2 world wars, and roughly 47 leadership elections, the party remains in the hands of a Keir. Prime Minister, nobody can say that you don't know how to fight on. I could not make this speech without recognising David Hockney, a boy from a Bradford terrace who pushed his paintings around the city in a pram. David went on to become the world's most famous living artist. David once said that if you look closely, Bradford is a city with magic. I don't know whether he was looking into the future and literally describing Bradford's magician Dynamo, Zayn Malik's magical music, or our leg-spinning World Cup-winning magic of our very own Adil Rashid. But Bradford is, without question, a place of wonders. Bradford is also a place of culture. The jewel in the crown, as it is often referred to, is the Bradford Literature Festival, now one of the largest in the UK literature festivals and the largest of its kind throughout Europe, pairing excellence with access for those who would otherwise be excluded from culture. In 2025, Bradford was proud to be named UK City of Culture, home to a rich, diverse population built on the back of a historic title as the wool capital of the world. In the 1850s, German Jewish merchants came to Bradford and built the magnificent warehouses of what we now call Little Germany, helping to make Bradford a global trading city and the proud home of the oldest synagogue in the north. A synagogue that recently the Muslim community stepped in to save when the roof was about to cave in, illustrating the relationship within the Muslim and Jewish community in Bradford. A century later, men from Azad Jammu and Kashmir and India and Pakistan arrived in the 50s and 60s, working tireless night shifts to keep the mills running, ensuring Britain's economy continued to flourish after the Second World War. Each generation of newcomers didn't just come to Bradford, they built Bradford. Mr. Speaker, chicken tikka masala might be the UK's national dish, but I must inform the whole House that you have not had a curry until you have had a Bradford curry. Whether it is the legendary family naans on trees invented by the late King of Curry, Shabir Hussain, the founder of Akbar's, the subcontinental flavours of Agra, Mumtaz, Jinnah, My Lahore's, or any one of the hundreds of restaurants across the city, Bradford does curry like nowhere else. The curries are that good, they even defy the current Manjaro jab. A note to the Health Secretary, he may well have to develop a stronger solution. I recommend Bradford's curry to all members of this House. Now that Bradford has a few reform councillors, perhaps the member for Clacton, who I see is not in his place, could pay a visit and treat them to a good curry, followed by a pint brewed in Bradford. In fact, given the size of his recent gift that we are now all well aware of, he could probably take half of Bradford out and still be left with plenty of change. Bradford is, Mr. Speaker, the youngest city in the United Kingdom. It has been named the most entrepreneurial too. Morrison's grew from a market stall in our city to a household name. It's a place where I promise this House there is no poverty of aspiration, talent or ambition. But the poverty of infrastructure over decades has left us behind. Bradford is turning a corner. 270 million in public sector investment is building private sector confidence, with a combined pipeline now reaching 2.3 billion. I am grateful for our government support, which includes a new hospital in Airedale, 2 billion integrated settlement for West Yorkshire, giving our Labour Mayor, Tracy Brabin, the power and flexibility to invest in local jobs, new homes and improving skills. A Bradford City Station, 2.1 billion investment in transport for the city regions, funding enabling West Yorkshire to deliver mass transit, better buses and repair our roads and potholes. All of this is pumping confidence into a city ready for investors to benefit from its untapped potential. Northern Powerhouse Rail is not a nice-to-have. It is the difference between Bradford's young people building their futures at home or building them somewhere else. On this occasion, I would also like to pay my thanks to all the House staff across the estate who ensure that Parliament can play the role that it does. They are hugely deserving of our appreciation for everything they do. And outside of this place, the security services and our police forces who keep us safe with the ever-increasing risks and threats to our democracy. Given the magnitude of this moment, I would also like to emphasise the huge weight and burden of responsibility on our shoulders. When we speak in this chamber, it carries meaning and impact. It impacts that boy who takes off his kippah, the girl who removes her hijab, fearing for their safety because their race and religion has become a political football. An attack on anyone or anyone's place of worship, be it a synagogue, a mosque, a church, a temple, a gurdwara, or of any kind of religious institution, is an attack on our British way of life. We must strengthen our communities against the rising tide of nationalism and populism. In a world ever more dangerous, an online world ever more toxic, society more than ever needs unity, calmness and leadership to make our country the best it can be. The burden of responsibility falls on all our shoulders, and it has never been greater. Mr. Speaker, it is also convention to part with words of wisdom for those who are slightly newer to this place. With that in mind, I simply say this: nurture the pragmatism of being an elected representative of the people who have put their trust in you and sent you here, but never, never forget the passion of an activist. Keep that fire burning, because it is indeed that passion that will sustain you and carry you through. Because sometimes it gets difficult here. Mr. Speaker, a King's Speech is meant to be a fresh start. Parliament's version of clearing the kitchen table, making room for the work ahead, and gathering the family round, reminding ourselves what the country has sent us here to do. As honourable members may know, I believe in a full table. You make space. Hospitality matters in my home. You listen, you serve people properly. But good hospitality and politics itself is more than who speaks first or indeed the loudest. It's about noticing the quiet ones, those who may be less organised, not as powerful, but nonetheless equally, if not more important, the voiceless whose voices we need to become. Amen. Mr. Speaker, for someone like me, who spent her formative years fighting a campaign to release her mother from prison, who did not have a formal education beyond the age of 12, spelling, grammar and parliamentary language and phrases don't come naturally. Forced into a marriage at 15, forced to live with a life with hearing aids, lugging a black bin liner of belongings as a homeless teenager, left all alone as a guardian to a younger brother and sister, without a shoulder of support or stability in life, attempting suicide as I couldn't see a way out from my despair. Yet here I stand. With the world's eyes watching the state opening of Parliament on this momentous occasion, given the privilege of this moment. This was not my story. I would only believe it to be fiction. But the truth is, there can be a light at the end of a tunnel. Because as I believe, and my life personifies for me, after hardship comes ease. I stood in this chamber for the first time and pinched myself. I still do. Where someone like me can end up like somewhere like here, representing the city I love, in the mother of all parliaments. Bradford and my country gave me everything. I intend to spend every day in this house returning the favour. It is an honour of my life to move the loyal address on behalf of the people of Bradford West. I commend the motion to the House.
I won't mention the Bolton-Bradford game on Thursday. I now call Chris Minns to second the address. Chris Minns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute honour to second this humble address, but can I start by thanking my honourable friend from Bradford West for her incredibly powerful speech. And can I echo her words about the importance of communities coming together to tackle that divisive politics that we've seen so often, and thank her for that. Can I also echo her comments about the House staff and the incredible job that they do to support all of us. Following my recent London Marathon run, it was suggested by two of the doorkeepers that the only reason Sebastian Sewar ran it in less than 2 hours so he could get away from me talking about Harlow. And as a big fan of curries myself, I look forward to having the opportunity to sample one in Bradford in the future, although I can't speak for all of my fellow Essex MPs. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a unique opportunity. I have checked the records and I'm the first MP for Harlow to have the opportunity to do so. Mind you, Harlow has only been a constituency since the 1970s, and I'm not going to count the previous MP, Winston Churchill, who represented what is now Harlow when it came under Epping. Mr. Speaker, it may be the first time that a Harlow MP has delivered this speech, but I believe this opportunity has come at the right time. When I reflect on the hurdles ahead, a lot can be learned by looking at Harlow's past and looking at Harlow's future. Mr. Speaker, I came about seconding the humble address, much like my honourable friend, when I received a phone call from the Chief Whip on the train home. And like my honourable friend and other members, I'm sure, across the House, the first thing I thought was, what have I done wrong? I thought perhaps, like some members across the House, he'd misheard me when I said horned during a speech in this place. And I didn't much fancy explaining to him that I said horned, and not any other word that sounds like horned, on a train that was full of my constituents. Thankfully, that was not the case. The Chief Whip told me there were certain traditions around the King's speech, that the speech should be humorous and was an opportunity to mention the member's constituency as often as possible. This did sound like a good gig to me, to be fair. Now, I can't necessarily promise humour, although I'll give it a good go. But I can certainly promise that I will mention Harlow as often as possible. And for those listening at home, you may wish to count the number of times I do so. I believe the current count is 7. 8. Is it 8? 8. What did I do for a living? Harlow, Mr. Speaker, is never a dull place to represent. And members across the House will know Harlow once again bucked the national trend when it came to last week's local election results. We are getting quite good at that, even if it might not have been quite the way I would have liked. However, what it does show is the ambition for the people of Harlow to see their town improve and grow, something that can only happen with this government's continued investment. Hint, hint. The Chief Whip also told me that it was tradition to have an established MP propose the King's speech and for a bright young thing to second it. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm not particularly bright. I'm not particularly young. But I'm definitely a thing. So, I can absolutely claim 1/3 of that description. I actually think the Chief Whip asked me to give this speech because he was aware that on the last day of term, I failed to achieve my 400th contribution to Hansard. So, look, I want to thank everybody for being here so I can now do so. And I look forward, in this parliamentary term, making a further 400 contributions with multiple references about Harlow, my mother's sterling career in HMRC, and the fact I may have previously been a maths teacher. There is more, though. I think we would all recognise, as His Majesty does, this King's speech comes at an increasingly dangerous and volatile time, which, like honourable friends and honourable members, I've spent a great deal of time thinking about. It's during this turmoil that I've taken the time to reflect on what it means to be British, those British values, what our country is about. What is the real Britain? We say Britishness more and more, but it can mean any number of things to any number of people. When I think about what it means to be British, I think about my recent experience running the London Marathon. And, just to be clear, I am not referring to when the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay with his Union flag shorts on overtook me on mile 17, just as I hit the metaphorical wall. I have looked it up, he's 2 years younger than me, so I've got this excuse. During the marathon run, Mr. Speaker, or perhaps in my case I should say marathon limp, along the streets of London, I saw neither hate nor division. I saw unity. I saw people coming together to cheer on perfect strangers in their shared endeavour. I saw Gordon Ramsay randomly heckle me to carry on. And, Mr. Speaker, I even got supported by a Man United supporter. I saw everyone, Mr. Speaker, man or woman, black or white, gay or straight, all laying the 26.2-mile course. And, by the way, that 0.2 miles at the end is only made possible by those supporters. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, that is the Britain I know. That is the Britain that I love. Yeah. And that sense of supporting one another, of coming together as a community in hardship and celebration, is alive and well in Harlow. In fact, it is baked into the very foundation of Harlow when it first conceived as part of the Newtown Revolution under the first majority Labour government in 1945. Yeah. Harlow remains a strong community today, and when I think of Britishness, I think of Rainbow Services, which supports projects across Harlow by getting young people to build infrastructure for their community. I think of Streets to Homes, the homeless charity I worked at, which supports the most vulnerable in our society, and I think about the Michael Roberts Charity Foundation, which runs the local food bank. As I mentioned, Harlow itself is a post-war new town, designed by Sir Frederick Gibbard to be a place of neighbourhoods and communities. It was built as a solution to the problem of overcrowding in London. Harlow sought to alleviate this pressure while keeping communities tightly knit together. You can still see remnants of that today. People from Walthamstow move into the Stow in Harlow, giving people a fresh start in life with all the comforts of their community. To this day, Harlow is one community built by lots of smaller and close communities, communities like Potter Street, Bush Fair, Church Langley and Little Parndon. Yeah. As Harlow grew into its new town, so too did its pioneering spirit. And just 2 weeks ago, I was lucky enough to recognise one of those pioneers by unveiling a blue plaque in memory of Harlow-raised scientist Dr. George Hockham, one of the key brains behind the invention of the fibre optic cable. Fibre optic cable, created in Harlow, revolutionised modern communication, not just in Britain, but across the world. For me, George Hockham and many others like him from Harlow can be an inspiration for Harlow's next generation, a generation that deserves a government on their side. I think of inspirations like Professor Hannah Fry and Paralympian Anne Strike. These inspirations are a reminder of what it means to be British, to achieve so much and to have such a proud community behind you. Harlow has a history to be proud of and a future to be excited about too. As a former teacher, I don't know if I've mentioned that, I am filled with pride when I visit schools across Harlow and see the incredible young people learning there. That is why I'm proud that education is at the heart of this government's offer in the King's Speech, building on the work done by the previous parliamentary session. Looking to the future session, the government will tackle the broken SEND system, giving every young person with SEND the support they need and supporting parents, not leaving them to battle a broken system. This cuts across this House, as I'm sure every honourable member can recall a constituent coming to them broken with nowhere to turn, at their wits' end with an SEND system that benefits no one. I know I certainly can. I also welcome the government's commitment to review the national curriculum to make it broader, as well as recognising the importance of citizenship, of financial education and the dangers of online harm. What our younger generation learns is so important. If I could achieve one thing when I look back on my time serving Harlow, I want to achieve for the young people in Harlow the aspiration they deserve. Every young person now, sitting in a classroom in Harlow, primary or secondary, should have the opportunity to aspire to achieve whatever they want to do. That is what I want for Harlow. Some might say that I'm standing here giving this maiden speech means anyone can achieve anything if they are resilient enough. Because let me tell you, I can roll with the punches, and believe me, in my journey to these green benches, it hasn't been without being knocked down along the way. What I say now directly to you, the young people of Harlow, is do not give up on your dreams. Do not let someone tell you you can't do it. I say to you, if you really want something and you are willing to work hard for it, you can achieve it. I'm proof of that. And I know in this government, you have a Prime Minister dedicated to give that opportunity to others, because he is even more proof of it than I am. I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't take an opportunity to mention a personal focus of mine in this place, and that is supporting young carers and young adult carers. And I take this opportunity to once again call on the government to ensure support for these particularly incredible young people is a golden thread which runs through everything that they do. But of course, Mr. Speaker, Harlow is about more than just its young people, and my community has not been immune to the pressures from the cost of living crisis. I welcome the work already done, the freezing of the rail fares and prescription charges, the lifting of the two-child benefit cap and the raising of the minimum wage. But I am pleased most of all that this government recognises in this King's Speech there is more to do to support families in Harlow. When we talk about living pressures, it is easy to get lost in the numbers. And as a mathematician at heart, this is even easier for me. But to bring it home, when I think of the reality facing hard-working and proud families in Harlow, I think of my friend Jamie. He works 6 days a week to pay the bills, to put food on the table for his 2-year-old son, to provide for his family. And at the end of the month, he has very little, if anything. He cannot enjoy himself. He cannot treat his family. So this parliamentary session, Mr. Speaker, must be defined by being the one where we see living standards improve for everyone in our society and not just the privileged few. That is what will be in the mind's eye when I cast my votes in this place. I am sure my honourable friend from Oldham is waiting anxiously for me to point out that as I stand here in this place, as I'm not just standing here as just a Labour MP, I am a Labour and Cooperative MP. I am proud of the Cooperative Party and the work it's been doing alongside the government to empower local communities, like mine in Harlow, through community ownership. I hope this next session will bring even more cooperative opportunities for people in Harlow. Though, of course, like many honourable members in this place, my constituency name does not encompass the full nature of my area. Harlow constituency does not end at the town boundary. I represent incredible villages too, with some incredible histories. I represent Roydon, a village that first appeared in the Domesday Book. Bordering Roydon are Lower Nasing and Dobbs Weir, which are home to the Lee Valley growers, some of the biggest vegetable producers in the country. I represent Shearing, with one of its most notable residents being Rod Stewart. And for the first time, Harlow includes Hatfield Heath and Hatfield Broadoak. I know the Leader of the Opposition will vaguely remember these places. Incredible communities with a strong sense of what it means to look after your neighbour. I've got a neighbour's reference in for the Media and Cultural Sport Secretary. There you go. Ironically, one of my predecessors, Bill Rammell, actually moved out of Harlow to one of these villages, though Harlow was not keen on this, so he expanded its boundaries to include him back in the constituency, and we welcome him. Part of the fun, Mr. Speaker, of representing such a diverse community with its healthy share of rural and urban is the mix I get to experience as their MP. I can visit local businesses in the morning, talk to a group of students in the afternoon, then round out the day with a community event. I've attended my fair share of community events, Mr. Speaker, although I'm not convinced it was a great idea to run the Matching Village 10K a week after the London Marathon. Didn't see the member for Billericay and Basildon there just saying. He'd already finished, yeah. On the point of running, Mr. Speaker, when I took part in the London Marathon, I received a card from my parliamentary team wishing me luck, with one member of my team commenting, "You've run enough elections, so a marathon should be easy." Which brings me, you'll be pleased to know, to my conclusion, and to a line that I want to end with, from one of my former teachers. Did I mention I was a teacher? Mr. Feely used to teach me science, although I'm never really sure we did learn a lot of science in his lessons, to be fair. However, I think, Mr. Speaker, this line, I think, perfectly sums up this government, and that is, we should always remember, it's a marathon and not a sprint. Yeah. And I would respectfully remind members of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Right Honourable Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This King's speech is taking place against the most extraordinary backdrop. We knew the carriages were booked, the horses were ready, the King was coming, but would we have a Prime Minister? So, Mr. Speaker, it is such an honour to be the Leader of the Opposition who gets to respond today. May I start by congratulating the proposer and seconder of the Loyal Address on their excellent speeches. And can I also congratulate the whips for finding two backbenchers prepared to support the Prime Minister at this time. The Honourable Member for Bradford West gave a moving and funny speech. I especially appreciated her comments about black and brown faces on TV, or as my children say, oh look, it's mummy again. She only touched lightly on the fact that she is someone who has faced one of the most challenging childhoods imaginable, and yet through the strength of her character has made it to this place. She is made of tough stuff, and that is something we need more of in this House. Anyone who can boast of chewing up and spitting out George Galloway in an election is clearly formidable. I also congratulate the member for Harlow on successfully delivering a humorous and warm-hearted speech. As he noted, he is my constituency neighbour, and he also, yes, did run the London Marathon last month, raising money for St Clair Hospice, which cares for both our constituents, and so I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for doing that. So I've become a big fan of his after listening to his speech, especially after he was so generous in his comments about the Harlow Conservatives' successful election campaign and my councillor's outstanding work regenerating the town centre. And I would say to him, if things on that side of the House are getting a bit much, he would be very welcome to cross the floor and help Conservatives carry on that work. Mr. Speaker, I think we can say that the proposer and seconder of the Loyal Address have upheld the best traditions of the House. I would, of course, like to pay tribute to His Majesty the King. His Majesty has served through a period of great personal difficulty, and throughout he has exemplified the virtues of grace, dignity, humour, modesty and resolve in the face of adversity. Virtues which were on full display during his hugely successful state visits to the United States. And I'm sure the whole House will have admired his skillful speech to Congress. It was a speech full of the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Of course, we would never have got to hear it if we'd listened to some people in this House who called for the King's visit to be cancelled. But thank goodness no one listens to the leader of the Liberal Democrats. As for the Prime Minister, when he was young, he called for the end of the monarchy. So I'm glad that the right honourable and learned gentleman has seen the error of his ways, because previous King Charleses took a much dimmer view of that kind of thing. I'm only sorry that this newfound appreciation of the monarchy and our country's traditions have come too late, because this is the first parliamentary session ever without the hereditary peers. And their departure will be keenly felt, and our Parliament will be poorer for it. Especially, Mr. Speaker, when you consider some of the people that Labour have been replacing them with. People who've already had the whip removed before they've even taken their seats. Mr. Speaker, I know the convention is for this to be a light-hearted debate. But as I've already said, this is a highly unusual moment. The Prime Minister is in office, but not in power. Everyone is trying to pretend it's all right. It's not all right. In the past 48 hours, nearly 100 Labour MPs have called for the Prime Minister to resign. 4 ministers have quit. It is clear his authority has gone, and that he will not be able to deliver what little there is in this King's speech. This is a government less than 2 years in office, which has already run out of ideas and run out of road. So how did we get here? There is a great line in the musical Hamilton, Mr. Speaker. Winning is easy, governing is harder. Everything that has gone wrong in Labour's first 2 years comes back to one problem. They came into office with no plan. They did not understand the difference between winning an election and governing a country. It was very easy to make promises in opposition, promises to freeze council tax, promises to take £300 off energy bills, promises to the WASPy women. Hundreds of Labour MPs took photos with them to post on their Facebook pages and their websites and their election leaflets, but at no point did they bother to think, how would they deliver any of it? They didn't spend their time in opposition thinking deeply about the country's problems. They assumed that governing in the 2020s would be like governing in the 1990s. But it isn't. Britain is facing new structural problems. We have an ageing... Mr. Speaker, they'll shout at me. I know they can't wait to get back to their plotting, but it's quite important that we hear what is going to be said. Because we have an ageing population, a falling birth rate, and a welfare bill that is spiralling out of control. We have an information revolution in the shape of AI that threatens to unravel the world of work as we know it, and the cost of energy is driving industry out of the country. Labour were taken by surprise that we are living in a more competitive and increasingly hostile world. Their manifesto was just a set of misleading promises. They promised no new taxes on working people. Fail. They promised to crack down on illegal immigration. Fail. They promised to tread more lightly on people's lives. Epic fail. They made promises without knowing how anything works. Let's look at housing. Just after Labour took office, when I was Shadow Housing Secretary, I stood at this dispatch box and warned the former Deputy Prime Minister that she had been stitched up, that the 1.5 million new homes Labour promised had been hung like a millstone around her neck. I knew that they wouldn't be able to meet that target because they didn't understand why more houses weren't being built. Sure enough, they are already more than a third down on their target and well behind what we delivered. Exactly. Of course, Mr. Speaker, in the end, it wasn't 1.5 million homes that did for the former Deputy Prime Minister. It took just one flat in Brighton to bring her down. Mr. Speaker, it is so obvious. It is so obvious. I know they don't want to hear it, Mr. Speaker, but this. I know they don't want to hear it. Look at them. They are so arrogant. They want to lead our country. They can't even lead a coup. It is so obvious, Mr. Speaker, that they cannot handle being in government. They cannot handle it. They hate the responsibility. They hate having to take tough decisions. They prefer scratching the itches that they had in opposition. Giving inflation-busting pay rises to the unions, 28% for the doctors who are still striking. Nearly 2 years, they are still striking. Handing out more benefits to the only people who will still vote for them because Labour don't understand that poverty isn't created by a lack of benefits, it's created by a failing economy. We spent, Mr. Speaker, the last session listening to Labour MPs telling us how great everything was going. No doubt we will hear lots of grandstanding speeches this week telling us what a fantastic job they did. How absurd, given the number of them demanding that the Prime Minister stands down. We counted, Mr. Speaker, there were 24 U-turns in that first parliamentary session. Winter fuel, family farms, grooming gangs, welfare reforms, social media for under-16s, day one workers' rights, the list goes on. And every single one of these U-turns had at its core a single issue: the Prime Minister's total lack of judgment. This is a man who, faced with a crisis of vision, charisma and electoral success, sent for Gordon Brown. Leadership, Mr. Speaker, is about having a vision for this country. It's about having the courage to take difficult decisions, persuading your party that those difficult decisions will pay off in time, and taking responsibility for your mistakes. He has failed on every count. We've had pillars, promises, 4-point plans, 5-point plans, missions, none of it achieving anything. Reset after reset after reset. Even if the Prime Minister does last long enough in office to deliver this gracious speech, the bills announced today do not remotely come close to what the country needs. I know that they're chuntering, Mr. Speaker. Not a single one of them actually dares to intervene on me in this speech. I do, Mr. Speaker, however, want to welcome the government's ongoing support to Ukraine and its commitment to NATO. In this increasingly dangerous world, it is more important than ever that we stand with our allies in the fight against tyranny. I also commend the government for its commitment to speed up the delivery of infrastructure, such as new nuclear. Too many governments have been frustrated in their attempts to deliver nuclear projects quickly, and we will support efforts to make this process simpler, faster and cheaper. I also want to be generous to the Home Secretary, because I can see that she is trying to do something about illegal immigration. But the elephant in the room is that she almost certainly won't be Home Secretary for much longer. Sadly, no one else in the Labour Party looks remotely interested in bringing down illegal immigration. The rest of this offering in the King's Speech, Mr. Speaker, makes it clear that they have learnt no lessons from their mistakes in government so far. All we have is a load of re-announced policies, hounding our brave veterans through the courts, legislating for digital ID, a policy they told us they dropped, banning trail hunting, just more class war that makes no one's life better, scrapping NHS England, something the Prime Minister announced 14 months ago. But then I suppose the Health Secretary has been a bit distracted lately, hasn't he? Yeah, hasn't he? Yeah. He's chuntering now. Why don't you just do your job? Do your job. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is what isn't in the gracious speech. There's no point in him giving me dirty looks. We all know what he's been up to. We all know. is what isn't in the gracious speech. There is no defence readiness bill because apparently it isn't ready. Where are the plans for welfare reform? There are none because Labour MPs blocked them. Where is the plan to make savings? There isn't one because Labour don't know how to make savings. They only know how to spend money, other people's money. Where is the plan to support businesses? There isn't one, because they don't understand that it is business that creates growth, not government. They have no answers to what really matters, the problems that must be solved to get Britain working again. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I do feel very sorry for Labour backbenchers. I do. They arrived here, not that it's true, I do feel sorry for Labour backbenchers, I do. They arrived here not that long ago with such high hopes. Some of them, in fact, were so talented, they were made ministers before ever speaking a word in Parliament. So talented. Although one of them has just resigned. I mustn't forget that. One of them has just resigned. We have watched, Mr. Speaker, their growing horror, day after day, week after week, as this hope descended into total chaos. The dread as they are sent out yet again to defend the indefensible. The injustice at feeling like pariahs in their own constituencies. Banned from pubs, banned from hairdressers, which is presumably why all the women on the front bench have the same hairstyle. The realisation, Mr. Speaker, that their legacy is just going to be... Now, they can complain as much as they like. I wasn't expecting this to be comfortable for them. They're the ones who are trying to unseat their Prime Minister. They should face that. The realisation, Mr. Speaker, that their legacy is just going to be breakfast clubs and Peter Mandelson. Labour MPs have been treated as disposable by their leadership, sacked for backing the two-child benefit cap, sacked for opposing welfare changes, sacked for supporting farmers. The Prime Minister then U-turned on all of them. It must be tough when you take a principled stand and have the whip removed only for the government to confirm 6 months later that they agreed with you all along. It is no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that nearly 100 Labour MPs have now called for the Prime Minister to go. I know that there's another 100 who claim to be supporting him, although some of them didn't even know that their names were on that list. When you can only get a quarter of your MPs to publicly back you, the game is up. And so the starting gun for the Labour leadership contest has been fired. So let's have a look at the runners and riders. We have the former Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, former Deputy Prime Minister, who has given up vaping. She's not here. She's given up vaping, but still hasn't paid her taxes. We have the Health Secretary, who accidentally sent his takeover plans to Number 10, almost as incompetent as leaving them on the photocopier. And we have, Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Manchester. The Mayor of Manchester, Mr. Speaker, a self-proclaimed winner who has twice failed to win the Labour leadership, including against the member for Islington North. As one Labour MP said about all the candidates in this race, and I quote, "We have to face up to the fact every single one of them is," I apologise, Mr. Speaker, F*** useless. I do feel sorry for the poor Labour MPs who will now be subjected to months of peacocking by leadership candidates while the country is not being governed. I have some advice for whichever of them eventually takes over. Getting to Number 10 is not an award for being in a game show. This is not Strictly Come Dancing, and despite appearances, it's not Traitors either. If you are a housing secretary who can't work out her housing taxes, if you're a health secretary who can only cut waiting lists by deleting names from the waiting list, if you are Gordon Brown's former chief secretary to the Treasury and you think the bond markets are a hoax, I can assure you that being Prime Minister is going to be a lot tougher. Too many have failed because they thought winning an election or a leadership contest was the success. It is not. The work doesn't end when you get the job. That's when it starts. It is absolutely preposterous that the government is here laying out a programme as its ministers are resigning, and a large proportion of the party is saying that the Prime Minister needs to go. The whole thing is totally illogical. Either Labour MPs agree with this agenda, in which case, why are they trying to get rid of the Prime Minister, or they don't agree with this agenda, in which case, what on earth are we all doing here? It is time to be brutally honest, Mr. Speaker. It is time to be brutally honest. The country is angry with the entire political class. All of us here. They are not happy.
A symptom of the problems, but would she agree that what she and he both have in common is that she very loosely agreed that we should race into war with America in Iran, and then just a week later, so maybe that's not such a good idea? And doesn't that prove why she and he are totally unsuitable on this side of the House?
That was a nice try. It's not going to work. So, you cannot solve these problems, Mr. Speaker. You cannot solve the problems of the country unless you have a plan to fix the civil service, the regulators, the legislative straitjackets, powers transferred from Parliament to the courts. Unless you fix structures of government, everyone will continue to fail. Britain is not ungovernable, and it is not broken. The reason we published an alternative King's Speech, I'll say to the Honourable Lady who was asking what the plan was, we have published an alternative King's Speech, is because we need to take tough decisions to get the country out of the mess we're in. Cutting wasteful spending, funding defence, securing our borders, reducing the cost of energy. If you want to bring down bills for families and bring industry back to this country, you need a plan to scrap the net zero legislation, strangling industry and making energy costs higher. That's why we're proposing a cheap energy bill to do just that. If you want businesses to employ people, you need to stop crushing them with thousands of pages of employment laws and stop handing power to the unions. You need to stop hammering businesses with tax rises. That's why we're proposing a Get Britain Working bill that would scrap laws that are no longer fit for purpose and are killing jobs. If you want to get a grip on illegal immigration and remove foreign criminals from the country, you must have a plan to leave the ECHR and repeal the Human Rights Act. You must. Efforts to get control of our borders have been frustrated because power has been taken out of the hands of ministers. We need to bring that power back so that we don't have murderers staying in our country because the courts stop us from deporting them. Our alternative King's Speech shows how it can be done, letting the government, not the courts, decide who comes and goes. Prime Ministers are going to keep running into problems until they deal with activist lawyers and international agreements that tie the government's hands against the interests of the British public. Oh, Mr. Speaker, they're chanting that it... Mr. Speaker, they're chanting They're chanting that it's void. Does someone want to stand up and tell us who they're supporting? Is it the plotters or the PM? Is it? Because I know that's what they really want to get to. They're not interested in hearing what a plan for the country should be because they're too focused on Labour Party problems. Mr. Speaker, we will keep running into these problems until they deal with activist lawyers and international agreements that tie the government's hands against the interests of the British public. Next, we must reduce welfare spending. It is eating every penny that we generate in income tax and more. We must spend much more on defence. Even former Labour defence secretaries are pleading with the government to do this. That's why we're proposing a sovereign defence fund which will overhaul Britain's defence industrial base. That's what the alternative could be. That alternative King's Speech makes difficult choices because that is what leadership is. We have laid out these plans now because we are more than happy for Labour to take them. They might be our political opponents, Mr. Speaker, but we are all citizens of this country. We recognise the enormous challenges facing Britain. We want to see these problems solved, and so do our constituents. Time and again, I have offered the Prime Minister support to pass difficult legislation. Time and again, I have offered the Prime Minister support to pass difficult legislation. Time and again, he has turned it down. It might be too late for him now, but it's not too late for his successor. It is time to get serious. It is time to deliver. That is what the British public expect. That is what the Conservative Party will do.
I now call the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, can I say what a pleasure it is to welcome the gracious speech of His Majesty and the radical agenda of this Labour government that will tear down the status quo that has failed working people and build a stronger, fairer Britain. Mr. Speaker, in light of the abhorrent attacks in Golders Green 2 weeks ago, let me start by briefly addressing that directly. It was the latest in a series of appalling anti-Semitic attacks, a normalisation of hatred that leads terrorists with warped Islamist ideologies to attack people they've never even met, simply because they are Jewish. A hatred that leads some to march calling for the murder of British Jews, and not to think there might be something wrong about that. Mr. Speaker, I've fought this hatred in my own political party. And I've sat with others as they describe what it means for them. The fear, the sense that maybe they shouldn't wear something or do something that might reveal their Jewish identity, just in case. Mr. Speaker, it is time for the silent majority in this country to speak up, to stand with British Jews and defeat this hatred once and for all. Just as we will take on any form of hatred, from left or right, that seeks to divide us. Mr. Speaker, in the words of the gracious speech, we will defend the British values of decency, tolerance and respect for difference under our common flag. Mr. Speaker, that is also why, when far-right agitators try to come here this Saturday to spread their poison of hatred, this Labour government will block them this time and every time. Mr. Speaker, the gracious speech was brilliantly proposed by my honourable friend, the member for Bradford West. Members across the House will have read her remarkable new book. Her list of endorsements is truly impressive, reaching well over 100 members. At last, Mr. Speaker, a list that we can all get behind. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that has shown her ability to bring people together. She united her city and many in this House when she sent George Galloway packing. And, Mr. Speaker, the House will know that she is passionate about the measures this government is taking to lift 500,000 children out of poverty, as we all are on this side of the House. It is the pride of these benches. But the House might not know about her remarkable effort to get Marcus Rashford to champion free school meals and speak to pupils in her constituency. Now, most of us would have attempted this, Mr. Speaker, via the complex world of agents and managers. But my honourable friend had a different idea. She spoke to, as you do, the sister of Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, I can imagine the Ronaldo household is used to fielding some pretty big offers. Multi-million-pound transfers, billions in brand sponsorships, Piers Morgan calling for the 8th time that day. But I cannot imagine the confusion in the Ronaldo family when they heard my honourable friend say, not is Cristiano Ronaldo available, but can you give me the number of Marcus Rashford? I want to invite him to a primary school in Allerton and have some porridge in our free breakfast club. Mr. Speaker, on a much more serious note, I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to my honourable friend's extraordinary courage, together with her mother, brother and sister. This story is utterly harrowing. Their strength to survive and the deep-rooted determination to fight for change is an inspiration for all of us and the very best of who we are. My honourable friend brings a lived experience to our politics, an empathy, a compassion, a humanity, an understanding of how easy it is to slip from a stable and secure life into one gripped by terrible deprivation. As she writes in her book, behind every word we utter must lie the foundation of real human experience. And in that spirit, I'm sure she will welcome the measures in this King's speech, which will deliver change grounded in that lived experience, and the tireless campaigners who have fought for justice, from remediation for those living in homes with unsafe cladding, to banning abusive conversion practices, from our mission to halve violence against women and girls, to the Hillsborough Law, which will bring justice for all. As she says so powerfully, equality, fairness and justice must belong to all of us. That is the driving purpose of our party, and her speech was in the finest traditions of this House. Mr. Speaker, His Majesty's speech was also brilliantly seconded by the honourable friend, the member from Harlow. Now, we are all proud to represent our constituencies, but few of us so relentlessly name our constituency as those who represent Harlow. Members from previous parliaments will remember my honourable friend's predecessor, Robert Halfon, who seemed to get Harlow into pretty well all of his contributions. Well, my honourable friend will not be outdone. He has inherited the great Harlow shoehorn, and indeed, he's already recognised across this House as a one-man tourist board. And I have to thank the member for Huntingdon, caught in Hansard, referring to my honourable friend as the trade envoy to Harlow. A rare example of a good idea from the opposition. Because no matter the debate, my honourable friend will find the local connection, from championing the role of Harlow College in climate change to praising the invention of fibre optic cables in Harlow, and telling us how Harlow doubled for Paris during an episode of The Crown. Mr. Speaker, I remember very clearly my honourable friend saying to me that wherever he goes in the world, he is always thinking about Harlow. Mr. Speaker, he's quite right. And can I congratulate him on his amazing fundraising at this year's London Marathon, as has been mentioned. I do understand his disappointment at being overtaken by the right honourable member for Basildon and Billericay. All I can say is there is no shame in losing to someone whose training was so extensive that it involved running all the way from northwest Durham to Billericay. Mr. Speaker, as a secondary school maths teacher for 15 years, it is perhaps no surprise that my honourable friend brings an eye for detail, boundless energy and ability to handle these occasionally unruly benches. But he also brings a real passion for young people, a deep and personal understanding of the invaluable role that young carers play, and a total conviction in the power of education to change our country. So I know he will welcome the education bill in the gracious speech. And when the next series of Educating Essex is made, my honourable friend will rightly be the star. And I thank him for yet another fantastic speech today. Mr. Speaker, let me also thank the Leader of the Opposition for the usual warm and generous nature of her contribution. In difficult days, her input is always a ray of sunshine. I particularly getting tips from her on how to win friends. This is from the person, Mr. Speaker, who previously called us orcs and goons. But, Mr. Speaker, I am a gooner, and so, as usual, she is less than half right. But we do have one thing in common. Our parties both had tough results in the local elections last week. The difference is she hasn't noticed. And Mr. Speaker, there's another difference, Mr. Speaker. We are in government and they are no longer even the opposition. Mr. Speaker, this King's speech is a strike against the status quo that has failed working people. It's a King's speech for the young people whose gifts lie in their hands, who work hard, want their talents to be recognised and just want an opportunity in their community. A King's speech for the children who, under the party opposite, had to go to school without breakfast, hungry, cold and tired, when they should be focused on their learning. And, Mr. Speaker, it's a King's speech for the backbone of this country, for working people who worry about the cost of living, want their town centres to thrive, their public services to work, their government to be on their side. And, Mr. Speaker, we are, because the heart of this programme is a plan to make Britain stronger and Britain fairer. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, right now across the country, people turn on their television and they see bombs falling. They go to the petrol station and see prices rising, and they're worried sick about the consequences. We cannot stand here in this House and pretend that this is new. Britain has been buffeted by crises for decades now. The 2008 financial crash, the austerity that followed it, Brexit, COVID, and the war that still rages in Ukraine. And the response, their response, is always the same, a desperate attempt to get back to a status quo that failed working people, decimated their public services and made them pay the price. Our response this time must and will be different, a complete break. We will not simply slump back to the old ways, because this King's speech gives us the strength we need, the economic security, energy security and national security to control our future in a chaotic world. It is an agenda of radical reform across our major public services, an urgent activist Labour government that tilts power back to workers, renters and the less fortunate, gives voice to the working class and to all those that the status quo has repeatedly ignored and dismissed, in favour of a Britain where everyone, whatever their background, can go as far as their talent and effort takes them, where people have a pride in where they live and hope in what lies ahead. That is the change of a Labour government, and this King's speech delivers it. Mr. Speaker, we will deliver on economic security. And let me be clear, as the conflict in Iran unfolds, we are in a better position because of the action that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, took last year. getting inflation down, borrowing down, and mortgage costs down. And that's why we've been able to cap energy bills, raise the living wage, strengthen workers' rights, and end the shameful two-child benefit limit, lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, faced with challenges, we don't retreat from our Labour values. We use them as our compass. Strength through fairness. So we will keep supporting those who need it most, including by creating a new national programme to redistribute surplus food so that no one in this country needs to go hungry because of the conflict overseas. We also need to strengthen our sovereign capabilities, because the days when this country turns its back on our critical industries, they are over. And we've seen that, Mr. Speaker, with British Steel, and we will see it with new legislation to clean up our waterways, a failure in the water industry that has been going on for decades. It is a disgrace, and this Labour government will tackle it. And, Mr. Speaker, we will take that moral urgency to every part of our nation, with bills to increase the pace of change in our NHS, in law enforcement, in controlling our borders and more. Because whilst immigration is down, we need to do more. Whilst violent crime is down, it needs to be lower. Whilst NHS waiting lists are down, we must go further. A rewiring of the state so that the working people of this country feel that it serves their interests. And, Mr. Speaker, we will also build in this country sovereign power in the industries of the future that will give us greater control in a world being reshaped by artificial intelligence. We will tear down the barriers to growth on planning, on faster infrastructure development, on business regulation, helping our great businesses, large and small. And, Mr. Speaker, we will, as a defining act of this government, rebuild our relationship with Europe. Britain back at the heart of a stronger Europe. That is good for growth. It will reduce the cost of living and strengthen our security. There is no good reason to oppose it. So for our economic security, for our Labour values, this government will act. Yes.
Okay. Prime Minister, in my part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland, we have been subjected now for some years to the humiliation of being governed by laws we don't make and can't change. And yet you, Prime Minister, now seem to want to impose that same denial of democracy in the whole United Kingdom by becoming a subservient rule taker from a foreign parliament. How is that in the interest of democracy?
Can I just say to Honourable, he's been here long enough to not blame me for the problem. I am not you. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him for his intervention. I'm very well aware of the tensions in Northern Ireland, the issues that have to be dealt with in relation to relations with the EU. But we have to face the fact that promises were made about Brexit, which were not true, which haven't borne fruit. It is in our economic interests, our national interest and defence interests to be closer to Europe. Of course we will navigate carefully, taking on board the issues in Northern Ireland, as he would expect. But it is in our interest to be closer to the EU. That is what we are doing, and we will go further. Mr. Speaker, this moment also demands even greater radicalism on energy security. The British people should not have to pay more in their bills, and their living standards should not be hit because of a war that they did not vote for, that Britain is not involved in, happening thousands of miles away. That is a fundamental argument of this government, and the party opposite has no answer to it. Because for decades they ducked the long-term decisions to make our country, our energy and our economy stronger. So we are going to take control. We are going to declare Britain's energy independence. That does not mean, and it will not mean, that we turn off the taps in the North Sea. Oil and gas will be part of the mix for decades. But we have to move so much faster on clean energy, a whole society effort, everyone playing their part, as we take control of our energy security. And, Mr. Speaker, I will.
I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. He talks about energy security, and he should know that Scotland currently exists in a state of energy surplus. We generate more electricity than we use, and he should know that under conditions of surplus, prices go down. But in Scotland, because we have to be stuck in the GB energy market, we pay for the scarcity of energy in England, but not just to the equal, to the detriment, higher prices for energy in Scotland. Can he explain why that dysfunction exists and what's in this King's speech to fix it?
Well, what's in this King's speech to fix it is moving faster to our energy independence. That is the way that we get off the international markets. That is the way that we take control and reduce bills for people across the country. Mr. Speaker, we will, of course, also strengthen our country's defence security. That starts with the fundamentals and a recognition that it is not in the interests of this country to rush into a war without any thought of the consequences. That is my position. That has always been my position, regardless of the pressure. A test of judgment which some in this House have failed. It continues, Mr. Speaker, with our commitment to NATO, the most successful defensive alliance in history. A proud achievement of this party that others would throw away. Today, faced with even greater threats, we need to strengthen NATO, we need to invest in our defence capabilities, and we need to strengthen the European element of NATO, because this nation is stronger when it stands with others, not just in word, but in deed. We are prepared to lead from the front, to bring nations together in this moment of danger, to support Ukraine, including through the coalition of the willing, and to act with our allies to reassure shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're not merely content to manage the fallout of the Iran crisis. Instead, we're building an international effort to solve it and end the economic harm. And of course, Mr. Speaker, standing up for the defence and security of the United Kingdom depends on one thing above all else: ending 14 years of Tory defence austerity, with the biggest sustained investment since the Cold War. And we will go further with the measures outlined in the King's speech, with our upcoming defence investment plan. And, Mr. Speaker, we will develop the capabilities our nation needs. We will also deepen our partnerships to fire up our industries and make sure that British skill, British pride and British resolve are converted into British jobs in a stronger, fairer Britain. Yes, I will.
To the Prime Minister for giving way. He's used a lot of words about the Defence Investment Plan, which was, I think, due in the autumn of last year. So when's he going to sign it?
I'll take no lectures from the party opposite. They hollowed out defence spend. Defence spend was 2.5% when they came into power, 2.3% when they left power. The investment plan is being finalised and will be published soon. But, Mr. Speaker, the strength is the foundation. That's the way we maintain our control, even in the storms of blood. I will give way.
I mean, the Prime Minister quite rightly prioritised the defence of the country. We have depended for decades on the courage, honour and loyalty of our soldiers. They, of course, some of our best units, are now losing soldiers because this government is undermining them and allowing them to be prosecuted and persecuted for alleged crimes that were not carried out decades ago in the Northern Ireland Bill.
Mr. Speaker, he knows very well that the provisions in Northern Ireland are intended to strike the right balance between what needs to be done and protecting our veterans. We are, of course, proud of all those that have served and do serve our country, but the legislation that was put forward by the last government was struck down, leaving no protection whatsoever. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'll make some progress. The way we change our country, rather than make our progress,
he will know that in the recent Supreme Court Dillon judgment, the court ruled that our Legacy Act overwhelmingly was not incompatible with the Human Rights Act. He knows that. But he referenced the awful events in Golders Green, rightfully. And he defended the police officers against attacks on the leader of the Green Party, rightfully, and said they had to take split-second decisions. So if Northern Ireland veterans had to take split-second decisions to uphold the rule of law in Northern Ireland, what's the difference?
Yeah. I have been in control rooms in Northern Ireland, watching decisions being taken on the use of fatal force. I'm well aware of the nature of the decisions that have to be taken, the circumstances in which they're taken, and how difficult those decisions are. That is not the same as the issues in this bill, and he knows it. Mr. Speaker, strength is the foundation. It is the way we maintain our control, even in the storms of this world, the way we change our country rather than just manage the crisis. And more than anything, change means a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent or effort allows. It is a beautiful idea, one that I know is shared across the House. But we need, as representatives of this country, to see the country as a whole, to make sure we see every child, including the children who are growing up in poverty, the children who have special educational needs, and the young people who can't get a job, and the people who are ignored, excluded from our highest aspirations because they don't want to go to university. This is a King's Speech to change that, Mr. Speaker, once and for all. Mr. Speaker, my late brother had difficulties learning, and he had to fight every day just to be seen. And there are millions of people like him, people who are ignored by a system, a status quo that has no expectations for them. This King's Speech will make sure no child is left behind, because everyone has something to contribute to the success of this nation. And every child must succeed if we're to build a stronger, fairer Britain. That is how we tear down the status quo preserved by the party opposite, a status quo that failed working people, a status quo that left Britain's economy exposed, a status quo that made our country weak. There are some in this country, some even in this House, who would feed the frustration with that status quo into a politics of grievance and division. This King's Speech sets a different course, a more hopeful course, a course that sees the conflict in Iran, a war on two fronts, not as something to wring our hands about, but as an opportunity we must take to shape our country's future, to end the status quo that has failed working people, to build a stronger, fairer Britain. That is what this King's Speech delivers, and I commend it to the House.
The Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I start by giving my sincere thanks to His Majesty King Charles for His Grace's speech on behalf of all Liberal Democrats. While we still believe President Trump should not have been rewarded for insulting British soldiers and the Royal Navy, His Majesty was superb on that state visit. And can I join others in paying tribute to the honourable members for Bradford West and for Harlow for their accomplished speeches, proposing and seconding the Royal Address. Like myself, the honourable lady worked in a factory. For her, it was crisps. For me, it was pork pies. If we throw in the honourable member for the Isle of Wight West, who worked in the soft drinks industry, together we are a meal deal. But may I say, she is the real McCoy. The honourable member for Bradford West has already had an extraordinary life and career, talking from first-hand experience about how violence against women and homelessness touches millions of people. And we are in her debt for that and for her bravery and courage. Can I also congratulate the honourable member for Harlow for his speech? I hear he recently ran the London Marathon. Now, the House might be shocked to know I have more experience with crisps than long-distance running. But I would add that it's a great pleasure to work with him on young carers and young adult carers, something we are both passionate about. And can I thank him for his leadership chairing the all-party parliamentary group. As others have mentioned, including himself, the honourable gentleman was a maths teacher for many years and no doubt had to deal with bad behaviour in the classroom. He may want to advise the Prime Minister on whether the Health Secretary should be put in detention. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot to cover in responding to this King's speech, but I want to start by addressing directly the atrocious acts of anti-Semitism British Jews are experiencing at the moment, the insecurity and fears the community now feel. Week after week, British Jews are being attacked, intimidated and persecuted. Heaton Park Synagogue, Kenton United Synagogue, Finchley Reform Synagogue, Jewish Futures in Hendon, the Hatzola ambulances, and now the Golders Green stabbings. When I visited Marble Arch Synagogue last week, members of the Jewish community questioned whether Britain is a safe place for them, whether they must move abroad to be safe. No one should have to ask themselves this question in our country today. No one. The Independent Review of Terrorism Legislation, Jonathan Hall, is right to call these appalling levels of anti-Semitism a national security emergency. He's also right to say that existing laws must be properly enforced. That's why I welcome the government's initiative to bring forward a policing bill and urge it to ensure police and prosecutors receive the right training and support to pursue anti-Semitic crimes much more effectively. And it's why we on these benches have long called for the IRGC to be prescribed as a terrorist organisation to tackle the threat that these Iranian terrorists pose to British Jews. The legislation finally confirmed today, I believe, to prescribe the IRGC must be a top and urgent priority for legislation. Mr. Yes, I have your way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome what the Prime Minister is doing in the recent IRGC, but he will be aware that some 30,000 individuals who protested in the streets of Iran are in jail. Some of those are on death row, about to be executed because of standing up for liberty and freedom. Does he feel that maybe government should, perhaps, and the Prime Minister in particular, should be taking action to try and get those people freed? Because now's the time to act. Thank you.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to mention those individuals in Iran who have been persecuted by the appalling Iranian regime, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Foreign Secretary will have heard that and will make as many representations as possible, though I accept this is not an easy matter given the regime in Tehran. Mr. Speaker, this is the 23rd humble address I've listened to in this House, and it's the most surreal by far. Everyone in this House and everyone in the country know this Prime Minister may soon not be in power, not in place for his own programme, not able to deliver these promises. Mr. Speaker, the votes on this King's speech ought to be interesting, a test of confidence in this government and this Prime Minister. We will be voting against this King's speech, Mr. Speaker, but how many members opposite will? By my reckoning, if every Labour MP who's called for the Prime Minister to go voted that way, this government's huge majority would be at risk. Let's see if they have the courage of their convictions. We will be voting against, not just because the Prime Minister is one of the weakest Prime Ministers in post-war history now, but because this King's speech does not offer the change our country needs. It does not offer the change needed to fix the insecurity people and businesses are increasingly fearful of. Change to deal with rising prices. People know inflation in food, energy and fuel is set to rocket, but people don't think the Prime Minister has their backs on the economy. The financial and economic insecurity stalking our country is hitting growth, investment and jobs. And we were promised change, promised a government with growth as its mission. Yet rather than change, we have continuity from the failures that came before. Faced with this calamity, what has the Prime Minister offered us today on growth? An EU reset bill that fails to reset. For a Prime Minister who knows a thing or two about failed resets, maybe we shouldn't be surprised, but the Prime Minister's refusal to remove his red lines on a new EU-UK customs union, the Prime Minister's refusal to go further than his red lines on the single market, the Prime Minister's refusal to deliver a new, deep trading relationship with our European partners with a proper youth mobility scheme, That all means he's consigning our country to higher prices and lower growth, and failing to address the economic insecurity plaguing our economy. Instead, we've been given taxes on jobs, the family farm tax. Now, to be fair to the government, not for a second. Now, to be fair to the government, part of our current economic problems stem from President Trump and his reckless war in Iran. Let's be absolutely clear. Trump's war is stoking the cost of living crisis to new alarming levels. Fuel prices up at the pump, food prices set to go up even more, and people's holidays threatened. The Prime Minister's biggest success is not taking us into Trump's damaging war with Iran when the Conservatives and Reform were urging him to do so. Yet by failing to build new and deeper economic alliances with Europe and the Commonwealth, as we have been urging, this country is set to be hit far harder by the inflation coming from the Straits of Hormuz.
Thank you for giving way. And I think we all recognise the impact that Trump's war is going to have on the economy. He offers membership of the single market and the customs union as a solution to this. Prices in Edinburgh South West are going up right now. How long would it take to access the single market? How long would it take to be a member of the customs union, in his estimation?
Grateful for the honourable gentleman's intervention. He obviously didn't notice that we've been the only party putting forward a costed package to reduce the cost of petrol and diesel at the pumps, and that could be done immediately. So I think the honourable member should pay more attention. Trumpflation is predicted to be worse here because of the failures of this government and indeed the last. And Mr. Speaker, cozying up to this White House was never going to work. And it hasn't. And I suspect history will show that the Prime Minister's approach to President Trump was one of his worst mistakes. The sad truth is that President Trump is one of the reasons why so many people in our country do feel insecure, anxious and fearful about the future. From trade tariffs to the weakening of NATO, President Trump has broken all the certainties British people and British businesses used to rely upon. Yet this government has been far too slow to realise this and to respond to this new reality. The Conservatives and Reform may not have woken up, but there's no excuse for the government. And so it's been left to us, Madam Deputy Speaker. The country can know that my party will champion new and changing international alliances so vital for the British economy and the defence of the United Kingdom. But let me try to find an area of agreement. I do welcome the government's decision to bring forward an energy independence bill, though we will scrutinise it line by line and advance our more ambitious ideas. But I've long felt energy independence should be a long-term goal for our country and our allies. Even before Trump's war in Iran, people and businesses were being hit because of our dependence on others for fuel. Energy bills for households are still around a third higher than before Putin's war in Ukraine. When fossil fuel dictators like Vladimir Putin can hit the pockets of every family and pensioner in our country, when tyrannical regimes like Tehran's can hold our country and the world to ransom, surely it's time to wake up. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, oil and gas prices have a long history of spiking and hurting our economy. Even when North Sea oil and gas production was at its height, now almost 30 years ago, the UK could still be hit because we have always been price takers. And while I've always been pragmatic on our North Sea oil industry, for our economy, not least in Scotland, it is simply fantasy and fabrication for some in this House to pretend there is a solution in the North Sea to high energy prices. The best way to cut energy bills is to invest in homegrown renewable power. So in the Energy Independence Bill, we will push the government to go further, just like we did early in this Parliament on solar power with the Sunshine Bill of my honourable friend for Cheltenham. Now law. And Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, or whoever replaces him, must take up our plan to protect people from Trumpflation on fuel bills and cut fuel duty, rail fares and bus prices, protect British families and businesses right now. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrat agenda of greater security for families and businesses begins with greater economic, financial and energy security, but it's also built on greater security for our country. The government must do far more to bolster our nation's defences. With Vladimir Putin waging war in Europe and the need to redouble our efforts to support our brave Ukrainian allies to beat Russia, with a wildly unpredictable president sitting in the White House, leading a dangerous, idiotic war in the Middle East, and then undermining NATO at every turn, with a world order challenged by the rise of China, the case for urgent and significant rises in defence spending is clearly a strong one. And it is even stronger when one looks at the state of our defence readiness. The Conservatives failed on the #1 task of any government, to defend our country and back our armed forces. They left our army at the lowest size since Napoleonic wars. They left our navy at the lowest size since the English Civil War. And yet this Labour government has moved at a snail's pace, failing month after month to publish their own defence investment plan. In contrast, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've called for the immediate launch of defence bonds to raise $20 billion over 2 years, building on successful models used by Poland, and for a commitment to spending 3% of GDP on defence by 2030 at the latest. We've argued for a new European rearmament bank, so our defence industries will lead the next generation of defence technologies. If the history of the last century has taught us anything, if the experience of President Trump has taught us anything, it is essential and urgent that we work with our European and Commonwealth allies to secure and defend our country, our values and our way of life. And central to our British way of life, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the NHS, to which I now turn. And it's important I do so, because I'm likely to be the only opposition party leader to stand up for healthcare in this debate, as the Conservatives are so embarrassed by their record, and Reform's leader has spent decades saying he wants to get rid of the NHS entirely. Now, the government would have us believe that he's turned the NHS round after the mess left by the last government. But when he's not plotting his next leadership bid on the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State would have Labour backbenchers believe he's fixing the NHS. If only, Madam Deputy Speaker, if only. Now we're told that the Health Secretary is preparing to resign tomorrow. Madam Deputy Speaker, this resignation is taking so long, it would give NHS waiting lists a run for their money. Anyone who visits their local hospital knows that the NHS remains in a critical state. Thousands of people are still being treated in hospital corridors every day. We're now even seeing job adverts for people to provide care in corridors. I'll give way.
Be interested if he could remind us how he voted on Andrew Langster's reforms of the NHS, many of which are still creating problems in our NHS today.
Many of those, and he ought to know that there's not only been a long time when this party was messing up our NHS, but they've had 2 years and they've absolutely failed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let's turn to their promises to turn round primary care, with more GPs, more NHS dentists, more community pharmacists. Well, some areas of the country have been going backwards since this government came to power. And when it comes to people feeling more secure in their lives, in their futures, quality healthcare is central. I won't list off all our policies for fixing the NHS, except one: care, social care, family care. And not for the first time, I must declare an interest. The reason I want to focus on care is because it is the central, radical and transformational change that has to happen if we are to fix our NHS. 2 years ago, in the debate on the last Humble Address, I raised care with the Prime Minister as the big challenge the government had to tackle to rescue the NHS. I welcomed promises back then for cross-party working. But what's happened? Almost nothing. True, the excellent Baroness Casey has been dispatched around the country on a timetable written in the Treasury, but her report lands just before the election. So once again, nothing happens for care in this Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a betrayal of the elderly and disabled who need better care, of their families and of the NHS. We will not let up in the fight to fix social care and to back people caring for their loved ones at home. We will put forward the changes our country needs for people to feel less insecure when facing old age and illness. And there's another aspect to our national life where insecurity has got worse and worse, and that's farming and food. British farmers are world-renowned. They are the key to ensuring everyone has high-quality and affordable food on their plates. And yet, they have been let down and forgotten time and again by the Conservatives, who undermined our food security with bad trade deals and botched funding. The last Conservative government left England as the only country in Europe where farmers aren't supported to produce food. But somehow this Labour government has managed to make things worse for farmers, not least with their terrible mess over the family farm tax. That is why we've been calling for a good food bill in this King's Speech to prioritise food security and back British farmers to produce British food. With Trump's idiotic war in Iran hitting farmers with everything from higher fertiliser costs to higher prices for red diesel, the need for our good food bill couldn't be more urgent. Coupled with our plans for a much closer trading relationship with Europe, there is a pathway to greater food security and lower food prices, and the government must seize it. Mr. Speaker, there are many ways in which our party believes the government should tackle the insecurity people across our country feel right now. From quicker, tougher action on the damage being done by social media to our young people and people's mental health, to backing the case for more community police officers to keep our communities safer, to having a fair asylum and immigration policy which is genuinely effective against irregular immigration, but welcomes people who play by the rules and contribute to our great country. From tackling the continuing scandals in our water industry to building the affordable and social housing so many families and young people desperately need, and ensuring children and families are at the heart of reform to special education needs. My honourable and right honourable colleagues will set out our approach on all these issues over the course of this debate. But I want to end by addressing the threat to our country from another source, from populist politicians and extremist parties, who sow division, who play the blame game, who make wild promises, and who are a threat to our very democracy. They are exploiting our broken political system, which both the Conservatives and Labour have failed to fix. The first past-the-post electoral system of winner takes all was supposed to bring stability, was supposed to provide majority government that could take the tough long-term decisions to deliver for our country on the economy, on the NHS and on defence. And we see how badly it has failed. Majority governments, yes, but with 6 prime ministers in a decade, soon probably 7, hardly stability when so many people now ask, is Britain governable? And this concentration of power undermines so much and leads to the scandals that undermine the standing of our democracy even more. When a twice-sacked member of the House of Lords is handed the most prestigious ambassador post we have, despite the Prime Minister knowing his links to a convicted paedophile and sex trafficker, when a Conservative Prime Minister consistently broke the rules he himself set for the rest of us during one of our nation's most severe crises, when a leader of a political party thinks a £5 million gift from a Thai-based crypto billionaire doesn't reek of corruption, and the threat is clear. A Reform Party who takes its orders from their American boss at Mar-a-Lago could win a majority on less than a third of the popular vote under our electoral system. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must fix our broken political system before it's too late, and this King's Speech is not up to that historic, vital task. We need a new Magna Carta to enshrine the rights of citizens, protect us now from the populist extremists threatening our country. And I give way to, who was it wanting to be?
The honourable gentleman for giving way. I would point out that the results in Bradford district were some of the most unrepresentative, with Reform taking a majority of seats despite having only 23% of the popular vote there. So does he agree with me that while Reform made gains in seats, They are not what the majority of people in this country support.
The figures from Bradford, and she makes the case that our party makes for electoral reform at local government and national government. I may say in my honourable friends' constituencies of Twickenham and Richmond Park, we now have every single councillor, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we don't have every single vote, and we would welcome electoral reform in our councils where we are overrepresented, and I hope her government listens to the voices of these benches. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is clear the country wants change. When the battering the two old parties received at the recent elections, it's clear they're not offering it. Worryingly, many are looking to the extremes on the left and the right, thinking that if we burn the system down, things would improve. Yet I don't believe the British people want Trump's divisive, unfair America here, even though that's Reform's offer of change. And I don't believe British people want change with a reheated Corbynista agenda put forward by a Green Party which no longer offers serious action to protect our nature and our climate. So it will fall to this party, the only non-populist, non-extremist party left standing to offer the real change people crave. Our change is about building things up, not burning them down. Our change is about bringing people, communities and our country together, not dividing and blaming people. From Europe to social care, from energy to defence, from political reform to our environment, I'm proud to lead a party that's preparing for government so our country can be changed for the better.
Gareth Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I should at the outset say how much I welcome the opening remarks of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, about anti-Semitism. Kenton Synagogue and Golders Green sit very close to my constituency. The attacks were shocking and appalling, and so I welcome the government's determination to crack down on online hatred and anti-Semitism, and I take this opportunity to commend the courage and skill of the police officers who responded. One of the many important points that my honourable friend for Bradford West made in her excellent and humorous speech was about the need for those of faith, of all faiths, and indeed of no faith, to stand together against hatred. And that will resonate particularly in a constituency like mine. I say to my honourable friend, she gave a brilliant speech. She is an inspiration, and I suspect I am not the only member to feel that it is an honour to be in the same party as her. My honourable friend for Harlow, who is without doubt a rising star in our ranks, made me jealous about his marathon running skills. If he'll forgive me, I won't dwell on his love letter to Harlow, but I will dwell a little bit, if I may, on the shared commitment to cooperation that we both have, and hope that together and with other members of the Co-op Parliamentary Party, we will see progress on delivering solutions to the need for capital for more cooperatives to expand in our country over the time of this King's Speech. Madam Deputy Speaker, the biggest challenge our country faces remains how to put more money in people's pockets, to drive up living standards, and to do so at a time of ever-increasing global tensions. It's worth remembering what the Leader of the Opposition is clearly trying to forget, that after 14 years of austerity, after the Conservatives and their friends in Reform led us out of the world's biggest market, doing huge economic damage, our public services too are still in need of sustained investment. In that regard, I share my constituents' impatience for change. I welcome the determination in the gracious address to continue to reform the leasehold system, to make, for example, service charges more transparent, fairer and easier to challenge. I welcome the plans to abolish NHS England, to help fund more investment in expanding GP services and to bring down waiting lists and waiting times in hospitals such as Northwick Park, which serves my constituents. And I welcome too the overdue crackdown on late payments by big firms to small businesses. There are two long-term changes, I believe, that are key to delivering sustained higher living standards, particularly for my constituents. Firstly, to secure far better access to Europe's single market, and secondly, far better access to finance for small businesses and the financially vulnerable. On Europe,
I particularly welcome the European Partnership Bill in this gracious address as the next step towards a closer relationship with Europe. With the US increasingly unreliable as an ally, and with the economic damage from Brexit ever clearer, Britain needs to prioritise negotiating a dramatically better trade, defence and security deal with the EU. The imminent deal lowering barriers to trade in food will reduce red tape and lower business costs. The decision to rejoin Erasmus and the coming deal on youth mobility are positive too. A referendum in my lifetime on whether to rejoin the EU feels inevitable. And if it does, I will be very tempted to campaign to rejoin. We are, though, a long way from such a moment. The priority with the next UK-EU summit coming up should be to reach agreement for a full renegotiation of the TCA, to secure greater access to the single market, far more beneficial than mere customs union membership. The recently concluded EU-Swiss trade deal offers a helpful pointer, with much more integration into the single market for more sectors of their similarly service-based economy. Further security and defence cooperation, increased business mobility, mutual recognition agreements to remove duplicate product testing and certification to make it easier for businesses to sell British goods in European markets would make a significant difference for businesses here, for our economy and ultimately for living standards. Yes, good boy.
He's very kind, and I'm listening intently to his anticipation of a brighter future with a closer relationship with the EU. He even goes as far to say that he looks forward to another referendum on whether to rejoin the European Union. Does he agree with me that when you're sold an outcome on a false prospectus on a referendum, it's probably no big deal to have a rerun of that referendum so you can make an informed decision about your constitutional future?
The one thing I will agree with the honourable gentleman on is that we do need a closer relationship, and it is this government that has sought to rebuild relations with Europe and is doing so increasingly effectively. On the point about the need to open up opportunities for more cooperation with Europe, I recognise that we will have to pay to access the single market more easily. But given the damage to our economy, given the higher costs, the extra bureaucracy the poorly negotiated Brexit deal brought in its wake, we should be willing to negotiate that hard bargain. The second long-term issue that I think we should focus on as necessary to deliver sustained higher living standards is around banking. Millions of people and thousands of small businesses are locked out of affordable credit. Forced into high-cost or illegal lending, money is being taken from the pockets of the poorest and economic growth is being stifled. This is an entrenched but fixable market failure, which I hope the coming Financial Services Bill may help to begin to address. Research by the National Institute for Economic and Social Research, funded by the Treasury and the Department for Business and Trade, that was published in January, made the striking conclusion that if Britain had a network of mutual banks that had stronger direct relationships with their small business owners, that growth would be higher by between 1% and more than 2% over its first 5 years, rising to between 1.7% and 3.5% over the long term. It noted too how investment would be almost 2 to 3.5% higher in the first 5 years, rising to between 2 to almost 4.5% higher in the long run. The research, and it is academic research, which looks at the impact of mutual banks in France, state-run German regional banks, and community development finance institutions in the US, considers how much more lending would happen if we had a somewhat less centralised banking model than we have currently here in the UK. There are many suggestions for how to deliver growth currently doing the rounds, but the scale of the impact of more investment in mutual or community banks, as this serious research suggests, does beg the obvious question of what more we could achieve in this Parliament in this area, to expand the reach and scale of mutual banks, building more direct and personal relationships with more small and medium-sized businesses, offering more affordable credit options for personal customers, and a greater willingness to back hard-headed community ownership initiatives that help to restore pride in the places we live. Fair banking legislation, similar to what exists in the US, would help. Proactive efforts to help credit unions expand by employers, particularly in the public sector, through payroll deduction options, would help too. The biggest banks should actively help support the expansion of community banks. One or two do. But they need sustained private capital investment. Barclays, Santander and HSBC invest in CDFIs or community banks in the US, but they don't here in the UK. That should change. Let me now turn to the international situation. I welcome the government's continuing support for Ukraine, the decision to stay out of the illegal conflict with Iran, and the strong support for NATO. The situation in Gaza remains profoundly disturbing. Every child under 5 in Gaza is considered undernourished by UNICEF and other aid agencies. Almost every school has been destroyed or severely damaged, and 96% of households lack adequate access to water. Over 1 million children are facing a catastrophic humanitarian crisis, which I would suggest demands fresh and sustained UK engagement. I strongly supported the government's decision last year to recognise the state of Palestine, to protect the viability of a two-state solution and create a path towards a lasting peace for the Israeli and Palestinian people. Distant as that prospect may seem, it remains, in my view, the only path to a sustainable peace for the Palestinians and Israelis alike. The UN documented more than 1,800 settler attacks last year in the West Bank, the highest on record, clearly part of a sustained campaign to reduce the possibility of a viable Palestinian state. So action to clamp down on goods coming into the UK from illegal settlements and to further sanction violent settlers is needed. Lastly, 80 years on since the founding meeting took place just across from where this House now meets, a renewed commitment to the United Nations has never been more necessary. For all its failings, and there have been many, it remains our best route for addressing conflicts, for tackling global health threats, for promoting the rights of all, for delivering humanitarian aid, and for championing the interests of the world's most vulnerable. With our coming G20 and then our coming G7 presidency, we are in a unique position to support the current UN Secretary-General as he seeks to rethink and reaffirm the UN's role for the world we're in now. I hope we'll support him in those efforts.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute to this King's Speech debate today at such an early point in it. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Harrow West, and I want to express strong support for what he said about the government's determination, the whole of Parliament's determination to crack down on anti-Semitism. And I hope that he will have carried everyone in this House in the words that he used. It's a great pleasure also to congratulate the honourable members for Bradford West and for Harlow on their brilliant speeches today, which entertained and amused the House. The honourable gentleman for Harrow West said it was an honour to be in the same party as both of them, but I think all of us can say it's an honour to be in the same parliament as both of them, and they certainly did very well. I have to admit, Madam Deputy Speaker, that it is now 34 years since in 1992 I had the privilege of seconding the Queen's speech from over there. On that occasion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I referred to myself as an oily young man on the make. Those were the days.
I was an old man.
Those were the days, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Oily old man.
Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 3 points I wish to contribute briefly to the debate. 3 points that came off the doorsteps in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield during these recent elections, where I was listening very carefully to my constituents. Elections, incidentally, which were extremely successful for the Conservatives in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield, where we held now all 10 seats on Birmingham City Council, having got rid of the last vestiges of the Labour Party in the royal town. That clean sweep in the royal town of Sutton Coldfield was not echoed across the city of Birmingham, where there are now 6 significant parties represented on the council, making governance even more difficult than it was before. And I urge the Treasury bench, and in particular the Secretary of State for the Environment and Local Government, to be on red alert about what happens now in the city of Birmingham. They are, I think, going to need to give the commissioners far greater powers. There are vulnerable people, old and young, who depend upon Birmingham City Council turning a page and becoming a more effective giver of good local governance. And the words of the Conservative leader of the Conservative group on the Birmingham City Council, Robert Alden, are important. He said, and I quote, "We'll try to work with people across the political spectrum to try and deliver these priorities." Now, Birmingham has languished under a profoundly inadequate Labour administration, which even the Labour Party nationally did not think was doing a proper job. And it will now require a Herculean effort of restraint and goodwill to deliver the governance the people of Birmingham are entitled to receive. This will involve, I think, also devolving more power locally. Governance is always best when it is closest to the people it seeks to serve. And certainly for the Royal Town of Sutton Coldfields Town Council, under its outstanding leader, Simon Ward, we are ready for more devolution, and we think that will make life better for local people. The second point I want to make is about defence, because I think although the words are in the King's speech, there is an awful lot more that needs to be done. And Ukraine and President Trump have ushered in a new era on defence. And thank goodness, incidentally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the last Conservative government was so fast to realise and arm and train the Ukrainians ahead of and during the early days of the illegal invasion by Russia. And the Prime Minister complains, he may or may not have some justice in that, he complains that the armed forces have been hollowed out over many years by both parties. But it is on his watch, that these acute problems have come to pass. George Robertson, respected on both sides of this House over very many years, has made it very clear that we must now rearm, we must increase our spending on defence, and I very much hope the government will provide far more urgency than they are providing at the moment to this cause. President Trump was not the first person to complain about Europe failing to pull its weight financially in NATO, but he is the first American president to take action, and Britain needs to step up. We need to lead European NATO with France and Germany, but also with Poland and cooperation with Ukraine, whose technology has redefined modern warfare. Australia and Canada are significantly increasing their spending, and I hope very much that the government will now, as I say, entertain far greater urgency in addressing these matters. I'm pleased to see that Gordon Brown is now at the heart of this Labour government, so I hope that he will explain the importance of soft power being the other side of the defence coin. There are many honourable ladies and gentlemen on the other side of the House who are experts on defence, and they know that the government made a terrible mistake in cutting further the amount that we spend on development. Development is a very important arrow in the defence quiver, and I hope very much indeed that Gordon Brown will be able to explain to the government why this is so important and why they have made such a mistake. Now, the third and final point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about welfare. Welfare is now consuming every penny we raise in income tax, and we simply cannot go on like this. The government always appears to be caught in the headlights whenever welfare is discussed, and the last time they sought to tackle this issue, they were unable to carry their backbenches, and they failed to do so. And I submit that they failed to do so because they tackled it in the wrong way. And there are 3 rules of welfare reform, as I learnt many years ago as a junior welfare minister in John Major's government when I was a minister between 1995 and 1997. That may be 30 years ago, but the rules of welfare reform have not changed. It was, Madam Deputy Speaker, the most complex of the various ministerial jobs it was my privilege to undertake. And this is what I learnt. The first of all, you cannot take benefit money off poor people. It isn't right to do so anyway, and as constituency members of Parliament, we know that it cannot be done. None of us came into politics to make poor people poorer, and taking money off the poorest people is not something which anyone who's planning to reform welfare should entertain. Secondly, the only way to save on welfare is to freeze benefits, though not disability benefits, something I believe that no Conservative government has ever done. But by freezing benefits, you are able to make a very significant difference in the size of the budget. I give way, of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Rather than attack the most vulnerable in our society to pay for the nation's defence, why would the member not agree that it would be better to tax the banks and the large multinationals for their extravagant profits?
Well, I'm very worried that the honourable gentleman, who is also my friend, was not listening to what I said, because I said the first rule of benefit reform was not to take money, to take cash off very poor people. And I explained why it cannot be done, and that's what Labour found when they outlined their policies for welfare reform and then had to back off. But the third way is to narrow the gateways into a benefit. And we've seen through PIP particularly, but in other ways as well, that narrowing the gateways is an important aspect of any reform. I hope very much that the government will return to this issue with a well thought through plan and manage to carry people with them. The final point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was also alluded to in the speech that the seconder made when he spoke about this being a king's speech for young people. I hope that it is. I fear that it isn't. We need to recognise in this House that we are presiding over a period of growing intergenerational inequality. And it's something this House must address, and I hope very much that the point which the seconder of the King's speech made will also inform the decisions that are made now by the government.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by congratulating my humble friends, the members for Bradford West and Harlow, on 2 terrific speeches. I have to say I am quite surprised to see my friend Harlow here without his London Marathon medal around his neck. But I'll gently say, come back when you've done 2 of them, and then you can start talking. Yeah, I'm not doing another. The lives of my constituents in Blackpool South may feel far removed from this place, but the legislation announced today in the King's speech will impact them. For 14 years, Blackpool was the poster child for government failure. My constituents have lived through the consequences of decisions made in this place. They have felt sharply the pressures of insecure work, poor housing, rising living costs, and overstretched public services, and they have felt forgotten. But if Blackpool became an example of how badly politics can fail people, it can also be an example of what happens when this place gets it right. If the government can turn around the fortunes of a town with the worst health outcomes, lowest wages, and highest levels of deprivation in the country, there is nowhere that can't succeed. Because when Blackpool succeeds, Britain succeeds. When we talk about the cost of living crisis, we are not just talking about the price of a pint of milk or loaf of bread. In Blackpool, we're experiencing food insecurity alongside debt, poor housing, and an acute mental health crisis. Families already struggling to pay the rent are pushed further behind by insecure work and rising bills. This is not isolated problems, and there is no quick fix. Legislation passed in this House matters so much in constituencies like mine.
Strengthening the employment rights, increasing the minimum wage, expanding free childcare provision and providing security to renters are all examples of a real difference that is being made right now to working families in Blackpool. But with parents still skipping meals so their children can eat, there is still much work to be done. I hope the legislation announced today will ease the pressure on working people who have carried the burden of economic instability for far too long. Energy security is part of that challenge too. The devastating conflict in Iran is having a growing impact across the world. For families in Blackpool already struggling to make ends meet, another spike in their bills is devastating. My constituents deserve the security of knowing their energy supply is reliable and affordable, and the Energy Independence Bill hopefully will give them that. I welcome the commitments to improve patient care and support early intervention through the NHS Modernisation Bill, because health inequalities remains one of the biggest injustices facing my constituents. People in Blackpool spend around a third of their lives in poor health, and healthy life expectancy for men in my hometown is 50 years old. My son was born in Blackpool, as I was. The simple fact means he and all the other children born in our town are expected to live 10 years less than a child born in Hampshire. That's 10 years stolen before they've even had the chance to live them. There is nothing inevitable about those figures. They are a result of political choices and years of inequality. NHS reform must be meaningful, improving outcomes and giving people the chance to live longer and healthier lives. Having visited schools across my constituency, met with parents of SEND children and read hundreds of the responses to my constituency SEND survey, it's clear to me that the current system is not working for families in my constituency and beyond. Parents speak about fighting for support that should already be there. Schools are under enormous pressure and children are waiting far too long for the help they need. The funding secured earlier this year and the 2 new SEND schools in Blackpool is welcome, because it will mean more children are getting the support closer to home and fewer families are facing months of uncertainty and delay. But areas with the highest levels of need must receive support that reflects the reality in their area, because children growing up in Blackpool deserve the same opportunities as children growing up anywhere else in this country. As chair of the APPG for Hospitality and Tourism and the MP for a town built on tourism, I have followed discussions around the visitor levy closely. Tourism supports thousands of jobs in Blackpool. It gives young people the opportunities to join the job ladder, as it did with me selling Kiss Me Quick hats at 14, and the tourist pound reaches far beyond hotels and guest houses. It supports pubs, cafes, restaurants, theatres, attractions and transport links across our area. Before the introduction of the overnight visitor levy bill, the concerns of the sector must be taken seriously, because additional costs and additional burdens will hit them hardest. And if we are serious about supporting British tourism, I repeat my call on the Chancellor to reduce VAT for hospitality and tourism in line with other European countries. Just under 2 years ago in this House, I stood on the benches opposite when we were in opposition and asked my first question as the MP for Blackpool South. I called on taxi licensing reform. Taxis are an essential part of Blackpool's transport network, yet the licensing scheme has failed both passengers and our local economy. We need reform so that local drivers are protected, passengers are safe, and Blackpool gets the benefit of the revenue that's created in our town, instead of leaving down the motorway at the end of each day. After a long campaign, I'm delighted that the government will be taking action that I've long campaigned for to modernise taxi and private hire laws. This bill can finally address the issue of out-of-air working, protecting public safety and supporting local taxi revenue. Madam Deputy Speaker, in closing, this place has the power to change the direction of my seaside town story, and in doing so, change the story Britain tells about itself. So let that be the challenge for this Labour government. We want the trust of the country, then we must prove that we can rebuild places, unfortunately, the previous government too often written off. Prove that prosperity does not belong only to the wealthiest postcodes. Prove that working people, coastal towns and forgotten communities matter just as much as anywhere else in the United Kingdom. It will stand as proof that a different future is possible, fairer, more hopeful, more equal. Because, as I've said before, when Blackpool succeeds, Britain succeeds.
So grateful to catch your eye in this important King's Speech debate, and I follow other colleagues in congratulating both the members for Bradford West and Harlow on their amusing and well-informed speeches. One of the few things, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has got right in the King's Speech is the expedited bill to nationalise the Scunthorpe Steelworks to safeguard domestic steel production. That plant is costing the taxpayer £1 million a day, and therefore modernisation and future private and public investment under a government-owned company needs to be implemented. However, our economy is in a very fragile state. It's only growing by 1.3% in real terms in 25, and the OBR forecasts it will only grow by 1.4% in 2026, the lowest of any G7 country. The United Kingdom is carrying one of the highest level of borrowings in the Western world. National debt is a staggering £2.9 trillion, equivalent to 93.8% of our entire GDP, and equivalent to £102,000 per household. Even more concerning, we're expected to spend, wait for it, £111 billion on debt interest alone in servicing that debt. If this was a government department, it would be the third largest. We are heavily reliant on international markets, and our national balance sheet is highly leveraged. That leaves our economy dangerously exposed to external shocks, such as the war in Iran and the Ukraine conflict. As a result, our borrowing premium on that debt is one of the highest in the OECD. We're paying more in debt interest than Greece is today. A 1% rise in those interest rates adds £1.3 billion in costs in the first year and £12 billion by the end of the forecast period, as new expensive debt replaces older, cheaper debt. Indeed, 30-year gilts yesterday hit a 28-year high at 5.81%. That gives a clue as to what the international markets think of our economic standing. On that note, I note that one of the Labour leadership candidates does not have a clue how the bond market functioning our enormous debt actually works. With inflation expected to rise again, with some forecasters expecting it to reach 6.7% next year, we face the very real risk of sliding into recession or a bond strike. And if these very serious consequences were to occur, this country would be forced to take much more fundamental measures to cut our expenditure. A competent government should already be doing this to avoid any chance of this happening and our reputation in the international markets. I note the government has included a bill to reform the welfare system. 1 million people who could work but are not is causing unacceptable tax increases on the rest of the hard-working population's earnings. On top of this, higher interest rates are leading to higher food prices, mortgage payments and higher business costs. No one in this country, especially poorer working people, will be protected. Some of the issues we are seeing today are avoidable. Current political instability is a major factor. It's not my job as an opposition MP to tell the Labour how to sort out their leadership problems. But whatever they do, it is important to convince the international community and the people of this country that there is a stable, well-thought-out economic policy to give the markets confidence to reduce that current borrowing premium. It is not the job of the government to subsidise every business, but it is the duty of the government to create conditions in which growth, prosperity, enterprise and investment can thrive. The government has introduced a bill to target youth unemployment, which is welcome, but that unemployment has risen 16% or increased by 100,000 compared to a year ago, making it very hard for youngsters now leaving university or their further education to start in their working careers. Yet, businesses, particularly in hospitality and retail, are being taxed into oblivion and not hiring as many people. Can I just do this next paragraph, and I happily give way to the Honourable Lady. In my North Cotswolds constituency, we employ 3,700 people in hospitality, and it provides 220 million to the local economy. However, higher national employers' insurance contribution, rising minimum wages, hugely increasing business rates, energy increases, exacerbated by the Employment Rights Bill, are all making it harder to make profits and stalling growth. Taxes are already at a post-war high, and there are threats to hike them further. None of this environment is encouraging businesses to hire and take on more people and reduce the current high unemployment figures. I can wait to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way, and I agree entirely. This, to me, is one of the most business-hostile environments. Would you agree with me that your comments about young people not getting work are actually made worse by the national insurance hikes that have seen almost now a generation being unable to be employed? Would you agree with me on that contention?
I'm very grateful.
Let's start the term as we mean to go on. No you or your, because it isn't me. So Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Lady, if I had to design a tax increase there wasn't a bigger tax on jobs than the hike in national insurance, it would be just that. And I do totally agree with her. And I think it's tragic, particularly for our young people trying to get into the world of work today. As chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, my focus is on value for money for the taxpayer and to ensure that no expenditure goes to waste. Figures published by the National Audit Financial Insights in January 2026 point a deeply worrying picture. The government now spends around 1.1 trillion of taxpayers' money across 17 departments. A department's accounts are qualified, sorry, this is getting a little technical, but just bear with me just a little bit in this section of the speech, when they do not spend their budgets as Parliament intends. The Department of Work and Pensions have had their accounts qualify for 36 years because their fraud and error rate is 3.3%, costing the taxpayer a staggering £9 billion. Overall, and this is even more staggering, the government has written off close to £7 billion this year across departments, including the MOD writing off £1.5 billion on purely cancelled debt, cancelled projects. I want to just repeat that. £7 billion has been written off this year from cancelled and wasted projects. I mean, that is staggering. The PAC has consistently recommended that each department improves its digital and AI efficiencies. We believe this should be implemented from the top down and that a Chief Digital and Information Officer should be appointed at a senior level in every department and on their arm's-length bodies. This would improve efficiencies and saving. After all, every efficiency and every saving that you can make is more money to spend somewhere else. The public sector is constantly behind the private sector digitally, and we need to do much better to ensure that our public services actually deliver for taxpayers using the latest and best technology to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, AI is a tsunami which the government is nowhere near prepared to deal with. Only 5%, and I don't mean this as a criticism of the civil servants, it is just as it is. Only 5% of the civil service have specific IT qualifications. Some experts say this needs to rise to 10%, which would be a massive transformation. The government announced a bill to reform the welfare system. This year alone, the Department for Work and Pensions budget is expected to reach a projected £330 billion, or around 23.7% of UK spending. This almost outweighs what we're receiving in income tax payments of £330 billion from hard-working people. Just imagine that. The total amount of income tax from hard-working people almost doesn't pay for the bill for the Department of Work and Pensions. I'm aware that the pension and benefit budgets are both ballooning. This expenditure is only due to increase as we mercifully live longer and healthier lives. But somebody else mentioned we are at risk of intergenerational unfairness. There is a risk that our children will not be able to pay off this increasing debt. Yet this government has failed to take back control of this skyrocketing budget, and instead their backbenchers refuse to support such changes costing just £5 billion. Another area the PAC will be examining closely is the cost of government compensation schemes. Over their lifetime, they're expected to exceed £102 billion. This is just under what we're paying in debt interest in any 1 year. The government, of course, has a moral obligation to compensate citizens where the state makes serious mistakes, but we must do so in a fair, proportionate and non-litigious way. Finally, and most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to defence. The first absolute duty of any government is to ensure that our nation is properly defended. The King's speech committed to NATO and a sustained increase in defence spending. Yet the Defence Investment Plan, promised from that dispatch box in June 2025 and every month since, alongside the Strategic Defence Review, has still not been published. And until we get that plan, we cannot see what the government's plans are for how they're going to procure all their military equipment that is needed.
On that point,
Happily give way to my...
First of all, can I commend Honourable Dittman for his speech and what he's putting forward? Does he agree with me that one of the things that we need to be doing here within our defence here in the United Kingdom is the technology that Ukraine has in drones? Russia's under threat. They're worried about the attacks very far into internal Russia. Does he agree that maybe we need to have a partnership with Ukraine to promote our drone technology in a way that we can be effective as they are?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend from North Antrim for making that intervention. Strangford, I do apologise. I do apologise for... if he just is a little patient, it's 2 or 3 paragraphs down. I will address precisely that point. Currently, the defence budget for 25/6 is £62.2 billion. This is a measly 18% of the welfare budget of £333 billion. The government have pledged to increase this budget by 2.6% or £9 billion by 2027 and 3% in the next Parliament, which means another further increase of £14 billion. But just a second, here's the punchline at this part of the speech, but none of that new money has yet arrived. I give way to my honourable gentleman.
My honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that the best form of defence is peace, and the overseas development aid budget, which, as my right honourable friend earlier mentioned, is a key component to achieving peace around the world through soft power, through diplomacy, and a lot of that aid is absolutely crucial for people's survival many places around the world.
Yeah. I welcome that intervention. As someone who worked under my right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield as a junior opposition defence spokesman, I understand the value of overseas aid, and I particularly understand the elements of it that he relates to soft power. The PAC did an inquiry the other day on the BBC World Service, and I do wish the government would fund it properly. It is a really well-respected piece of British ability to be able to project our values around the world, and it's very sad when the Chinese and the Russians come in as soon as we make cuts there. So I do welcome that intervention. At a time of increasing uncertain and bellicose world, our MOD budget is in crisis, resulting in a significant number of procurement projects being put on hold. These delays will have significant cost implications, so that when and if the extra money does arrive, and that money will buy less and less equipment. Having been to Ukraine earlier this year, it is clear that we need more and more rockets, drones, interceptors, unmanned vehicles, and investment in space. Instead, some of the proposed equipments are designed for yesterday's wars, and it will remain to be seen whether the MOD will be agile enough to make those substitutions in future procurement. My honourable friend says pretty obvious. It may be pretty obvious to some, but it's not to others. To govern is to make difficult choices. In short, the government is spending more than the country can afford, funded by ever-increasing amount of debts. If we are serious about protecting our nation in an increasingly uncertain world, we must also be serious about the strength of our economy. This means bringing our unaffordable welfare bill under control, creating a stronger environment for growth, eliminating billions of pounds in waste, some of which I have identified in this speech, but if time had allowed, I could have identified billions more, and reforming how government works in the rapid rollout of digital reform. The civil service must be reorientated around productivity and efficiency, and only with stronger, leaner and more resilient economy can we fund our defences, secure our future and meet the challenges ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate His Majesty on delivering the humble address, and also the member for North Cotswold. And I concur with him that investing 0.7% in international development aid will bring greater stability and increase our ability to secure greater diplomacy as well as developments. And I do think we should put such focus. And may I also thank him for the work he does on the Public Accounts Committee. The intersection of crisis bearing down on our planet, our nation and our communities demands a bold response in this parliamentary session. I recognise the current bind, but as we move into the next chapter of Labour's story, there is one consideration I want government to take through this legislative programme: how we bring our communities, our country and our fractious planet together. Such vision and policy must be the thread that gathers and inspires us. Against the backdrop of fast-paced change, this planet is breaking. The grotesque inequalities, climate degradation and conflict are driving people apart. At home, we've had 14 years of austerity where the harder you work, the tougher it gets. It is why I have called for a new economic orthodoxy, as neoliberalism preys on the working class and exploits all who want to get on as much as those who can't. As people have fleeced the energy giants and water bosses' profit, despite putting carbon in our air and sewage in our rivers, like the Ouse in York, the second worst in the country, the Clean Water Bill must pull this service back into public hands and public accountability. I'm happy to give way.
Call for taking water back into public ownership. Would you also agree with me that in setting the share price that we buy it back with, we should take account of the cost of pollution, of the money that's being paid to distant shareholders with no investment or interest in this country, and the inconvenience to so many of our residents by constant water leaks and waste of water? They should pay the price of it, not our constituents.
I do agree. It's a daylight robbery, and people shouldn't be profiting out of our natural resources, let alone seeing the levels of pollution that we are in our rivers, which should be pure and clean. I have a sewer running through the middle of my city, and it is not acceptable. So it is right to legislate, but also to ensure that we are not adding to the carbon cost of our natural environment too. And therefore I caution with airport and road expansion that we also ensure that we bring down the sense of carbon. And I fear with airport expansion that may not be the case. The leaseholder and commonhold bill and freezing ground rent is welcome, but as developers extract all they can, people paying extortionate rents and management costs, we need to see good quality housing as a right and rethink the model. Cooperative housing, as I've witnessed in my own constituency, is a powerful antidote and one worth investing in, alongside a new generation of council-built housing for the common good. The system is rigged against ordinary people, as it was 126 years ago when trade unions came together to form the Labour Party. It is our duty in this Parliament to once again set the ambition to drive the transformation for our communities, address the grotesque inequalities that drive people apart, and rewire the system to bring us together. It is our purpose, as the unions fought for common terms and better pay, Labour passed Reimagined, where everyone can get on, a welfare state for those in need, and an NHS where Bevan encapsulated the Duke and the Dustman as equals. Yet to not understand a collective, cohesive society pulls all of this at risk as parties opposite seek to exploit opportunity and people, sell off our common assets and sow division. It is why Labour has an immense obligation to be bold and ambitious, not for those who take all they can, but for those who serve, who work, who play their part, and to take away the stigma and barriers for those who can't. For this, I implore government to maintain the rights of those with indefinite leave to remain, as new communities work alongside established communities. And when it comes to restraining traumatised children, as the government are consulting on, I simply warn government, don't. I will not support. All children must be treated with dignity, nothing less. I'm happy to give way.
My honourable friend for giving way. In regards indefinite leave to remain, on the journey down from my constituency today, I spoke to the private hire driver who is on a visa that requires a renewal every 2.5 years, and he has to do that 4 times before he's eligible. He's not really complaining about that, but when his visa is up for renewal and he sends his documents away, the council will not accept, he won't allow him to continue working while the visa is being processed. Would my honourable friend agree with me that that should be looked at and there shouldn't be any unintended consequences from this process?
Yeah, and the honourable members put that well and truly on the record. We need to reform the system. It is really prejudiced against so many people that are working hard within our society, and therefore we mustn't see these increases either in the indefinite leave to remain, because our word should be our bond and we should honour the agreements we make. So this brings me to the ambition that these benches have for reforming the SEND system. We need an inclusive approach so every child finds their place and reaches their level. More inclusion means rewiring the culture to be therapeutic and trauma-informed, new pedagogies to map out the learning styles onto the learning of the children, and to end the harsh discipline and single channel of exam-based assessments. Instead, we must include children and bring out their best. But as we move forward, I urge Treasury to invest the funding needed to help raise this and future generations well. From 1001 critical days supporting parents and babies with the right foundations, to ensuring that the wraparound support that teachers, health professionals and support staff need to ensure our SEND system is fixed once and for all, because such investment will show its benefit in years to come. And as we support our young people into work, we must recognise that the state neglect under the last government caused such harm. We must be compassionate and work with, not against our young people as they struggle to navigate their way to transition into independence and work. Society brought together and our communities brought together. Our centralised system is failing decisions made far from the realities of the regions and nations, building a sense of remote dystopia, not in touch with the daily challenges experienced as the cost of living weighs heavy while others live their profligate lives. Today, we need a radical devolution of power, finance and opportunity to help people see themselves with agency and purpose, recognising the diversity of all our communities and yet the common bond of us all. It will not be found in the idealisms of some, nor the toxic divisions of the right, which, believe me, will set community against community, while its crypto-backed leaders sow chaos and division, ripping up our NHS, our welfare state, and our incredible inheritance, which has glued our society together through generations. This humble address has so much to celebrate, and I will sow in the voices of my community in York as we progress. I want to ensure the Railways Bill protects the well-being of all who work in the sector. Having championed the removal of Titles Bill in the last 2 parliamentary sessions, I hope we can move fast on cleaning up our politics. I welcome the move to tackle anti-Semitism, as this week graffiti has been found in my community, which is anti-Semitic. It brings such shame, and we must move fast on that. And improve relations with the EU will help build the bridges we need. And with regards to being a visitor and tourism hotspot, I will work carefully with government on looking at the overnight visitors levy and trust that businesses won't pay a penalty, but our city would still get the reward. Whilst at the same time, the draft taxi licensing bill will really help bring licensing back under control. I trust we will do more on the climate crisis too. As the National Emergency Briefing highlighted, we do not have the luxury of time. With the UK in the bottom 10% on the Biodiversity Intactness Index and 1 in 6 species at risk of extinction, while our planet burns and our ice cap melts, we need to invest fast. Finance should be invested to hasten decarbonisation, and projects like Bio-Yorkshire should be funded to ensure that we hasten agricultural resilience and prevent low yields and crop failure, which is escalating the cost of food. And that's why I'm really glad that we're moving to independence in our energy market too. And we need a second employment rights bill to capture the single status of worker, extend collective bargaining and improve the well-being of workers. My final point is this. If we are to bring the diversity of voices to Parliament and ensure that they are heard, I want this place to change. Madam Deputy Speaker, governments have been destabilised over recent years due to too much power being held by the executive and too little invested in Parliament. If this equation does not change, the discourse of distrust between Parliament and the people will continue. Our voices representing the diversity of the country must be heard and impact the programme of government. I want to see all bills go through in-depth consultation with MPs, inputting the experiences of their communities. Just running AI across consultation responses is not good enough. I want full pre-legislative scrutiny so we can ensure that bills are robust, unifying and do everything possible to improve the lives of those we represent. Without this, I fear we will let people down, the people we were sent here to represent. It is time to include all. The mission too great for a few. This parliamentary session must be like no other, connecting communities, unifying society and transforming our future.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member from York Central. And in today's speech, listening to His Majesty the King, there was one part which reminded me of the very first speech by Her late Majesty the Queen in 2017 when I was first elected, when the government then said in a speech that we were promised that the government's top priority was to secure the best possible deal as the country leaves the European Union. That went well. If you look at the comparison between our economy then and now, inflation and unemployment are both higher. In 2017, we had the 5th largest economy in the world. We have slipped to 6th since we left. And outside of this place in 2017, people were concerned for the welfare of the refugees risking their lives on boats to cross the Mediterranean. But landing in a safe European Union country meant that was where they had to seek refuge. Not now. Having left the European Union, that rule no longer applies to us. Something the Brexiteers omitted, perhaps forgot, to mention then in their campaign or now in their immigration rants. And that is why one part of this speech I welcome is the promise of closer links with the European Union. But while I'm delighted to hear that, in the words of the speech, we will strengthen ties, what exactly will that mean? At the weekend, I spent time with some non-political friends, A welcome break, I thought, from constant election messaging of the past few weeks. But they dragged me back there by asking quite clearly and categorically, when are we doing something to get back into the European Union? Leaving had been a disaster for them, for their businesses, for the country. Closer probably won't be enough for them. They want to know exactly what we're going to do, how we're going to get back to the centre of Europe, to lead and work with our neighbours, build trading links which will be essential to economic recovery. And what about the customs union, the single market? Does closer include them? And while I agree that it will help our economic growth, on its own it will not be enough. Not enough to help improve the lives of the constituents who come to me every week. Not enough to cut their energy bills before the next winter. Not enough to provide housing that they can afford or that their children will be able to afford to help them get on the housing ladder. So, while I welcome that, I also welcome the moves on anti-Semitism, which has rocketed in the past few years. We have seen it up 175% in a decade, and it's been all too visible in the recent attacks on our streets. But while the government is promising to tackle anti-Semitism, I hope they will not forget Islamophobia, which is also rampant, or the misogyny which we see everywhere and is influenced by the dangerous views which young men see expressed on the internet and influences how they look at women and girls. And among the 35 bills are measures to support women and give them greater agency over the decision which affects their lives. And again, I don't disagree, but again, like the measures on the European Union, it's not exactly clear what it will mean. More action on domestic abuse, helping women entrepreneurs, yes, it sounds good, but I hope it's more than just clever language and warm words, rather than bold action. Over the past 2 months, on almost every doorstep I visited, the theme of the conversation was exactly the same: change. Change people wanted, change people voted for 2 years ago, but change they don't feel they're seeing yet. And I'm not entirely sure that they will see that desire reflected in what they heard of the government's plans today. It's all too bitty, unclear, not absolutely transparent. Yes, we know energy security is vital to national security which is increasingly under threat and does need investment. It's only too clear that Ukraine's pain is being suffered on all of our behalves, that without their resistance, the rest of Europe would be even more vulnerable. And again, nothing that most people would take issue with when we speak about our defence. It sounds good. But what I believe people will take issue with is what is missing from the speech. Where is the bold new direction for this country? Where is the thing which will give people in this country hope? Hope that their government understands what it's like to lie awake at night worrying how to pay your bills. Hope that the government understands your fear that the job you just lost because your employer has struggled with national insurance increases will not be your last employment. Or that the same employer's growing realisation that they may not be able to hold on to the company they have spent their life building becomes a reality. I actually think that many in this government do understand that, because, like me, they come from a background where that was an all too clear reality. But what the country wants to see is action, change, and they want it soon.
Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak in this King's Speech debate, setting out the Labour Government's new programme for this session, and I warmly welcome its measures. I also thank my honourable friends from Bradford West and from Harlow for their opening speeches. My honourable friend from Bradford West really showed how she had overcome adversity and also took head-on some of the challenges that people who look like me and her in today's society face. And of course, there's no greater a champion for their community than my honourable friend, my Essex friend for Harlow, who he just lives, breathes and is Harlow. And I thank him for all the work he does in his community. This Labour government has already achieved so much, handing back power to local leaders, supporting local regeneration and growth plans, and taking the pivotal step of a new deal for working people. This government also put in place the biggest change to renters' rights for 40 years, which was particularly welcomed in my constituency of Southend West and Lee, directly giving greater housing security to the 8,938 renters. We've seen other significant improvements already, including a new Best Start family hub at the Blenheim Family Centre, three breakfast clubs in my primary schools, a new extended nursery provision at Chalkwell Hall Infant School, more than £2.5 million worth of investment into South Essex College to upgrade its campus, a new youth hub, one of 80 being rolled out in the UK, whilst the removal of the two-child benefit cap is helping 1,800 families in my constituency and, most importantly, lifting children out of poverty. Add to that we brought back into public ownership both our train lines, which will soon be part of Great British Railways, and opened our first community diagnostic centre in our city, which is having a huge impact, providing 7-day-a-week testing early and late and getting people diagnosed much, much quicker. I've also been thrilled to see more than £2 million worth of new government funding to start to transform the futures of children with special educational needs in Southend. This is the start of a breakthrough moment, and one the families in my constituency have been waiting a long time for. I personally have heard from these families during my See Every Need meetings, bringing parents, school leaders, health representatives and charities together to get the changes right. Our reports from those meetings have been sent to the Secretary of State for Education and my honourable friend, the Minister of State for School Standards. And I'm delighted that their local voices from my constituency have been reflected in government policy. However, there does remain much scepticism amongst parents of SEND children as to whether these reforms will actually happen and make a difference to their children's lives, as quite simply, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have been let down so many times in the past. But I am confident that seeing these reforms starting to come forward in legislation during this session as part of the Education for All bill will help give parents more certainty that this government is focused on fixing the situation once and for all. I welcome the announcement in the King's Speech of the Enhancing Financial Services Bill, promising a major shake-up of financial services regulation. As current chair of the Fair Banking APPG and the Open Finance and Payments APPG, I have a passion for reforms to financial services, and I'm pleased to see this legislation coming forward. It is really important, though, that government continues to listen to the voices of industry, ensuring that these reforms are appropriate and genuinely designed to fix the challenges the industry faces. And I thank my honourable friend, the EST, for her work in listening to industry to date. Moving on, conversion therapy and similar practices are appalling. And sadly, I'm aware of people who have been subject of some of these despicable acts. I believe interventions intended to change or suppress a person's sexuality or their gender identity are wrong, and I'm delighted to see a full trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices coming forward. The LGBTQ+ community have waited far too long for this ban after promises made and broken by previous governments. This Labour government is finally bringing forward that ban through the draft Conversion Practices Bill. and it cannot be delivered a moment too soon for our community. I'm grateful for the government's water reform legislation, which is set to go even further with the Clean Water Bill, and I applaud their approach banning bonuses for water company bosses when companies pollute or fail customers. I have been holding regular water summits since being elected, focusing on storm overflows, sewage discharges and bathing water quality, as well as many other related matters, where we have called our water company, Anglian Water, to account. I'm delighted that the local community has now taken ownership of these summits, proving that they are just as invested in this agenda as our government are. In my constituency, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a diverse and growing Jewish community. I've met with many of them recently, and they've told me of their fears following the recent rise in anti-Semitic attacks. I know that they will be particularly assured following His Majesty the King's specific mention of this in his speech, and this government's desire to do all they can to stamp out this scourge. I want to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by touching on the enormously challenging international situation we face. I support the priority of this government places on standing with Ukraine, standing firm with Ukraine, and I stand firmly with them too, after Putin's appalling illegal invasion. And also, I am pleased with this government's stance on the Middle East conflict as well. I'm pleased to see our commitment to a sustained increase in defence spending. The challenges that we face, we must work together with our allies through international cooperation. And I'm glad to see in this humble address support strengthening and rebuilding the ties of trust, trade and friendship with our European friends. That was so badly damaged by a poorly implemented Brexit, and we will fix them through our European Partnerships Bill. The promise of the return of the Erasmus scheme and better opportunities for our young people to live, work and study in Europe is also welcomed. A good relationship with our closest neighbours is vital in this uncertain world. So it's pleasing, therefore, to see the desire to bring forward primary legislation in this area. I'm excited to see the legislation in this King's Speech unfold so that we can make even more of a difference to the lives of people in Southend West and Lee and across the rest of the country. In an uncertain world, I'm confident that this government is now moving at pace to make the country fit for the challenges we face, whilst prioritising hope and renewal for our country. Thank you.
Dave Deegan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I wasn't cheered by the landslide victory of the SNP in Scotland last week, before this King's Speech, well then I'm very much happy about it now, because it's just as well the people of Scotland have John Swinney as First Minister and the SNP as the Scottish Government to stand as the buttress of fairness and justice between them and the remote and unaccountable UK Government here in Westminster. Not just remote and unaccountable, but dysfunctional to an alarming degree. And that dysfunction is what has precipitated this most vapid of King's speeches. If somebody who was unaware of the UK malaise, unaware of the economic crises multiple that affect the United Kingdom just now, and they saw the government solution in the form of this King's Speech, they would be unable to identify what the problem with the UK was from this King's Speech. And that speaks to an obscurity of purpose. Government should have a clarity of purpose. See also the SNP Scottish Government in Edinburgh. But this government hasn't got a clue. They're so busy bickering with one another, arguing with each faction about who gets the next shotty at being the Prime Minister, they can't focus on the problems ailing the people up and down these islands. And these problems are profound. Profound problems of being able to pay your energy bill, whether you're going to have a job this month or next month or the month after that. That crushing concern of everything, not just you're worried about this, you're worried about that. People now are terrified about the washing machine breaking down or the car getting a puncture because they are so hard up, so the margin of economic resilience in people's homes under this Labour government has been eroded to a translucent wafer. There is nothing between the wolf and the bank account after less than 2 years of this Labour government. And I don't understand why that could be. I'm a political bore. I understand these things. I thought I did until I saw this. They've got a majority that would choke a horse. They've been preparing for government for 14 years. And yet they come in and you think, it's like they just landed here and were started. And they even said as much. They were like, well, we didn't know the state of the books. Well, if they never knew the state of the books, they were the only people that never knew the state of the books. And yet they had the temerity to come in and take power and make it even worse. The reason Labour were elected, they convinced themselves, they kid themselves, because they really know it. They tell themselves, oh, it was our manifesto, we have a mandate. We've got a mandate. There was no mandate for this guddle. Nothing in what's happened over the last 22 months was backed up by a mandate. They were elected in, ushered in with that colossal majority for one reason alone, and that reason was that they weren't the Tories, and it's a two-party system in this place, or rather it was. That's the reason they're here. I'll give way, of course.
Thank you for giving way. Would the honourable gentleman be able to explain to this House what the government in Scotland has done over the last 20 years to generate the economic growth that he talks about here?
So here's what the honourable lady is as a Scottish unionist, and I'm sure a proud Scottish unionist, for reasons best known to herself. What she needs to understand is that the UK is not contingent on Scotland, but Scotland is contingent on the UK. So decisions made here affect Scotland. Decisions made in Scotland do not affect down here. And it's against that backdrop that Scotland has regularly is in the upper quartile of GDP per capita in the United Kingdom. This myth, I can help her, this myth that we are subsidised by the rest of the UK is risible. We outperform economically more than 3/4 of the UK in any given quarter, roughly. We are the top destination for foreign direct investment. These foreign companies aren't confused. They know where they get a return on their investment in the United Kingdom, and it's in Scotland. And our unemployment is lower, and our employment is higher. I could go on, but I don't want to get in trouble, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Will my friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making an excellent speech as our new group party leader. He mentions the vapid King's speech. No criticism of the King, of course. But the speech contained the renewed promise of the Hillsborough Law, which the government have had 2 years to introduce, Madam Deputy Speaker. Why on earth is it taking this government so long to deliver on their manifesto promises?
Well, he's absolutely right to highlight that particular issue, which is so important to many people across the UK, but especially in the north of England and in Liverpool in particular. But it's not just that, it's the way they rushed during the campaign to stand shoulder to shoulder with WASPy women before absolutely abandoning them when they got into office. It's the family farm tax that they expressly said they would not do before the election, and they got in and they did exactly that. A gross betrayal of our agricultural industry and our rural communities. And the national Employers' National Insurance, Madam Deputy Speaker, was self-evidently anti-industry. It was self-evidently inflationary, and it was self-evidently a tax on jobs. It was going to have one potential outcome. And the 25 billion that they said this would bring in was complete fantasy by the time they'd compensated for the public sector, and it was down into single figures of billions, which even that didn't take into account the drag on the economy and the lower receipts that they would get in a fiscal sense as a result of that disastrous self-defeating policy. I'll give away.
Giving way. What would be his answer for filling that massive fiscal black hole that we were left with? Thank you.
Well, you made it up.
So what the honourable gentleman needs to understand is that you grow your way out of these issues, and growth comes from economic investment in equipment and people, raising productivity, lowering economic inactivity, all the things that have risen under Labour, because Labour don't understand economics. Never have, never will. I want to move on, Madam Deputy Speaker. But before I do, I want to focus on the real impact on real people. Unemployment is now at its highest level in 5 years. Unemployment across the UK is at 5.2%. Thankfully, through the economic efforts of the SNP Scottish Government, it's at 4.1%, still far too high for our communities. And youth unemployment in the UK is at 15%. That is a catastrophe. The way that you enter the world of work as a young person dictates your relationship with employment for the rest of your life. And that is what is catastrophically damaging for young people. Yes, I will give way for young people up and down these islands. And it's particularly acute in the hospitality, which is a gateway industry for employment, where the government is taxing hospitality out of existence. People with a pub or a hotel or a restaurant now feel like unpaid tax collectors for this Labour government. I'll give way.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While I agree with the honourable member about young people's routes into work, how does that sit with the way his government in Scotland, his SNP government, have destroyed apprenticeships up there? And as for the hospitality industry in Scotland pays business rates in Scotland, and I hear complaints about them all the time. Is that perhaps why he thinks that the SNP lost seats in the election, which he's so busy congratulating himself on?
Still got over 4 times as many seats as the Lib Dems in Scotland, Madam Deputy Speaker, so I'll not be taking any lectures there. However, I look forward to working quite closely with the Liberal Democrats in the Scottish Government sense. But to her point, I'm not sure she's got that in her gift, Madam Deputy Speaker, but to her point about youth unemployment, as I said to the honourable lady over there, the Scottish Government is subject to the same economic malaise as anywhere else in the United Kingdom. It's to the betterment of her constituents and mine that their fortunes are better under an SNP government. And on that point, I can assure her she's welcome. But don't just take my word for it, Madam Deputy Speaker. The markets give their verdict on what's happening in the United Kingdom, and the markets are incredibly concerned. And that's why 10-year gilt interest rates touched 5.13%, a rate that wasn't seen in the UK since the financial crash of 2008. That is a very dangerous report card to get from the... No, I'm going to make progress and close. Defence is the first duty of government, and this Labour government, if we had a significant investment for every blunderbuss piece of hyperbole and rhetoric on defence, we'd be in a far better position that we are. The Prime Minister said in his speech earlier on that we're negotiating a de-escalation of the war in Iran. He didn't tell us which of the 3 protagonists was listening to the pontifications of the UK Prime Minister, because not one of the 3 participants in that conflict could care less what this Prime Minister thinks about the war in Iran. And the defence investment plan, the roadmap for what defence will look like in the United Kingdom for the next decade, is now a year late. I don't know what the government think they can get away with, but if your signal apex piece of defence legislation is over a year late, it tells this Parliament and everyone up and down these islands that they haven't got a clue about defence as well as everything else. On Europe, he said, I will give way.
I do thank him for giving way, and I'm genuinely grateful to be here for his first speech as your group leader here in Westminster. It's just a shame that only one other of your fellow SNP MPs are here. I've no doubt they're on important business. But on the defence sector, and I know he does champion the sector, unlike some of his colleagues in Scotland, he sits on the Scotland Affairs Committee. He knows the concerns the sector has in Scotland about skills development and about education more widely. Does he share their concerns? And what is he doing to influence his colleagues in the Scottish Government to make sure that sector is more fully supported?
So the defence sector is a very significant part of the Scottish economy, and I just wish that he and his unionist colleagues in the Labour Party and in other lesser parties would acknowledge the fact that this is a mutual endeavour, and that the UK benefits greatly from the skills and expertise that exists in Scotland. And the apprenticeships and the training and investment, don't let's forget that everybody that works in the defence sector in Scotland went through a Scottish school or a Scottish apprenticeship or a Scottish college or a Scottish university. This idea that everything was fantastic previously and it's terrible now, the former isn't true and the latter isn't true either. It's a work in progress, and we're investing heavily in Scottish education, and that's why we've got such a high percentage of people leaving school from Scotland going on to a positive destination. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said that he's going to take steps to bring the United Kingdom into the very heart of Europe. Well, you're not going to do that without rejoining the EU. Yet more hyperbole and fantasy. I think a government, my final word on this, I think a government in this level of disarray, in this level of division and infighting that's caused so much damage in such a short period of time to people's livelihoods and to the economy, needed an emergency response with a King's speech. And that was anything but today. So I look forward to them getting their house in order, but I won't be holding my breath.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2024, the public voted for change, for an end to Tory chaos, and for a government that would transform their lives. That summer, our government set out a King's speech to deliver that, and in the past 2 years, in spite of everything, we have begun to make truly transformational changes, like ending no-fault evictions and finally scrapping the two-child benefit cap, things that have changed lives. But today's offering pales in comparison, perhaps because we have already heard so much of it before, but definitely because it lacks the urgency and the radical transformation we need. I don't believe this is the further and faster that we've been hearing so much about. It seems we have put the handbrake on offering change, and we are wasting political capital on divisive measures that weren't even in our manifesto, like ID cards and curtailing the rights of asylum seekers. I do want to be clear that I'm not in any way objecting to the King's speech. I'm pleased to see measures like the bill on conversion practices, votes at 16, Hillsborough law on candour, tackling anti-Semitism, reforming leaseholds and many other key measures. But why are we not doing more? What is there to shout about? Last week, the electorate sent our party a clear message that they were dissatisfied with government. And I don't believe that this is a King's speech to inspire them back to us. I don't believe my constituents will hear this and think my life will be better when Labour introduces digital ID or replaces the water regulator and instigates another top-down reform of the NHS. At a time of great turmoil and difficulty, with global uncertainty hitting households in their pockets, people need policies that will ease the financial pressure they are under today. So building on the successes of the last legislative session, and there were successes, I would have liked to see an extension of renters' rights and the introduction of rent controls, especially in major cities where private rents are beyond extortionate. We acknowledge that those living in social housing need their rents capped and regulated, yet we disregard the thousands of low-income households and young people left at the mercy of private rental markets. I'd hoped to see a second employment rights bill announced today. While the first one deserves significant praise, it doesn't go far enough. We need a bill that will restore sectoral collective bargaining, give basic rights to the self-employed and gig economy workers, and commits to greater insourcing. The nationalisation of British Steel is welcome, But this should have been accompanied by the nationalisation of rail, mail, water, energy and other essential services. These are not mere industries, they are lifelines. They should never have been handed over to shareholders, and it's long past time we took them back. I would have liked to see greater acknowledgement on the biggest existential crisis we face as a species, nationally, by reducing the planning burdens on solar farms and on offshore wind. If the government really wants to help people with their energy bills, then we need to be switching to renewables much faster. Internationally, I would have liked to see steps to introduce debt cancellations for climate vulnerable nations who are fighting the crisis with their hands tied behind their backs. If we want to reduce numbers of people seeking asylum, then we need to be working with allies to tackle the biggest causes of displacement. As the only Labour MP to vote against the Brexit implementation agreement, I was very pleased to see measures on the strengthening of our relationship with the EU. We can now all stop pretending it was in any way a good idea. And watching that disastrous impact that it's had, I feel vindicated. But I would also advise the government that with all of the Henry VIII clauses in that bill, we could do so much more faster. And we could do it in a way that would quickly benefit our nation. I also want to point out that whilst I understand that some things take time, some things are not hard, I would have liked to see steps to address the continued private sale of human remains. At the start of this year, I presented a very simple bill that ought to end the vile practice of human remains, many of which have unknown provenance, being bought and sold by private individuals. It would have been relatively straightforward to end this practice, but the government have no plans to close this loophole and implement it. As I said, I understand that these things take time, but there are some simple things that we could just get done. And I know, and it feels like the government may be inclined to capitulate to the right and row back on some climate goals, but I remind the government that we lost more votes to the left of us than we did to the right of us. And if we carry on doing the bare minimum on climate issues, this could only get worse. So I would have also welcomed strengths, I believe, to strengthen the citizenship rights of children born here or who have grown up here, and addressing the extortionate fees that block these children from becoming citizens. I have raised this again and again in this House just about every single year, and I was guaranteed that there would be some changes on this. I do not like being misled inadvertently or otherwise on issues such as this. Whatever our differences on our views on migration, right across this House, people agree that these children are not migrants, and we continue to treat them like that and price them out of their rights. I also want to acknowledge the cost of living crisis and the fact that there have been measures in this King's Speech to tackle them. But frankly, successive governments have been skirting around this issue for years, making minor tweaks that slightly ease the pressure but don't go far enough. I think it's time to be very bold. It's time to consider the merits of a universal basic income. This is not a radical idea, it's something that I believe is a logical one, because poverty is a political choice. Even at these difficult times, we remain one of the richest countries in the world. So why do we have such a huge cost of living crisis? Why are people skipping meals, rationing heating, working themselves into the ground, doing multiple jobs just to stay afloat? This doesn't happen by accident. It happens because those in power decided it was acceptable. And for the avoidance of doubt, we are the ones in power. The question is not really affordability, it's whether we have the courage and the will to take on such a transformative policy. Because at the moment it feels like we are offering piecemeal change, minor tweaks, while they may be necessary. I don't believe they will excite anyone. They believe they will make the tangible change that we need. Now, I know we can't sell people the world, and systematic changes do need to be made to facilitate reforms. But you cannot solely offer that and then tell people that their lives have been changed, especially not after the very clear message the electorate delivered to us last week. People may call me unrealistic, but I would say that I am ambitious for what we can achieve in government right now and in this parliamentary session. Labour governments have always accompanied radical transformational change in our society. This is the change that the electorate wants. This is the change that we promised them. They made it very clear. And I don't believe this legislative agenda goes far enough to achieve that for them. The public is demanding more, and I believe that we can do more to give them that.
Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. During the privileges debate, I told the House that I had hoped a couple of years ago that the Prime Minister would make a success of his new job at the time. Unfortunately, with this House debating against the backdrop of a Labour psychodrama, that psychodrama wouldn't have happened except for the fact the government has failed, and failed very clearly. In his now infamous speech, the Prime Minister said he was going to undertake a reset. And I don't know about the Labour Party, but the country certainly needs a reset. But what he said was, in describing his reset, is he needed to explain things better. That's not a reset. That's a re-spin of what we're doing. We need a proper reset. And I would quote the words of the Honourable Lady, the member for Hornsey and Wood Green, who said, Labour must be judged on actions, not just our words. And I think she's exactly right on that. Labour came, as a number of people have said already, including the new leader of the SNP, Labour came into office promising its #1 mission was economic growth, and they're right. Without growth, we don't have the money to do anything else. Yet the consequences of their own policies in the last couple of years has been that growth has been suppressed. The IMF now has literally just reduced the UK's growth forecast by 0.5%. That's the largest reduction in the G7. And it's not just this side of the House that's concerned about growth. I recommend the House read the Labour Growth Group report. It's called An Honest Day, which is aimed directly at this problem. And whilst I don't agree with everything in it, there are a lot of good ideas there which the government should have already taken on. Also, when Labour took over, inflation was bang on 2%. That's something you can't claim was disguised in any way. Now it's 3.3%. Labour, again, the Prime Minister will try and blame somebody else, and no doubt at the moment the blame is on the Straits of Hormuz. But that doesn't explain. That explains energy costs in the future. It doesn't explain the increases in food costs in the past, for example, or indeed a number of other costs. No, not for the moment. Neither does it explain the increase in borrowing costs, which are higher than any other G7 country, which are virtually double Japan's. That's nobody's fault but the Chancellor's, and the consequences have been laid out already by the Public Accounts Committee chairman, a horrific consequence for our public finances. The real break is Labour's own policy. High taxes, massively burdensome regulation, high business rates, high energy costs. What on earth do we expect from our businesses when we saddle the country with the most expensive energy in the developed world, or indeed the national insurance increases that the chairman, the leader of the SNP said? I give way.
Thank him greatly for giving way on that point. What was the impact of his government's decision to block onshore wind generation? What was the impact of that on energy costs, might he add?
Because I have to say to him, his government has claimed, and his minister, his Secretary of State on this, has claimed over time, all these green policies are reducing the cost of our energy. Not using oil and gas is reducing the cost of energy. What's the consequence? The highest energy cost in the world. If he can explain that, I'll be very interested to hear when he makes his speech.
They're only cheaper with subsidies.
Now, the other issue, of course, is the growth, or the loss of growth, has a material impact on public finances. To give the House a measure, 1% change in growth rate is £10 to £11 billion in the first year, and then more money in consequential years. So when you lose that, you lose that amount of money. But let's imagine we could get that growth. Back. That still would not be enough. It's not enough to pay the bills we need to pay. So what can we do? Well, I'm afraid we have no choice because of the size of it, but to cut welfare costs. Now, I'm a great believer in our welfare system, but it should be a safety net, not a lifestyle choice. People who can work should work, and the public has little sympathy for those who choose benefits over a job. Indeed, I mean, it's true today, it's been true since I was a child on a council estate. The British working class, who Labour used to think of as their own voters, The British working class hate it when they see one of their neighbours choosing to sit at home on spending taxes that they have already earned themselves. So, low growth handicaps our ability to solve our citizens' problems. I will.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. And I do agree, and I think most people agree, that people who are capable of working should be helped into work. But while his party was in government for 14 years, did they do an analysis, do they have statistics of how many people across our country on benefits were actually fit to work? And what did his party do to get them into work?
No, they didn't, I think, is the answer to the question. But he should be aware. I mean, it wasn't only 2 months ago a Labour member in this House described me as the MP who's never knowingly on message. So, which is a label I espouse. I don't mind that. No government has got this right. We need to have a welfare system that looks after the disabled, looks after people who have got no choice about what they're suffering, but doesn't make it an even choice as to whether you're going to be on the dole or in a job. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman. Right on.
I thank the man for giving way. Is he aware that the discussion that was held some months ago when the Secretary of State proposed big cuts in personal independence payments caused unbelievable levels of stress and despair to often isolated people who were in receipt of PIP where a carer came in to help them, and that the government is still undertaking a review, the intention of which is to lower the personal independence payments bill? Would he agree with me that we should end that kind of debate and instead look at the needs of people with disabilities, particularly those that struggle to survive under the current system, and especially those in receipt of PIP?
Well, how I answer him, because I have an interest to declare here. I have a disabled grandchild, and her mother, of course, is one of the people who suffer the stress he talked about. But as I say, what we need is a system which is humane, which deals with people properly. Our current systems for supporting disabled people and people who are looking after disabled people is incredibly bureaucratic, incredibly unpleasant, really nasty to deal with. The areas we need to deal with in welfare is not in that area. It's principally in the area of employment, because we want to get people back to work, because there is no better way out of poverty than employment, rather than, as it were, on the dole. Now, of course, what is it we're talking about paying for? Come back to the thrust of my argument. I mean, I'm going to pick 3 issues. I could pick any number, but 3 that matter to my constituents are healthcare, education, and defence. Those are, I guess, the 3 top issues, really. Let me start with healthcare. Our health service needs real radical reform. I know we have a bill in this King's Speech, but it doesn't look to me like it's going to have a sufficiently radical impact. And for some reason, we don't actually speak enough about the fundamental aims of our health service. Healthcare, in my view, healthcare must be free at the point of delivery. That, in my view, is an absolute. But it also must do its job of saving lives. And we turn our face away from this too often. Under our system, too many Britons are dying early and avoidably under a system that swallows money without delivering the outcomes. Every year, 125,000 deaths are listed officially as avoidable. And it's got worse in recent years. It went from 129 deaths per 100,000 people to 156 in the course of a decade. That's a huge increase, and as a result, we have an avoidable death rate which is higher than nearly, well, in fact, all of our comparator nations. And I'm not just talking rich nations here like Japan. We're even worse off than countries like Portugal, which are much poorer than we are. So it is an extraordinary problem that we have to face. Of course I give way.
I very much thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. I would agree that patient safety is not enough of a priority in the NHS. There is too many incidents of patient harm. We see that reflected in the large clinical negligence bill. So does he agree with me that it is essential that patient safety remains one of the top priorities, not only for the integrated care boards, but also for all providers?
Absolutely right. And my concern here is, that the reason we have so many excess deaths is not because of poor doctors, it's not because of poor nurses, it's actually because of poor management. We have really, really poor National Health Service management. If I want to put it starkly, basically, poor management effectively kills 15,000 people a year. That's the sort of number we could improve with to get even in the range of our comparator nations. So that's the sort of thing we're talking about. That's a huge number of people. And we can do quite a lot about it if we set our mind to it. There are experiments with the health service now that actually demonstrate this. Just over the river at St Thomas's, there's a high-intensity theatre programme. What does that do? It triples the number of people you can put through an operating theatre or under the hands of one surgeon in a day. So that means you're going to get something like 17 hernia repairs rather than 5, or 12 hip replacements instead of 4. Those are numbers they measured. But also lots of lives saved rather than lost because they could be put through the system. They're not left waiting until they effectively die, as happened to a number of my constituents. We need to reflect that efficiency in the management of the health service. It requires a complete change in how we select, train and organise the senior management of the National Health Service. And for the moment, they are not up to the job, and we need to put that right. And I don't see anything in the King's speech which will do that. Secondly, education. I mean, it's already been said by a number of other speakers that there's an intergenerational problem in our society today. And education, of course, is where it crystallises. I mean, we're failing both very young children and young adults. The evidence shows that 1 in 4 young children, when they get to the age of 11, aren't sufficiently literate, aren't sufficiently mathematically capable to basically get any benefit from the next stage of education. Put that another way, the state has failed a quarter of our children by the time they get to 11. And if you look at that number for poor children, children on free school meals and so on, you can double it. You can double it. In fact, it's more than double it. Now, when I grew up, I was very lucky. I was really at the peak of social mobility in this country. This was one of the world's leading meritocracies. That's no longer the case. That's simply no longer the case. That's a shame on a nation, and we must put it right. And we must put it right starting at the bottom so we can do something about it. And we can do something about it. Actually, uniquely, I mean, using AI, using software, we can actually do quite a lot to help the children at the bottom of the scale. But we don't do it now, and our education department is actually not up to it, whether under this government or indeed the preceding one, because I spoke to them at the time as well. And we need to put that right. But it's not just the very young we're letting down. A whole generation in higher education is being failed. The transition to student loans and tuition fees by the Blair government has been an unmitigated disaster, shackling a whole generation to mortgages without houses, to futures without jobs. I opposed it when it came in. I opposed my own party's decision to uphold it when they came into government, and I oppose it today. It takes away much of the point of university, because at least 1 in 5 courses do not give youngsters opportunities that will pay for their education. That means we have to write off their loans, which means in the next 50 years, the government's going to pay, or the state's going to pay, £430 billion in unpaid loans in cash terms. And I'm pretty sure, from what I've seen of the calculation, that's an understatement, an underestimate. It's my view that we should revise this whole policy radically. Look again at grants for certain courses. Maybe, I mean, I think the Liberals have actually talked about it, maybe with a 2% graduate tax to offset it, something like that. Better than what we have now, leaving a loan hanging over people's lives for their entire adult life, a loan which they may never pay back. Grants may be for science, technology, engineering, mathematics, for medicine, for architecture and design, for courses that will actually contribute to the economic growth of the country. and then take the rest from there. So we need radical reform, which we won't see in this year's education bill. Lastly, I want to talk briefly about defence. Now, there's been lots of criticism of the government, rightly, for taking too long over enlarging the expenditure we're going to put into defence. The simple truth is that we're going to face challenges that are going to materialise much faster than we expect. And the honourable gentleman who asked a question of my colleague earlier about peace being better than war, well, it's since the Roman times we have known that being well armed is the best way to prevent war. Nobody wants warfare. At the moment, our military is depleted beyond value, frankly, in a major war. And I have to say, obviously we've got to submit that, but in addition to that, we've got to make sure that our strategy is right and our management of it is right. And frankly, the management of the Ministry of Defence is a disgrace. I can't pick a better word, to be honest. I mean, I always think symbolic of the extraordinary priorities of the ministry is that we have 134 admirals to oversee 63 ships, many of which are not able to set sail at any point in time. I mean, Nelson must be spinning in his grave. But similarly, that's very symbolic, but the UK currently maintains now an army of just over 70,000 people. The Ministry of Defence employs roughly 60,000 civil servants. That's a ratio that defies logic. Of those civil servants, about a quarter, just under, are employed in procurement, operating a system which is amongst the worst in the world. And if you need to look at it, look at the Dragon, the T-45 ships, or look at the Ajax. I mean, you could go through. If the Public Accounts Committee chairman is sitting here now, you could get up and give me a dozen cases of disgraceful scandals in procurement in our Ministry of Defence, and we need to put that right. Also, if we are going to maintain an effective armed forces, we need to maintain the morale, the spirit of our soldiers. And the simple truth is, the first thing towards doing that is to treat those soldiers decently. We're not doing it. The Northern Ireland Bill, which is still going through the House, it's carried over, is actually exposing soldiers who fought in Northern Ireland to being dragged through the courts, sometimes 3 times. The latest one, Soldier B in the Cope case, 3 times over the course of 5 years, in their 60s, their 70s, their 80s. Honourable people who fought bravely for their country, did nothing wrong, are being punished in their old age. That is a disgrace. Now, the excuse the government used when it started this bill was that the previous legislation was illegal. And that's what a lower court found. But last week, the Supreme Court in the Dillon case overturned that judgment. So there is now no legal basis for the government's policy. And yet we are still pressing on. I asked the Prime Minister, he said they're still pressing on with this, effectively psychologically torturing people who serve this country. Now that's morally wrong, but it's more than morally wrong. It's also causing people to leave, I mean it's in public domain now, I can say it, leave the SAS in numbers. You know? Our best, our most active regiment is now being depleted and destroyed. The regiment that the rest of the world is envious of is being undermined by the strategy of the government. And it should walk away from this policy, it should drop it. We should bin this bill. Now, I don't want to take any more of the House's time, so I'll simply say this. I mean, I've just picked out 3 subjects. There are many other important issues, of course, that the government will need to address. And I'm going to say it again. I hope the Prime Minister succeeds in resetting the government, in giving it some new dynamism. But at the moment, for me, the only attractive part of this Queen's speech was the last line, which is always says the same thing. Other measures will be laid before you.
Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first congratulate my honourable friends, the member for Bradford West and for Harlow. The member for Bradford West gave us a personal tale of strength through adversity. And that should remind us why, as she said, this is the greatest country to live in. And she spoke as a true patriot. A patriot is there for all of us if we choose to use it. And then my honourable friend, the member for Harlow. We often have a lot of rivalries in this chamber. He, the proud advocate for his new town of Harlow. I, the proud advocate for the first new town in the UK, at Stevenage. But he's done so much for Harlow. He's run for a good cause in Harlow. And on this Saturday, I will be joining a resident of Stevenage, Luke Wainberg, who will be running an ultra-marathon, even further than a marathon, around Fairlands Valley Park in Stevenage. When I say join him, I'll join him for the park run bit of the ultra-marathon. But the point is that, as my honourable friend has done, each of us in this chamber, I think, for all our political differences, are proud of the constituents we serve. And that means that when we come together in this place, when we come together in big moments like we have today, we should think about the country as a whole and not about what divides it. And I should now congratulate His Majesty the King, of course, because, as has been said in this chamber, he has given speeches recently of great depth, humour and wit, and I thank him for that. But today his speech to us, as is normal for speeches in these buildings, was very serious. It was a serious speech for serious times. And I recall his opening words. An increasingly dangerous and volatile world threatens the United Kingdom. Every element of the nation's energy, defence and economic security will be tested. How true that is. And it demands more than warm words in response. It demands strength, and it demands a government that acts. Because the world has changed. It is harder. It is less stable. It is less predictable. So we cannot treat security as something distant. We cannot treat it as something optional. And this government is committed in investing in our nation's security and indeed the security of each of us in our own lives. It was a Labour government in 1945 onwards that recognised the threats that faced our country then, following a devastating war, but the uncertainty of the future. Amongst its many responses, it built new towns. It built the new town of Stevenage to deal with a housing crisis, a crisis that we face again today. And in new towns like Stevenage, it provided jobs, security, hope for the future. And some of those jobs, in those days and to this day, are in the critical defence sector that this country, and indeed the rest of the civilised world, needs. So security is what we need today. But it can't just be a slogan. It is a plan that must run through everything we do. That's why I'm pleased this government is bringing forward a cybersecurity and resilience bill. Because the systems we rely on every day are now targets. Data centres, communications networks, the digital backbone of our economy. If any one of those fails, everything else follows. And so that is why we are also acting where security starts, in the real economy. When British Steel was pushed to the brink last year, this government stepped in and saved it. We protected jobs, we protected capability, and we acted because that industrial base is not optional in a more dangerous world, because you cannot defend a country that cannot build. And as the Prime Minister himself said earlier today, we need sovereign capability to do that. Steel, engineering, precision manufacturing, all of it feeds directly into the defence supply chain. In my constituency of Stevenage, that chain ends with highly skilled workers building and upgrading some of the most advanced systems in the world. At MBDA, we have workers who are retrofitting Storm Shadow missiles, systems that are in use right now, protecting Ukrainian civilians as they sleep. That is what industrial policy and national security looks like when it's joined up. British steel, British engineering, British workers delivering real deterrence. And we need security to be ready. It needs to ensure we have readiness. And that's why the Armed Forces Bill gives us new powers to mobilise reserves and former personnel when the country needs them. Because deterrence only works if it is credible. And credibility does not come from words alone. It comes from capability. It comes from the knowledge that this country can act, scale up, and sustain ourselves in a crisis. You see that credibility not only in what we deploy, but in what we build at home. In Stevenage, alongside those missile defence systems, we see the next generation of secure military satellite communications being developed at Airbus, connecting our forces and our allies securely in real time. But security also must start at home, in a domestic field. A national security bill will criminalise the glorification or normalisation of serious violence, because when violence is excused or made acceptable, it creates the conditions for more of it. We saw the consequences of that in Southport. We cannot allow that to take root in our society. And that's the same across all our streets, where policing must keep pace with modern threats. In Stevenage, we have seen what proactive policing looks like. Under Project Vigilant, trained officers are out in our town centre identifying predatory behaviour before it escalates, intervening early to prevent harm and protect women and girls. And when it comes to organised crime, we are acting there too. A recent operation targeting county lines gangs operating in Stevenage saw 19 arrests, with weapons seized and more than £27,000 taken off our streets. That is the reality of the threat. If people do not feel safe where they live, national security means nothing. The police reform bill builds on an approach that will give our officers the tools they need to do their job, strengthening forces and creating a national capability to go after the most serious criminals. And security also means being honest about threats we face from hostile actors. The Tackling State Threats Bill gives us the power to act directly against state-linked organisations that operate against our interests. It will mean that this government can and will prescribe the IRGC as a terrorist organisation that it is. Because when organisations use violence, intimidation and terror, whether backed by a state or not, there can be no grey areas. Prescription is not optional, it is essential. The threats we face today are not always conventional, they are covert, they are persistent, and they are designed to exploit any weakness. And that includes our digital infrastructure, which is why the Cybersecurity and Resilience Bill is so vital. But security is not only about stopping threats, it's about building strength. And in Stevenage, you see that strength in our life sciences sector. At the Stevenage Bioscience Catalyst, Autolus, a UK-based CAR T-cell therapy company, is developing advanced programmed T-cell therapies, and it's at the forefront of a revolution in cancer treatment. That is British innovation at its best. Highly skilled jobs, world-leading science, a life-changing outcome for patients. A country that leads in science, in manufacturing and in innovation is a country that is more secure, more resilient and better prepared for the shocks we know are coming. Because those shocks are real. War has returned to Europe. Ukraine has shown us that peace cannot be taken for granted. The Middle East has shown us how quickly instability spreads from conflict abroad to pressure on energy markets and prices at home. And some of those most serious threats are the ones people never see. Cables beneath our seas, networks under constant pressure, hostile states probing for weaknesses every single day. We have already seen this in action. Just weeks ago, Russian submarines were detected operating over critical undersea infrastructure in waters around the United Kingdom and our allies. Let us be clear about what that means. These are the lifelines of our country. The vast majority of our data flows through those cables. Our energy supplies depend upon them. Our economy depends upon them. That was a deliberate act by the Russian state to test our defences, and we must call it out for what it is. It is unacceptable, it is hostile, and it will not be tolerated. Our armed forces tracked those submarines, exposed their operation, and forced them to withdraw. And the message to the tyrant Putin was clear. We know what you are doing, and any attempt to damage our infrastructure will have serious consequences. Because in the modern world, there is no warning sound. There is no clear beginning. The attack comes quietly. And if we are not ready, we will feel the consequences before we even see the cause. So let us be clear. Security is not one policy. It is not one department. It is and must be a national mission. It runs through defence, through policing, through industry, through science, and through the strength of our communities. It is about whether people feel safe in our streets, secure in their jobs, and confident in their future. That is the first duty of government. And when we take it seriously, when we act, when we build the strength we need, places like Stevenage show exactly what that looks like in practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not just endure in a more dangerous world. We will lead Britain through it, both safely and securely. Thank you.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, 86 years ago today, on the 13th of May 1940, Britain's greatest and most popular Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, rose to give his first speech as Prime Minister. At a time of war, he said he could offer nothing but blood, sweat and tears. And 86 years later, we have heard from Britain's most unpopular, possibly the worst Prime Minister ever. After just 22 months, Madam Deputy Speaker, all we have had is failure, incompetence and negligence. And we have a programme of government in this King's Speech that in a sense represents everything that this Prime Minister currently that we suffer under represents. Process and regulation. Process and regulation. And the thing about that is that that just drives up costs. And there is nothing that I can see in this programme of government that will actually reduce bills, will reduce the cost of living. I'll come back to you, my good sir. That will reduce the cost of living and that will drive up growth, drive up prosperity and drive up the quantity of jobs. But I will give way to my honourable member.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He talks about regulation. Would he enlighten or educate me? Because I have failed to identify a successfully self-regulating industry anywhere in the world. When you remove regulations, you harm consumers, animals, nature and the planet. So please, can he enlighten me or educate me on what the alternative is?
So the honourable gentleman refers, what we want, Madam Deputy Speaker, is smart and safe regulation. Yes. What we don't want is daft, dither and delay. And this Prime Minister, of course, represents all of those three things: dither, daftness and delay. But in a desire, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be constructive, I have scoured this bill and I have found some good news. And the greatest news of this programme for government is there is one bill where this government has copied and learnt from reform. Listen to what I said almost exactly a year ago when I said we must nationalise British steel and invest in it and grow in it so that it becomes the heart of our sovereign steel-making capability. And although it is somewhat delayed after a year, thankfully, this Prime Minister has listened to me and reformed. And there is another important area, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is in the critical issue of special educational needs and the government's plans for a bill to follow the White Paper. And this is incredibly important to so many children and parents across all of our constituencies. And I actually think that in the White Paper, produced by the Secretary of State some weeks ago, I said in this House that there will be much, hopefully, that can reassure parents And as we look at the details of that bill, what I hope is that some of the measures that are brought forward that will give better outcomes for children, faster outcomes for children, that will reduce the conflict between parents and councils. I would urge this government to try and accelerate some of those measures for the benefit of so many children. I think that is absolutely vital. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is some very bad news in this bill, I regret to say. And the first of that is that when we all talk about the crisis of our energy bills and our electricity bills, the plans for an energy independence bill will make things dramatically worse and completely unbelievably, ignoring all the evidence of the growth of the 80s and the 90s in the last century when we were growing at 2.5% to 4% most years because we used the great energy treasure in the North Sea of oil and gas. This government thinks it's a good idea, it's not, it's a terrible idea, to ban all new exploration of any more oil and gas fields. Unbelievable. We must be the only nation in the world with the joy and the pleasure and the treasure of oil and gas that says, no, it's a good idea to leave it down there. It's unbelievably incompetent, it is negligent, and it is the reason that we have such high energy bills. And it's an absolute tragedy, because that could drive up the growth and the prosperity. So we must absolutely ensure that that does not happen. My other deepest concern of all in this programme of government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that, in a sense, I am joyous. We at Reform are joyous. We've just completely smashed it last Thursday in the local elections when voters said, after May 2025 and the success of our brilliant 10 councils where we have majority control, voters have said we want more reform. They have said they've given us 10 more councils to have full control of, another 9 more councils where we are the largest party. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The Honourable for giving way. He says they want more of it. Well, we've had lots of reform councillors elected in the past year, and we've had a reform councillor in my patch of Stevenage. When the voters had the first opportunity to see, to actually give their view on that performance, he was turfed out, and we got a Labour councillor back in. So, is that really true?
Clearly, the honourable gentleman may not have looked at the data, but the data shows that we have secured some 1,450 new councillors, and I think the Labour Party have lost well over 1,000 new councillors to the benefit of our great country, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will share the love by giving away to the honourable lady.
I am most grateful to the honourable member for Boston and Skegness, but does he, in talking about the successes of reform in England, not recognise that it is possibly the bombast and the predilection for foreign money which means that Plaid Cymru now holds Welsh Government in Wales and Reform does not?
I congratulate Plaid Cymru on this success, of course, but I also note the success of Reform in the second largest party in Wales, and we are indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, proud to be the largest unionist party across Scotland and, of course, Wales. I will, of course, give way once more to the...
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I believe in Milton Keynes, the Reform Party was forecast to win 26 seats, but after the honourable member's visit, that went down to 9. Does that not prove that the more they get to see of you, the less they, the more they get to see of the honourable member and his party, the less they want them?
Yes, well, it's interesting because actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, I spent most of the election campaign in the West Midlands, and in the West Midlands we absolutely smashed it, securing full control of councils like Newcastle under Lyme and Walsall, and we are now the largest party, of course, in Birmingham. Truly remarkable, as indeed we're the largest party in Bradford. Also, fantastic news. But Madam Deputy Speaker, this success is because actually voters have looked at this government, the failures of this Prime Minister, and they have said, we want to vote Reform and we want this Prime Minister out. And I suspect what we have seen, just bear with me because I'm on full flow, what we have seen what we have seen, I believe, is the last important speech from this Prime Minister. Let's see what the next few days bring, but I give way to the Honourable Lady.
And for giving way, he mentions Bradford district and notes the fact that Reform got the largest number of seats. But will he also recognise that the vast majority, 3/4 of people across the Bradford district, voted for parties other than Reform UK? And will he recognise that whilst they got seats, they are not popular?
Clearly, if we've just won and become the largest party in Bradford, by definition, we must be popular. Now, obviously, I'd like to please everybody, but sometimes even that is not possible. That's the joy of democracy. No, the reality is, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the voters have spoken. I have given way to the honourable gentleman. I feel people may have enjoyed my dialogue and others wish to speak. But the key thing is that the utter failure of this programme of government is that they now think it's a good idea, having listened to the voters from last week who've said we want, in the Midlands and in the North, in those Labour heartlands, who voted 10 years ago, they wanted less EU, they wanted less European interference. What is this government's brilliant response? How have they listened to the voters from last week? They have stuck two fingers up to the former Labour voters in the Midlands, in the Northern heartlands, and they said, we're going to ignore you. We're going to try and go back to the failing European Union. And that surely heightens the arrogance and the stubbornness of this dreadful government. And actually, I will give way to this good-looking gentleman.
Immensely grateful to my constituency Labour for giving way. I agree with a lot of what he said about the failure of successive governments who represent what the Leader of the Opposition described earlier as the political class I would describe as the liberal orthodoxy. There's been a liberal left orthodoxy which has prevailed in this country over successive governments, and it has been at the odds of the sentiments, the wishes, the hopes, the fears of the vast majority of ordinary people. It's not just his party, it's for my party certainly, and respectfully I might say to all political parties, to recognise that gulf between the establishment's view of the world and the people's.
I thank you. Well, that's the joy of competition. At the moment, we seem to be winning the competition based on the elections last week. But I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, by saying, surely this government should have listened to voters last week and said, actually, we've got it wrong on energy. We need to have more oil and gas to bring the bills down like they bring them down in the United States. We need to be more sovereign independent and more distant from the failing economic model of Brussels. But no, they've done the opposite. But I bring hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, to this country, because once there is a new Labour Prime Minister, unelected, the good news is that will accelerate a general election when the country will vote reform.
Yeah. Brash. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm acutely aware that this debate on the King's speech is in the shadow of a political moment moving at extraordinary speed, a moment on which I've already made my views clear. And while I respect the sincerely held opinions of many of my honourable friends, there are truths now that are too obvious to ignore. Last Thursday's local election results, in which many hard-working, dedicated and talented Labour councillors in Hartlepool and elsewhere lost their seats, was not a routine protest vote. It was a roar of unbridled anger. In towns like Hartlepool, that anger did not begin 22 months ago on the election of this Labour government. It has been building for more than 20 years. People have repeatedly voted for change. They voted for change promised by members of Reform when it came to Brexit, and they were failed. They voted again for change under the Tories with levelling up and were let down once more. And now that accumulated anger lands on our door, alongside an understandable fear amongst many of my constituents that politics will once again let them down. The message last week was unmistakable. People want a government that acts with urgency, courage and purpose against the crushing pressures of everyday life. And if they do not get it, they will once again roll the dice, and even if it is on a charlatan, because desperation drives risk and people are desperate for hope. And for however difficult it may be for many on these benches to admit, it is now clear to me that this Prime Minister can no longer provide that hope. I do not say it with pleasure, but leadership is not only about knowing when to fight on, it is also about knowing when your authority has ebbed, when trust has frayed, and when it is time to leave the stage. Some people will say this is about personality. It is not. It's about policy, and whether we are prepared to meet the moment with the scale of change it demands. This government has done so much in its first 22 months, and there is much to applaud in this King's speech. But caution will not save us now. Incrementalism will not save us now. We must be bolder. We need a programme of radical renewal that improves the lives of working people in Hartlepool and across Britain. That means abolishing the hated council tax and replacing it with a progressive system that no longer punishes poor communities for simply being poor. It means radical welfare reform that is both compassionate and demanding, support for those who need help, but a clear demand that everyone who can work must work. It means bring failed monopolies back into public ownership where markets have plainly failed, from water companies to the Royal Mail. It means cutting taxes on jobs and investment in deprived regions so that opportunity finally reaches communities left behind for decades. It means banning estate management companies altogether and requiring every council to adopt every street. It means finding the £2 billion the British Dental Association has said is needed to rescue NHS dentistry. It means lower energy bills for those communities hosting the new nuclear, hosting the new wind, the new solar that powers Britain. And while I absolutely support the Home Secretary and stand absolutely behind her reforms, if it is necessary, it means declaring a state of emergency at our borders and turning boats back. It means banning southern councils from discharging their homelessness duty by shifting the burden to communities like mine simply because our housing is cheaper. It means taking defence spending out of the fiscal rules and spending what this dangerous world requires now. It means giving councils the power to simply seize empty shops, abandoned homes, derelict sites where absentee owners refuse to act. It means finally standing up for justice for our WASPy women. And it means delivering a national care service, not eventually, not someday, but now. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not want this country to fall prey to Trump-style populism. But the truth is, only we on these benches can prevent it. We have the parliamentary majority, we have the mandate, and we still have time. But if we do not use it to deliver visible, meaningful change, if we do not give people hope they can feel in their wages, in their streets, in their communities, then others will inevitably fill that vacuum. And if that happens, the responsibility will lie with us. Thank you.
Savile Roberts.
And it's really, I listened with interest to the speech for the Honourable Member for Hartlepool. Very much of what he said that I heartily agree with. But of course, we know that something momentous happened in Wales last week, although there was no mention of Wales from either of the front benches. It's as though Wales, and I would wonder many other places possibly in the UK, don't matter that much to this place. But of course, I'm a member for Plaid Cymru, so it is my job to talk about Wales. And across the campaign that ended last week, people responded strongly to our message of hope and fairness and putting their nation, for putting Wales first, for putting their communities first. Plaid Cymru has won at least 2 representatives in every one of the Senate's constituencies. This is unheard of. This is momentous. We came first in 11 out of the 16 constituencies in Wales, all across Wales. The message that we only reached out to certain people, that has gone. Our party is now active and representing everywhere in Wales. I am proud to say that 60% of our group in the Senedd is women. This historic result represents a decisive break from the past. It gives a Plaid Cymru-led Welsh Government a clear mandate to act on urgent priorities, including reducing child poverty, cutting NHS waiting times, and unlocking our economy's latent potential. Our Cabinet was announced at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We will now need to work to deliver the progressive and stable government that Wales craves. In doing so, our priority is to form a government that reflects the seriousness and ambition that Wales, our nation, expects and deserves. The groundbreaking result was a rejection of the stale status quo of the Labour Welsh Government and the divisive politics of reform. It also demonstrated the Welsh public's expectation that the UK government ends its neglect of Welsh communities. People are crying out for change, not for more of the same. So, my party's manifesto and the plan for the first 100 days of government set out the areas where we'll be pressing Westminster to deliver fairness for Wales. So we look, of course, to the King's speech for inspiration. We need to see steps taken to devolve the Crown Estate, justice and rail, and to deliver fair funding that reflects Wales's needs. We need parity with Scotland. There is no reason whatsoever in a United Kingdom that puts equality first that devolution should be so unbalanced between the different nations of the United Kingdom. These powers are not constitutional fripperies. They are the means to realise better lives, better communities. They are the building bricks to lift people out of poverty and desperation. Wales needs control over our natural resources so that our communities directly benefit from their wealth, ending the scandal of high energy prices in an energy-rich country like ours. Wales needs full control over our justice system, in line with Scotland. Why is this such an extraordinary thing to ask? So that Wales is no longer holding the infamous status of the highest imprisonment rate in Western Europe, and instead we will be able effectively to promote rehabilitation and the thriving communities that will follow with that more effectively. We need to see the end of the great Welsh train robbery that is HS2 and other English rail projects to deliver billions in funding to our crumbling, inadequate transport network so that people can travel quickly and affordably across our nation. And Wales needs to see the scrapping of the Barnett formula and its replacement with one that reflects the reality of our population's needs. Despite the mountains of evidence and popular support, the UK government has stubbornly refused to engage with these issues. That has been the reality of the partnership at both ends of the M4. That is what we have seen, and that in part is why we've had the results that we have had in Wales. And after, of course, last week's election result, it is no longer possible to ignore Wales's voices and people's demands for fair treatment. In his speech on Monday, the Prime Minister did not even acknowledge Wales once. And again today, the King's speech has failed to provide the answers that we know the people of Wales need and want. There was no acknowledgement of the structural inequality that meant that the powers begrudged to Wales since the birth of devolution have so far only enabled us, allowed us to manage poverty and never ever actually to build our way out of poverty. That somehow, in the over-centralised, chaotic government of Westminster, that is something which we need now to address. And of course, the chaos that we're seeing now, none of this serves the people of Wales. None of it serves many, many people, many, many communities across the United Kingdom. But it is particularly now in focus to see. We can see now how ill this serves the people of Wales. So whoever is the Prime Minister going forward, he or she must respect the mandate the new Welsh Government has to deliver new powers and fair funding for Wales. My party will therefore be tabling an amendment to the King's Speech calling for a new Wales Bill to be introduced so that Wales can gain the tools we need and the means to thrive. And I hope finally that the Prime Minister will have seen the error in his ways when he once, I think it was in March, warned his governments against over-deference to the devolved governments. Over-deference. Where is the respect? The respect to our communities, the respect to democracy. These are the changes we need to see. And sadly, in the King's Speech as it stands, I do not see them. But there is potential, and I would urge the government to think seriously about the need for a new Wales Bill. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate my honourable friends, the members for Bradford West and Harlow, for their excellent speeches in proposing the Loyal Address and seconding it. It is an absolute pleasure to support the Government's programme for the coming session of Parliament. The Government has set out a challenging programme to build the security and growth that our country so badly needs. After many years of stagnation, this Government, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Cabinet, are laying the foundations for sustained growth and the economic prosperity my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire North so badly need. It's that long-term thinking that has been missing from politics for a long time. My constituents need to see the life chances of their children correspond with their talent and effort. Too many young people have started to think that a life in another country would be a better alternative. We need to appreciate more our young people's efforts when they join the workforce. I have yet to work with a young person who I have not learnt enormously from in so many ways, making me a better leader, a better manager, a better person, a better business owner during my previous career and experience. This Government's transformative actions around employment law, abolishing zero-hour contracts, increasing the minimum wage and legislating for more job security are all things that this House should celebrate. If we lose our young people, if they do not feel rewarded and appreciated, they will literally vote with their feet and move away. We also need to do better at explaining that an apprenticeship is every bit as worthy as a degree. In Canada and Australia, centre-left governments are working well for their people, and this in part explains why many young people want to leave the UK and travel there. We're losing skilled young people who have been nurtured, educated and cared for from birth, and we're losing these to other countries. One industry where we need more apprenticeships created and nurtured is my former industry, the property sector, a key economic driver and delivery body for the homes and businesses of the future. No other sector has the ability to both transition our economy to a greener, less energy-hungry society, whilst providing hope and new environments that will inspire and attract our young people to stay here. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is true places like Paisley are changing, a new world, historic buildings being brought back to life, new cafes opening, public and civic buildings being restored, and a programme of cultural events. But even in a great town like Paisley, that is not enough. Change is not quick enough and it's not slick enough. The truth is, we need real investment in our towns in Scotland, and that requires UK government money. The local authorities are doing their best, but they're undercapitalised and under pressure. They are under-resourced, and in terms of staff, particularly town planners, environmentalists and building surveyors. We need more initiatives like the City Deal, Pride in Place, UK Town of Culture, and we need this to be supercharged. To do that, my honourable friends, we need courage, hard work, political and economic stability and gritted determination from each and every one of us.
And for giving way, she's making an extremely eloquent speech. Would she agree with me that people are sick and tired of living in towns that just look dirty. They're not cleaned, they're not maintained, and sports clubs don't even get their fields, grass cut. So that's the basic requirement of having pride in our towns and cities, is for a council to be funded so that it can do the basics of keeping the streets clean and cutting the grass for people to play sport.
Well said,
I couldn't agree with the honourable gentleman more. And in Scotland, we've had an issue where the Scottish Government has cut the budgets of local authorities for the last 20 years. But in terms of my own life, I like to go out and do litter picks, and we have some really good initiatives in Renfrewshire around that, and I would encourage everyone in the community to do that, because at least it does feel like you're making a difference. So I thank the honourable gentleman for that point. And we build on strong foundations, strong labour foundations, not like the local cowboy who builds in quickstand. The government programme will have positive effects, but it will take time. For communities up and down the country, with greater immediate support for young people to find education and training opportunities that they need to fulfil their potential. This programme will also continue to promise long-term economic growth based on strategic investment in housing and infrastructure. There is still a very great deal to be done, Madam Deputy Speaker. Great British businesses, large and small, should be able to thrive under this government. Supporting them in overcoming the obstacles and barriers they face should always be part of our strategy for growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, don't think for a minute that this simply means agreeing with whatever business asks for. It means a realistic engagement with business and an awareness of the pressures that they face. From my own experience of running a small business, I understand the choices people make in starting and building their business. I know something of the struggles they face to get money owed to them paid, and to meet a myriad of costs, not least paying staff and suppliers. I welcome the changes proposed around the late payment and procurement to assist small business owners. I empathise with entrepreneurs working hard to build something, to employ people, and being willing to take the risk to build a business. In my constituency, as in many others, small businesses are an important part of the local community. But building a successful business is predicated on so much of the social fabric and infrastructure that we in the UK take for granted. We need transport infrastructure and public transport for workers and customers. We need economic growth and customers with the disposable income to buy our goods and services. Those things don't just happen by accident. The Noble Address makes clear this government's commitment to building a thriving economy, because people need that to do business, and so does society at large. The choice isn't between good for business or good for workers. It's between good for society or long-term decline. On this side of the House, we want to build a future for everyone.
And Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to begin by paying tribute to the speeches by the honourable members opposite Bradford West and Harlow at the beginning of this debate. But context is key, and the backdrop to the gracious speech is one of a Labour Party in open warfare, and we've heard some of that in terms of the contributions of the debates earlier, and a huge amount of uncertainty over what's going to happen with the leadership of the Labour Party and the current Prime Minister. And that uncertainty is playing out in the financial markets. And what the message I would like to say to start off with to members of the benches opposite is whatever they're going to do, please just do it quickly, because we need to move on from this. The country needs leadership, and we've got a lot of very important things that we need to do, we need to be getting on with. And as they are mulling over options going forwards, I'd like to give a message and feedback from the Runnymede and Weybridge constituency on a couple of issues which affect their residents as well. And that feedback is that small and medium enterprise is the backbone of our economy. But right now, it's under intolerable pressure. I've received, I'll give a couple of examples. I received a letter from One Cobham, which is a business improvement district in my constituency covering Cobham. It's co-signed by 50 other bid members, raising the issues of business rates in particular, but also rises in rent, wages, utilities. 2 companies already having gone bust recently, and the intolerable pressure this is putting on the high street and businesses. Very happy to give way.
Giving way on business rates, would you agree with me that there needs to be a different model for small businesses that should be linked to profitability with a maximum cap, rather than having to pay the flat rate regardless of what you're making or not making?
Well, in a different world, we would have a very different King's Speech, and we'd have the one which is the alternate King's Speech delivered by the Conservative Party, by hopefully soon to be the Leader of Opposition as Prime Minister, which would scrap business rates of up to, please look at the detail, but certainly up to, I think it's around 110,000. But I'll go to a different company, which I visited in recent weeks in the north of my constituency, in Egham. This is a logistics company. It's a very specialist logistics company. They transport medical devices which are due to pathology and investigations. In fact, probably St Tommy's across the road has been supplied by them in their pathology department. This is a company that's been operating for 40 years. And when I met with them, they are facing the wall because of increases in business rates, taxation burdens of the company, and all the people who work for them. I hope to God they are okay, and this government changes course and they continue to be successful. But if they do go to the wall, then all these jobs and livelihoods will go with this. And it's a story that affects businesses and organisations across my constituency, whether you're going to Chertsey, whether you're going to Addlestone, whether you go to Weybridge, whether you go to Woodham, Rowtown or Newhall, whether you go to Oxshott, Stoke Davenham, all the different parts of my constituency, businesses are struggling. Free enterprise is under pressure, and it's dying because of the taxation burden and because of the regulatory burden that's being imposed on them by this government. So for all the sort of great words in this King's Speech, fundamentally the problem is the tax and spend approach that the government is taking forwards and the intolerable pressure that's being put on free enterprise and business. And I want to finish with this, and my final message to members opposite. As you agonise over the direction of the Labour Party leadership over the next few days, please just remember, you cannot tax a company that's gone bust.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure. Well, it's always interesting to follow the member of the Runnymede and Weybridge opposite. And I thank him for his speech. I'm not sure I learnt anything from it, but I do thank him for his contribution. Really helpful. But I pay tribute to the honourable member. I do pay tribute to the honourable member for Bradford West for her poignant and clear proposal of the honourable's address earlier, and I thank the honourable member for Harlow for his seconding with his witty speech, and I do wish him well in his future marathons. I do welcome this King's Speech's firm focus on the day-to-day security of British families, putting the cost of living front and centre of this government's priorities, because this Labour government has already increased the minimum wage, boosted pensions, and ensured wages are rising faster than prices for the first time in over a decade. By removing the two-child cap, this has benefited over 2,000 families in my constituency of Newport West and Isloin. Now we are moving further and faster to deliver on the change our country needs, bearing down on the costs facing ordinary families. And there is no clearer expression of the cost of living squeeze than people's energy bills, which doubled under the last government. Today's latest energy crisis only highlights the danger of Britain's continued reliance on volatile fossil fuels, something that would only be exacerbated under Conservatives and reform. Genuine energy independence cannot be achieved through continued exposure to volatile global fossil fuel markets. The fastest way to improve energy security while meeting the UK's climate and nature obligations and bringing down bills is through the expansion of renewable energy and rollout of energy efficiency and electrification measures. And I would urge the Secretary of State of DWS to go further and faster, looking not just at solar and wind onshore and offshore, but also tidal, including wave energy and lagoons. The need for change is pressing. A third of all households across Wales live in fuel poverty. This amounts to approximately 9,000 households in Newport and 12,000 in Caerphilly County Borough. And this can only be tackled by bringing down bills for good. I am incredibly disappointed to see that the incoming Welsh Government at the Senedd tied themselves in knots over decarbonising Wales' energy supplies, because Plaid Cymru's policy of undergrounding cables at all costs will mean cancelled projects and higher household bills, so they do need to urgently rethink this. The bill proposed in the Honourable Address shows Labour are clear that the UK's future is in clean, cheap power. This energy independence bill is a decisive step forward towards energy security, warmer homes and reforming our broken energy market. I will.
Does she recognise that the communities in which energy infrastructure is placed, be that large or small, must start seeing real advantages from that energy? In parts of Wales, we pay the highest standing charges in the United Kingdom, and yet we have historically and we still export energy. That has got to change to make a difference to people's lives, and also for people to welcome having the infrastructure that we need to have for Wales and possibly for the rest of the United Kingdom too.
I don't disagree with the Right Honourable Lady opposite, because we do need to make sure that our prices are fair, absolutely. And that means looking across Wales as a whole, but also benefiting from the renewables that Wales has in abundance. We know that. So this energy independence bill is a decisive step, as I said. Another major scourge of bill payers firmly in the sights of this government is our failing water companies, including Welsh Water. And I welcome the urgent steps being taken by this government to reform our broken water system through a new water bill. In March, Ofwat published its findings that Welsh Water has breached its legal obligations in operating its wastewater treatment works and network. Ofwat found that Welsh Water failed to operate, maintain and upgrade its wastewater assets adequately to ensure they could cope with the flows of sewage and wastewater coming to them. We know that Welsh Water discharged raw sewage into rivers, lakes and seas for over 968,000 hours in 2024. Water pollution in Wales has reached emergency levels. So I welcome this water bill, and I look forward to seeing water bosses being held to account and the clean-up of our rivers and waterways. I also welcome further action by this government to back British Steel. Whilst the Tories left our steel sector unsupported, Labour are taking action. This includes nationalising British Steel and protecting domestic production from international dumping and uncompetitive subsidies. UK Steel has said that the government's steel strategy is the most significant intervention to support UK steel competitiveness in over a decade. The government's new target for at least half of steel used in Britain to be made in Britain is a major boost for Welsh steel, with Welsh manufacturing expected to account for half of future steel making. And I would like to say we must not forget about Port Talbot and Llanwern in South Wales, and I do pay tribute to my honourable neighbour and friend in Newport East for the sterling work she has done to promote and protect our steel at Llanwern. The Conservative botched Brexit deal has been disproportionately damaging to the Welsh economy. This is because Wales remains a significant manufacturing economy, with 60% of our exports going to the European Union. This is 10% higher than the UK average. Whilst negotiations are ongoing for the EU trade bill, I would urge the government to commit to securing a carve-out on animal welfare as secured by Switzerland in a similar deal. The UK is proudly a nation of animal lovers and a world leader in animal welfare standards. This includes being the first country in the world to ban fur farming. A future trade deal involving dynamic alignment on key sectors must not risk watering down UK commitments to ban the sale of foie gras or end the import of fur. I would like to gently highlight to the front bench the lack of legislation about animal welfare in this King's speech. I said we are a nation of animal lovers, and there are easy wins that we could make for this government now. We are committed to the animal welfare strategy, yes, and using this, we could ban the use of snare traps, bring forward a close season for hares, and bring into effect the Animals Low Welfare Activities Abroad Act. These are small pieces of legislation but could make a huge difference to wild, domestic and farmed animals, both here and abroad. Now, moving on to small businesses, we know that the Federation of Small Businesses has estimated that 50 to 54% of SMEs regularly experience late payments. Late payments cost the average SME £22,000 a year, and businesses spend on average 86 hours a year chasing invoices. And this is a massive problem for businesses in my constituency of Newport West and Islwyn. And I'm pleased that we are taking action to stop this happening. So looking ahead now to GB Railway, this Labour Government new railways bill will transform the railway network in Wales as we deliver our £14 billion plan to improve Wales's railways. Front and centre of this is the £90 million investment in 5 new stations between the Severn Tunnel and Cardiff, including new stations in Newport West in my constituency, Cardiff Parkway next door, and these new stations will support over 12,000 new jobs across Monmouthshire, Newport and Cardiff. South Wales is also set to benefit from additional £40 million investment in upgrading 2 sets of rail tracks, which will improve service reliability and capacity for additional services. Labour's railway bill will also give the Welsh Government a new statutory role to ensure that Wales-wide strategies feed into cross-border plans by Great British Railways. This will be a key pillar of the continued constructive and professional relationship between the two governments, working together for the benefit of people in Wales. Turning now to the TIMS review, and I would welcome the Government's continued ambition to support more young and disabled people into work by reforming the welfare system. But these changes must be based on compassion and providing effective support mechanisms for people to move into work, building on the already introduced right to try. I agree with His Majesty that we must have a system which is fair and fit for the future. Finally, I turn to the conflict with Israel and Palestine. I welcome this government's continued commitment to supporting a two-state solution. We urgently need to work with partners to ensure a viable Palestinian state alongside a secure Israel. In supporting peace efforts in the Middle East, I would also press ministers to call on Israel to end its continued bombing in Lebanon, which has seen over 1 million civilians displaced from their homes.
Will the member give way?
I will.
I'm grateful for the member giving way. Does the member agree that it's now time that the government supports the ICJ court case and calls it what it is, a genocide, and now is the time to cut all diplomatic ties and end all arms licenses, because Israel is a rogue state? Hear, hear.
I thank him for his contribution. I must say that if you cut ties, you cannot communicate. Therefore, the only way to lasting peace is through communication. We must keep communication channels open. That's the only way to a lasting peace. So I listened carefully to the Honourable address this morning, and I'm pleased to hear of the proposed 35 bills and the actions planned. I look forward to them being delivered swiftly for working people across the UK so they can feel the benefits of a Labour government working for them and with them. Thank you.
Jerome Mayhew.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and you don't need me to tell you that this is a deeply unhappy government. It's a deeply unhappy party sitting on the benches opposite. And the reason for it, what they don't appear to understand, is the core problem that they have is a lack of economic growth. If the party opposite was presiding over fast economic growth, the taxes would come rolling in, their ability to spend on their pet welfare projects would be unlimited, and they would be riding high in the polls. And they used to know this. When they came into office, they said their #1 mission was economic growth. And yet, what we've seen in the 2 years following is the most appalling example of a fundamental misunderstanding on how an economy works. Because instead of bringing in policies which have increased economic growth, we've entered into the depressing doom loop of increased taxes to fund increased welfare, leading directly to reduced economic activity, which then, of course, leads to increased welfare needs, and therefore an increased need for tax rises. Instead of this, we need a leader, we need a government that has a plan, not just words, to support economic growth. Something that reverses the welfare taxation doom loop. And what do we have in the King's Speech? Where is that welfare reform bill? It is an appalling statistic, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we now spend more on welfare than we recover in income tax. 4 million people, 4 million adults receive PIP. That's gone up by 500,000 since the last general election. And the Centre for Social Justice came out with a really terrifying argument the other day, where, according to their analysis, 25% of all adults, full-time workers, would actually be better off under benefits than they are in employment. That's a quarter of the working population. And yet, in this King's Speech, there has been nothing to fix the relationship between welfare and the productive economy. Instead, I will just deliver this point, and then I'll continue. And then I'll give way rather than continue, although I'll be tempted. Instead, we've got the extraordinarily named Regulating for Growth Bill, which I thought was oxymoronic, or perhaps just moronic, because it seems to me that the government's answer to anemic growth is more regulation, and we also hear more Europe, according to the Prime Minister. I said I'd give way to the honourable gentleman, and then I'll pass it on.
Honourable friend, for giving way. Would he enlighten me and help me understand why the Tories, in 14 years in power, didn't address this welfare time bomb, ticking time bomb, and what would he do now that would address this wage disparity where people on benefits can be better off than if they're in work?
The honourable gentleman will acknowledge that the previous government absolutely did take action to reduce the welfare state. The global crisis that was caused by COVID, knocked that back a bit. And then the now Shadow Chancellor, in his previous role as Secretary of State for the Department of Work and Pensions, was bringing in wide-scale reform, which would have been effective but was cut short by the general election. So this has been a long-term project for the Conservative government, but it's gone into reverse as a result of the Labour administration. But if there's one message that the election results last year should have transmitted to all of us loud and clear, is that the country is frustrated. They feel that we're bogged down in bureaucracy, that ministers announce plans, then nothing happens. It costs a fortune and takes forever. It costs spiral. So where, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the reducing bureaucracy bill that would unlock the power of the state to actually get things moving? You heard the Leader of the Opposition. You heard the Leader of the Opposition in her powerful response to the gracious address, setting out the plans of a Conservative administration. And yet, without such a bureaucracy-busting bill, this government is doomed to failure, even on its own terms. And for that matter, Madam Deputy Speaker, without a cheaper energy, then manufacturing in the UK is also doomed to failure. Commercial energy is now the highest in the world in the United Kingdom. That is a sobering fact. Domestic energy is the second highest in the developed world. So we can't be surprised, the members opposite cannot be surprised when we have a decline in manufacturing if their energy, their primary input, is the highest in the world. And it's not higher because it costs us more to produce energy in this country than elsewhere. It's higher because of deliberate taxation and levy decisions taken by the government. So the government taxes and has levies on electricity to subsidise expensive renewables. Where's the cheap energy bill? We've done the opposite. The party opposite have doubled down on the renewable levies, tying this country into the world's most expensive energy for decades to come. And let's look at the wider economy. The high street has been hammered by Labour, whether it's from the business rates revaluation, the removal of the hospitality and leisure exemption, and also by the employers' national insurance contributions. Pubs and shops right across the country, not just in my constituency, but in every one of their constituencies, have been closing in record numbers. So where's our Bring Back the High Street bill? It's not there. In fact, there's no coherent plan for a stronger economy and a stronger country. The King's Speech instead has just been a hodgepodge, bureaucratic fiddling whilst the Prime Minister burns. The government has had 2 years already, and yet the opposition is doing more serious thinking about solving the problems of this country than the government is with all its resources. It is shaming. They shouldn't be laughing. They should be ashamed of themselves and of their government that the opposition has a more complete King's Speech with more complete answers to the problems of this country than their government seems able to bring forward. It is extraordinary that we have this weak legislative programme from a weak government. The country deserves so much better.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this debate on the King's gracious address. And I would like to thank and congratulate the members for Bradford West and Harlow in their proposing speeches. It is an honour to be the MP for Putney, Southfields, Roehampton and Wandsworth Town. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank all the people who stop me on the street, who stop me in events when I go to school, and thank me for the work I do for our community. It's not the image that MPs often have about being constantly harassed and abused, but honestly, the people of Putney are wonderful, and I am so grateful for their support for my work. We don't always agree on everything, but they are very supportive of my work of being an MP, and I'd like to thank them for that. In a short space of time, His Majesty's Government has delivered real change that matters to people in Putney, Southfields, Roehampton and Wandsworth Town, and they also tell me about the things that the Government is doing that's made a difference to their lives. We've raised the minimum wage, strengthened workers' rights, including day one sick pay, protecting renters' rights and stopping the unfair Section 21 evictions. And in the last few months, seeing landlords taking the opportunity, the rogue landlords, the good landlords remain good, the rogue landlords have taken the opportunity in the last few months leading up to the Section 21 evictions being abolished to evict people has been horrific to see, and just shows why we needed to do that and how good it is to rebalance the equation in favour of renters. We've brought our railways back into public ownership, starting with our own South West Rail. And I'm so proud of lifting 450,000 children out of poverty by abolishing the two-child benefit cap.
Hear, hear.
And I welcome the ambitious package of legislation announced here today. 37 bills. Bills on health, education and security. A clean water bill to tackle pollution and hold water companies to account. Speeding up remediation for those living with unsafe cladding, which is still affecting so many people and developments in Putney. Long-term investment in social housing and support for those victims of domestic abuse to stay in their own home. Reform of the leasehold system by accelerating the transition to common hold and including stronger transparency measures alongside tighter regulation of managing agents. This is an issue that plagues so many people in Putney. They have been looking forward to this common hold and leasehold transformation that is coming down the line. It will make such a difference to people who don't get enough information in their bills. They don't know what they're being asked to pay for. The bills go up time and time again, and giving them the security of tenure that they have not had up to now. But also the scaling up of the clean energy through an energy independence bill and the Northern Ireland Legacy Bill to build a fairer Northern Ireland with justice to families who've waited too long. I would have liked to see, I certainly will.
Can I commend Honourable Lady for her speech and very positive from her point of view. But on the Legacy Bill, unfortunately, we do not see the emphasis that we wish to see upon victims. So does the Honourable Lady agree if we're going to have a Legacy Bill, it has to address the issues of victims and also address the issue of the Republic of Ireland, who has more say in the process than what we have here?
I absolutely respect that the work that the Honourable Member does in his own constituency and across Northern Ireland to bring about reconciliation. But I would say that the bill does put victims at the heart. Its victims have been spoken to constantly to create the bill, to rework it since the Tories bill didn't work, and to put their justice that they want to see at the heart. And we should make sure that we, across the chamber, we make sure that the bill does deliver what he advocates for there, because it should deliver justice and the answers that families have been waiting for so long. I must say I'm disappointed that there was no mention of the renovation of Hammersmith Bridge in the King's speech. I live in hope one day the King will sit upon the throne and talk about the renovation of Hammersmith Bridge. We are one step further. There is a structures fund, there is a timetable for applying for it, and I am very hopeful that there will be funding announced very soon this year for that renovation for Hammersmith Bridge and the reopening of the 6 bus routes and all of the vehicles that were stopped from going across that bridge, which impacts us so much in Putney. But I was most keen to see the focus on closer alignment with the European Union, and I will focus on that in my speech, as well as protecting children online and international security. Brexit has imposed a deep and enduring cost on our economy and on living standards. It's the elephant in the room all the time when we talk about the economy, the context for the very difficult financial position that we are in as a country. Because of Brexit, GDP per person is 6 to 8% lower. Business investment is around 18% lower. Employment and productivity are down 3 to 4%. The member of Clacton will talk about everything he did except the consequences of the single policy that he has delivered. Yeah. He sold the country false promises, and we're seeing the consequences today. But he's not the only one that bears the cost. Most families...
The Honourable Lady might like to consider whether she would like to withdraw the comment false promises. I think she's suggesting falsehoods from the Honourable Member for Clacton.
I certainly will withdraw that. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The cost is being borne by families who can't magic away the detrimental economic consequences of Brexit with a £5 million gift. The damage he has inflicted has compounded year after year. The Brexit effect has built up and built up through uncertainty, higher trade barriers, and businesses forced to divert time and resources away from growth, innovation and job creation. As a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, I recommend all members become readers of our report on the EU reset. The most important lesson we drew is that a reset cannot be simply a collection of lots of initiatives. It must be guided by a clear strategic vision. What we need is a whole-of-government strategy, one that defines what we want the relationship with the EU to look like in 5, 10, 15 years' time, and it aligns our economic, security and diplomatic priorities accordingly. I therefore welcome the announcement of the European Partnership Bill in the Gracious Address. And I welcome the priority given to better working relationship with the EU. This will benefit the whole country through better security, increased economic growth and more investment for businesses. This is how we tackle the cost of living crisis. On economic cooperation, we must reduce the real-world frictions holding back British businesses. A veterinary SPS agreement will cut border checks and bring down costs. Mutual recognition of professional qualifications will unlock services and trade. And where alignment supports jobs and growth, we should pursue it. On security and defence. In a more dangerous world, the UK's security and that of Europe is indivisible. We should seek to return to frameworks such as SAFE, Security Action for Europe, which increased military readiness and defence scale-up. We should strengthen cooperation on defence capability, industrial resilience and strategic planning. Because the choice is not between sovereignty and cooperation, it's between influence and absence. And on people-to-people links, the return to Erasmus Plus must be built upon with a youth mobility scheme, reversing the cutback in school visits and better access for touring musicians, creatives and researchers. Madam Deputy Speaker, moving on to social media and under-16s. This parliamentary session will also include action on social media and its impact on our young people. Across Putney, parents raise with me the harmful impact of social media with me again and again. I've had consultations very recently in some schools in my constituency talking to young people about the impact in Hotham Primary School, Putney High School and Ashcroft Academy. I've talked about the addictive design, harmful content and the sheer amount of time that young people are spending online, time that they feel they are disappointed by, wasted time. So I'm really pleased that the government is already taking action with consultations, pilots and proposals for restrictions happening right now. I agree we must now go further and with greater clarity. Other countries are already acting on this. The debate here has progressed very fast in the last year, and action now, it's agreed by everyone, is essential. The time has come to set a clear principle that childhood should not be shaped by predatory algorithms designed to maximise engagement at any cost. So I support raising the age of social media to 16, alongside robust and enforceable age verification. This is not about being anti-technology, it's about being pro-childhood. The Australian campaign that led their campaign there is called 36 months, and they said it so well. Raising the age by 36 months, from 12 to 16, is 36 months for young people to get to know themselves before the world gets to know them. And internationally, I welcome our stance on Ukraine and Iran and urge the government to go further in opposing the illegal settlements on the West Bank, which undermine peace in the region, with more action to boycott the illegal settlement goods. In Sudan, 25 million people need assistance, and yet the funding gap means that food, medicine and water, sanitation and hygiene services are being rationed. Next week's development conference, at the beginning of this new parliamentary term, is a test of whether the changes are more than rhetoric, but will be backed up by action. If we reverse the cuts, we put money behind frontline health and water systems and back local leadership instead of bypassing it with top-down contracts, we can affect real change. And there's a false dichotomy, I think, between spending on aid and development and defence and security. Spending on aid is frontline defence and security spending, just delivered differently. Funding global health, wash and conflict prevention cuts off the instability that terrorist and armed groups thrive on. Aid preserves a political space for diplomacy and stops conflict, stops the need to evacuate citizens, stops the need to deploy troops in the first place. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a King's Speech for talent. Britain's got talent and Putney's got talent. And this King's Speech shows that this government backs the talent of Putney's young people. My constituents in Putney voted for Labour at the general election for action. Action to change their lives for the better, action from a government in touch with the issues that really matter to them, and action with a long-term view of the changes that are needed. This King's Speech is a programme that delivers on that, and I look forward to working with the government to continue to achieve the ambitious programme for change that we promised. Thank you.
Naz Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to be taking part in this debate on the Royal Address and honoured to be doing so on behalf of the Green Party. And this is only the second time I have made a speech here, so I hope you will all bear with me if I get any protocols wrong. In my maiden speech, I gave a shout out to the many professions and communities that haven't been well represented here in Parliament in the past, and I made a promise to help give them a voice. And today it feels especially important to keep that promise because there's sadly not enough in the King's Speech that is going to make their lives significantly better. And that is why us Greens have tabled a reasoned amendment for all the people working hard or to raise a family or to just get through each day, because everyone deserves a safety net and a chance to get ahead. For everyone who wants things to be different. And 1 in 3 households in Gorton and Denton live in fuel poverty. And the UK has got some of the leakiest homes in Europe, and I know that because I have worked on thousands of them in my last job as a plumber. And so if we want to cut energy bills for good, we really do need a properly funded and a properly regulated national home insulation scheme and to go even bigger on renewable energy. And that is where investment should be going, not into nuclear power. And the King's Speech includes some steps in the right direction, but it is nothing like the transformative, progressive programme that this moment demands. It doesn't rise to the climate and nature crisis that is happening now, and that's a crisis that can't be separated from the inequality and cost of living crises that are happening too. Because it is always the poorest people that suffer the most here in our country and around the world. And while certain people will claim that climate action is pushing up bills, we know that that isn't true. And we know that some of the people saying that are being bankrolled by the very companies causing climate destruction and ripping off our constituents. And the representation of the people bill must go further on cleaning up politics, because a greener, more affordable, more secure future is possible if you stand up to those vested interests. And if we're prepared to admit that obscene wealth is damaging our country. And people out there are so angry at the gap between the super rich and all the rest of us getting even bigger. And they want something equally big doing about it. They don't want any child to go hungry. And they know that a free hot school meal for every child up to the age of 16 is possible if extreme wealth is taxed fairly. They want public transport to be more affordable, and they know that we could start by giving free bus passes to all the under-22s, again paid for by our tax system being made fairer. They want everyone to have a roof over their head, to get a doctor's or a dentist appointment without struggle, and for the NHS to be run for the public good, not to line shareholders' pockets. And they know that change is possible if only this government, a Labour government, would tax extreme wealth fairly. Our Green amendment includes new powers to control rents. Greens welcomed the changes in the Renters Reform Act and now plans for more social housing. But far too many people are still struggling to pay their rent and make ends meet. So alongside action to bring down energy and water bills, it is time to get a grip on the cost of renting too. And now I was elected to give a voice to a politics that truly represents everyone. This is the first King's Speech I've been in Parliament to hear, and honestly, what I'm hearing isn't going to give everyone the meaningful change that we and they all know is possible. So Greens will have no hesitation to use our individual and collective voices over the coming months, to welcome progress when it's made, but crucially to demand the change that people were promised and the change that people deserve to have. Thank you.
Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Firstly, I would like to pay tribute to the King for coming to Parliament, to the other place and making a speech. It wasn't with the wit and the humour that he addressed the Americans with, but it was with the seriousness that today needs. I'd also like to thank the MP for Bradford West. Her impassioned speech and perseverance really is. She is to be admired and respected from anybody who has suffered any kind of hardship and abuse, and shows how far you can go. Though she claimed and she was boasting about Bradford being the youngest city, but of course I would like to say that Milton Keynes is the newest city. And in that same vein, we had a speech by the Honourable Member. Now, where was he from again? Oh yes, Harlow. I should remember that. He mentioned it 35 times. I counted. He was claiming about his new town. And we also had the member from Stevenage claiming they were the first new town. But I would like to remind everyone that Milton Keynes is the most successful new town. I'm not going to go through every bill, but I do want to just pick out some that will really make a difference to people in my constituency. The European Partnership Bill is so important. As we all know, and as the public in Milton Keynes knows, especially if you're running a small or medium-sized business, the campaign was not clear on how it would impact them, using my parliamentary language. The biggest thing that we could do to support small and medium-sized businesses here in the UK is to make sure they have full access to all of the European customers and trading area, working together with their European counterparts and trade partners and actually building growth here. We've heard from other members some of the impact that we've already seen. So if we are serious about growing the economy and supporting small business, as the party opposite says it is, I'm sure we can count on their full support to get closer to Europe to make that happen. Also, the Clean Water Bill, as as Milton Keynes has both a river and a canal, and some may remember the previous MP decided to demonstrate how clean the water was or isn't in the river by taking his shirt off in a photo shoot, it is not clean. And it is a bit weird, but he was from your party. Oh, sorry. He was from the Honourable Member's party opposite. It's not the way But the Clean Water Bill is actually about taking on vested interests. It's not just about cleaning up the waterways, it's about taking on those water companies who have absolutely taken us for mugs. And I would say to anybody who still puts Thatcher up in their office, let's remember Margaret Thatcher up in their office. I would remind them that the reason we're in this place in the first place around water companies is because of the legacy that she has left us. We want to end leasehold for good. That is hugely important in a city like Milton Keynes, where many people own their properties, because we are that new town, that promise that you can move and own either a flat or a property. But we must go further than that. We must make sure that there's an end to leasehold, because those that buy freehold houses should not continue to pay a service charge for going many years into the future. And this is a huge problem in Glebe Farm, where there are 6 different developers charging 6 different service charges to freeholders, and this must end. We also need to make sure that we have the social housing bill, housing renewal bill. Social housing, which was part of my cabinet portfolios when I was the Labour deputy leader in Milton Keynes City Council, and we were able to build new council homes at high standard green standards with air source heat pumps and solar panels, bringing down energy bills further for our council tenants, as well as a social housing decarbonisation fund, which has supported over 2,000 of our tenants to bring down their bills through installation, new windows. Yes?
Regarding social housing, I think in the late 70s and 80s, housing benefit that was paid to low-income families or people on benefits, 80% or more of that went to local authorities, and they used that money to provide services. Today, over 80% of housing benefit is going to private landlords, not to councils. So that money needs to be provided by government to councils for them to maintain their properties and provide the public services. Would she agree?
Thank you very much. The Honourable Member makes a good point, and I agree. In Milton Keynes, we did not privatise our social housing stock. We had 12,000 in the housing revenue account, and the reality is that the reforms that were again done under the party opposite during the 1980s meant that it destroyed our council housing stock across this country. And that wall that has been put between the housing revenue account and the council's account means that you can't invest in building new housing to reduce your temporary accommodation. And things like that need to go, as well as making sure that if you are a victim of domestic abuse, you should not be the one evicted from your home with your children. It is the perpetrator who needs to leave. And for the first time, we're bringing forward legislation that will make sure that happens, because the stability for those children and for the victim needs to be absolutely at the forefront of our minds. Rather than saying we're going to move them around the country to protect them, we need to intervene to get the perpetrator away and protect them from that perpetrator. Finally, I just wanted to say, a nod to the fact that we are banning conversion practices, which should have been done before, but it's finally going to be done under this government. We're doing the removal of peerages bill, and that is so important. And the digital access to services bill, which people will know my views on, and I think is absolutely vital to making sure that we modernise our public services. But I do want to talk about security, which is the theme that runs through this. And I agree with my honourable friend that when we talk about security, we need to talk about domestic, defence and development, because they all go hand in hand. And when we talk about tackling state threats, we need to see that bill not just in light of the horrible events that we've seen against our Jewish communities in recent weeks. We also need to see it in the context of our democracy. And that's why in the Representation of Peoples Act that is coming back with this bill, we have to do more to protect democracy. The most personal form of power that any of us hold is the power to choose freely who we vote for. That power is fundamental to democracy. But today it's under threat from foreign states who want to cause us chaos. Tech bros who do not share our values and opportunists looking to make money off of division. They aren't taking away our right to vote, but they're distorting the national conversation and undermining genuine voices. Deepfakes stop us being able to trust what is real. Bot armies spread disinformation. Algorithms that prioritize engagement over truth amplify all of that, and foreign actors exploit it. This is a make-or-break moment for the security of this country's democracy. We cannot shy away from what's at stake. Democracy does not require agreement, but it does require us all to live in a shared reality. Every member of this House has seen misinformation, disinformation, bot activity, or deep fakes in action. In fact, many of us have been victims of it. If we don't act, we are putting our democracy in the hands of tech bros in other countries who do not share our values, and in fact, some have even called for riots in our streets, and cannot be trusted with our future in Britain. The Representation of Peoples Act of 1983 was not designed for a world of deep fakes, micro-targeting political advertising, deep fakes of politicians, and algorithms with agendas. So I'm thrilled that this government is reforming it, and I will be retabling my 7 amendments to the bill at report stage when it comes. I want to see clear laws that recognise and define digital manipulation as a serious offence against our democracy. I want increased powers for the Electoral Commission to demand back-end real-time access to social media platforms when manipulation is suspected. I would like mandatory labelling of AI-generated content, a political advertisement repository so voters can separate what is real and what isn't and see where political content comes from, who is funding it, and what they're saying in different parts of the country to different voters. A critical incident protocol and independent of government which can be triggered in response to a significant risk to the integrity or security of our elections. Our election laws, and I know this is controversial, but elections do not just happen 6 weeks every 5 years now. Our election laws should also apply all year round. The 6-week campaign is a thing of the past. We cannot keep regulating for a world that doesn't exist. And that means that anything that people see in terms of our democracy, whether it's a year out from an election or 2 weeks out from an election, should meet our electoral standards. This is not about limiting debate or controlling outcomes. It's about safeguarding the conditions in which each and every person makes their choice. It is the only way our democracy survives. And so, in conclusion, I am pleased that we are pursuing a very serious agenda, an agenda that is about our security, but is also about the security of everyday lives for our constituents. In Milton Keynes, this King's Speech, this 35 bills, on top of the 50 that we passed in the last session, is making a real difference to everyone. Thank you.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this King's Speech debate, and I join with others in congratulating the members for Bradford, West and Harlow in the way they spoke earlier. I want to focus in particular on the proposals to nationalise British Steel. Now, my Brigham constituency takes in a part of the Scunthorpe Steelworks site. Many hundreds of my constituents work in the industry, and many more in the supply chain. It's also worth noting that MHCLG estimate that the loss in economic output in northern Lincolnshire over the next 5 years would equate to £802 million if the steelworks were to close. Now, it's, as a Conservative, it's not a natural for me to speak in favour of nationalisation. And it's somewhat uncomfortable in many respects. But the present situation where Jingye still own the site and the government ministers and appointed officials actually manage the site is clearly not sustainable. And it's difficult to see any other alternative during the short term. Now, mention has been made by the Honourable Lady who spoke before me about the privatisations of the Thatcher years. And it's certainly the case that some of them need refining, and certainly they need better regulating. I think it's worthy of note, though, that for 13 years between 1997 and 2010, the Labour Party were in power and could have actually done something about those privatised companies. I think the big fault with the privatisation process was not the actual process initially, but what followed, and many now in foreign ownership and poorly regulated. If I could just also comment about the EU reset, which is proposed within the speech. Now, I'm an ardent Brexiteer, and I'm old enough to have voted to leave the EU, or the common market as it was then, in 1975. So my credentials in that respect are pretty good. I would just say as a warning to members opposite that the reset, and in principle I've no objection to resetting our arrangements with Europe. Clearly we need to trade with them, we need good working relationships with them. But I would just, as a way of warning, suggest that EU procurement rules and over-regulation will not be helpful to much of our industry. Now, if we are to remain a manufacturing nation, and I think I share the view, I would say, across the House that that should be the case, then we need a domestic steel industry. And as I've said in this House on previous occasions when we've discussed the steel industry, if we are going to maintain a domestic steel sector, which we must, then there will be a cost to the taxpayer. Now, whether that is subsidy or whether it's nationalisation, the cost will certainly be there. Now, Scunthorpe thrives on the steelworks. 3,000 or 4,000 people work there, as I mentioned, and many more in the supply chain. Now, although I was born in Cleethorpes, at the age of 5 I moved to Grimsby when my parents were allocated a council house, and they thought that was magnificent, quite rightly. But moving to Grimsby and living through the decline of the deep-sea fishing industry means that I'm very aware of how it can affect the town and its people. I subsequently went to work in Gainsborough as the constituency agent for the now father of the house, and Gainsborough at that time was in a similar situation. The two big engineering companies that had closed, and the inevitable downturn resulted. I don't want that to be repeated in Scunthorpe, and government are committed to the steel industry, but also that they will ensure that the blast furnaces now in Scunthorpe remain operational until electric arc furnaces are up and running. If I could then move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to one or two other items. It was mentioned from the Honourable Member for Newport a few minutes ago that the Great British Railways Bill will transform the railway network. Well, I would suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that that transformation will cost money. And taking the private sector out of the railway industry will mean that the taxpayer has got to find yet more money, and that may well result from government borrowing. Now, the other hit that my local economy has taken in recent months has been the closure of the Prax Lindsay oil refinery at Killingham near Immingham. And that, again, results in the fact that the local economy has taken a really serious hit in recent months. And I would urge the government, when anything you've mentioned is oil, that they look again at the licences for the North Sea. The other thing I'd like to talk about is local government, because I see no mention of how we're going to improve local government services in the King's Speech. I was a councillor for 26 years, 14 of those on Grimsby Borough Council, which was in the two-tier system, and followed by another 12 years in North East Lincolnshire Unitary Authority. And I support the changes to unitary authorities as a gradual process. But I would suggest to the government that the local government reform, as it's proceeding at the moment, is just moving the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's not dealing with the serious business of the services that local government provide. And it was the honourable gentleman from, I can't remember, is it Dewsbury? Mentioned earlier about basic council services, cutting grass, parks, libraries and the like. And I see no way that this is likely to change. If we're to create a vision and make people want to be part of their local communities to a much greater extent, then the local authorities can play a major part in doing that. But they need resources. I can remember the days when even the lampposts in Grimsby had the coat of arms on. Now we have street furniture all over the place, but it's just the basic grey, steel, whatever, and the place begins to look a mess. If we are going to tidy up our towns, improve the public realm, that is absolutely vital, and I see no way that the government are looking seriously at ways that we can improve on that, Madam Deputy Speaker. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd first like to begin by congratulating neighbouring MP, the Honourable Member for Bradford West, for her humorous and passionate opening speech. It is a true privilege to sit alongside her and together with Madam Deputy Speaker to represent our shared home of Bradford. I'd also like to congratulate my honourable friend for Hull, although he's not any longer in his seat, for again demonstrating his commitment to meeting his personal goals. And no, I'm not talking about getting a PB in the marathon. I'm talking about hitting his 400 contributions in Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, just 10 days ago that I stood in the other place to hear the prorogation of Parliament, and I proudly heard an account given of the many things that this Labour government has achieved in its first parliamentary session. Renters are no longer worried thanks to secure tenure under the Renters' Rights Act. Children lifted out of poverty and families supported through the removal of the cruel Two-Child Limit Act, and stronger safeguards through the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Act. Workers no longer on exploitative zero-hours contracts thanks to the Employment Rights Act. I returned to my constituency buoyed up, ready to take the positive message onto the doors alongside hard-working Labour councillors defending their seats and a new group of enthusiastic candidates, some standing for the first time. All of them prepared to stand up for their communities and to be a strong voice in City Hall, wanting to be part of a Labour-led council that, after a decade of overseeing drastic budget cuts handed down by a Tory government, could finally turn a corner. With a Labour government in Westminster that believes in local government, devolving more power to local authorities and communities through the Community and Devolution Act now, with a new fair funding formula that links deprivation to funding, giving places like Bradford the first significant increase in their budget for over a decade. Commitments to investment in Northern Powerhouse Rail to better connect our city, and I'm pleased to see that in the King's Speech. I could go on. There was hope.
there was possibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, but all that was dashed as the results came in. And I was devastated to see so many brilliant Labour councillors lose their seats, to see Reform take the most seats in Bradford Council, and to see people who frankly should not even have been allowed to stand as candidates due to racist comments that I won't repeat in this place, winning seats. And Madam Deputy Speaker, Reform UK were spreading their despair. They argued that Britain is broken and it can't be fixed, and they undermined the very foundations of our democracy. And let me be clear, the majority of people in Bradford rejected their divisive politics, despite them achieving the most seats. And I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they are bringing their divisive politics to our beautiful and multi-faith and diverse city, as the Honourable Member for Bradford West so beautifully described. So as we begin this second parliamentary session and hearing the King's speech, we need a bold agenda that delivers tangible and visible improvements in the lives of people in every community across the country. I therefore welcome today's King's speech, but I urge those who sit on the front bench and other ministers that as they bring forward these bills, they must ensure that they go as far and as fast as they can in delivering the change that we promised to the people of this country. I'd like, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the minutes that I have, just to pick three of the bills that are coming forward that I particularly think we need to grasp the opportunity. So I welcome the Leasehold and Commonhold Bill, which will abolish the outdated and frankly feudal system by which leaseholders can be held to ransom by unscrupulous freeholders. And I have constituents in Bingley and Rose who face massive increases in service charges, failures to carry out maintenance to acceptable standards, and unexpected bills for large upgrades. I have estates in Gilston and Cottingley where homeowners are left on unadopted estates paying out extortionate fees for ground maintenance. So I look forward to hearing more about how the government proposes to strengthen the regulation of managing agents to ensure this new system works fairly and has the confidence of leaseholders and common holders alike. And I hope ministers will ensure that there continue to remain ways in which older people looking to right-size can benefit from living in specialist retirement communities when switching from leasehold to common hold. While this, with the Renters' Rights Act, will provide security for renters and homeowners, for those with no home, those in temporary accommodation and those waiting for a social home, the government must make more radical steps to accelerate the building of a new generation of social homes so that everyone can have the opportunity of a secure, safe home. And I look forward to hearing more about the Social Housing Renewal Bill. Secondly, I welcome the government's intention to bring forward legislation which will strengthen accountability for the NHS, abolishing NHS England and making sure that we continue to put funding to the front line to bring down waiting lists and improve patient care. But I would urge the government not to wait until the next parliamentary session to begin to lay the foundations for a national care service. We urgently need national commissioning standards to ensure greater consistency for older and disabled people, a workforce strategy that addresses the need for better training and career progression for care workers. Baroness Casey has made an initial set of recommendations, but I hope the government will act with urgency and take this opportunity to put in place legislative provisions which will enable us to move further and faster towards our ambition of a national care service as we also rebuild our national health service. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the inclusion of the Clean Water Bill to take forward the major reform of the water sector that is needed. But I'm concerned that if we simply take forward the proposals for a new regulator without more fundamentally addressing the financial failings of the water companies, we will only perpetuate a broken model. I have urged ministers to seek to use the existing powers to immediately take Thames Water under special administration and use this as an opportunity to explore alternative public ownership models. I would also hope to see the government create a legislative path for bringing other water companies into public ownership in future. I will give way on that point.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Bournemouth is a footballing town and we're so excited for the Cherries who are in pole position to qualify for European football for the first time in our history. That being so, would she also welcome the measure in the King's speech to curb ticket touts, especially ahead of Euro 2028?
Yeah.
I will also join him in welcoming that measure. Having been to see Bradford City play recently at Valley Parade, and they've obviously got their important championship playoff match. So I hope that there won't be ticket touts selling extortionate tickets for that much sought after match. There is still obviously more time to make fundamental and radical changes that we desperately need. We need to show the public we're not going to let privatised water companies profit from polluting our rivers and seas. And above all, our most urgent priority must be to renew our democracy. And I welcomed the speech given by my honourable friend for Milton Keynes, who was showing how we clearly need to protect our democracy against threats. From my point of view, I think it shows clearly these local election results that two-party politics is dead. The vote has fragmented, people have stopped tactical voting, and therefore I urge the government as part of the elections bill to set up a democracy task force, including to look at electoral reform for both local and Westminster elections. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, today I sat in the Royal Gallery among much pomp and ceremony and plenty of bling. I can honestly say that it seems a world away from the realities of my Shipley constituents. The single mum who's working 2 jobs, who's struggling to make ends meet at the end of the month. The pensioner who, despite a modest private pension, is having to cut back. The young person living with their parents, unable to get employment, training or a place of their own. This Labour government has begun the work of rebuilding Britain after the failures of the past. We must now push on and be bolder and more ambitious in delivering for people across every community of this country, delivering a fairer society for all. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Carbon. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This debate is taking place in an almost surreal atmosphere, and we have a sort of psychodrama going on about whether the Prime Minister will be challenged for the leadership